I'm back. Beep, beep. The fingerprint verification device sounded with a clear prompt. The anti-theft door, which had a tiny advertisement slip attached to it, slid open soundlessly. Zhou Jing returned home. A tired expression hung on his handsome face as he carried a tiny cake box in his hand. The full-body mirror beside the door reflected his appearance. He had simple short hair. He dressed simple yet elegant in a white shirt, black slacks, and leather shoes. He wore the standard interview attire. He had spent another day interviewing for jobs. As a fresh graduate from a middle-class school with not-so-outstanding grades, he could only apply for a spot in the higher education institutes as an independent candidate. For the past 3 months, besides looking for a job, Zhou Jing had constantly been revising. The competition for the job market in West Sea City grew more and more intense, and it was not easy to find a job with just a standard education degree. Today, he received a bunch of "go back and wait for news" replies, to the point that his ears were numb. Zhou Jing, however, did not have much of an intense reaction to their answers, as he was already accustomed to it. After all, getting chosen was as likely as a toad eating the meat of a swan. After changing into his slippers in one practiced move, Zhou Jing suddenly realized that the house was too quiet. At this time, his younger siblings would be playing, and his mother would turn up the television when she watched the afternoon dramas. But at this moment, the typically boisterous house was unbelievably silent. "Is no one home?" Zhou Jing mumbled to himself as he walked around the cabinet. It was then that he saw his parents and siblings gathered and sitting quietly at the dining table. They were all looking over at him. There was no food on the simple dining table. The only thing on the table was the withered daffodils in the glass vase swaying gently. Zhou Jing was caught unawares by this scene. What's going on? Is this a family hearing? Are they angry for taking all of Lil Bro's pocket money when I played cards with him yesterday? But if that's the case, why are my 2 older brothers, who had already moved out, back here? It had only been 8 days since the last family gathering. Everyone usually only gathers once every 1 or 2 months. Surely they wouldn't be here for such a small matter. At this moment, his mother Zhao Jing spoke. Her tone sounded the same as usual, but one could faintly hear her voice trembling. "Son, how was your interview today?" Hearing this, Zhou Jing suppressed the doubts in his heart and shook his head. Same old, same old. You know that many basic jobs are occupied by mechanics now. I'm just a new graduate without any work experience, so it's too difficult to find a job. Then, what are your plans? I mentioned that a long time ago. Did she forget? Zhou Jing felt a little strange, but he still repeated his thoughts and plans. It's not easy to find a job with just a standard degree. I've already applied for a higher education institute, and I want to get a higher education degree. If I can't find a job during this period, I have to borrow my tuition fees from the family. But don't worry, I'll pay it back when I get a job, Zhou Jing explained in a low voice as he took off his tie and pulled open his collar. Then, he sat down in the last empty seat on the dining table. He placed the cake box on the table and pushed it toward his 3 underage siblings. Here, I bought you guys some cake. Wow, thank you, third brother. Third brother is the best. Hey, this is bought with my pocket money, only I can eat it. His 3 younger brothers and sisters cheered, while a discordant voice grumbled amongst them. The trio hurriedly opened the box together and fought over the cake. Zhou Jing smiled before turning to look at his father, mother, and 2 older brothers. He found that the 4 of them had severe expressions on their faces, not at all amused by the current scene. The atmosphere is weird. Why are you all staring at me? Even if I'm quite handsome, don't keep looking like that. Zhou Jing couldn't help but ask in confusion. Why is everyone gathered here today? Why do you all look like that? Did something happen? His father, Zhou Weian, let out a long breath from his nose. He spoke out in a low voice. You've seen the news, right? The joint government's newly developed habitable planet has begun a new round of immigration. There weren't enough applicants this time, so they have started randomly selecting people for forced immigration. I heard. Zhou Jing nodded. For some unknown reason, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Zhou Weian continued solemnly. Our family has been selected, and we will have to bear the burden of forced migration to meet the quota. Your future plans need to be changed. At his words, Zhou Jing's expression froze, and his eyes widened slightly. He finally understood why his family was acting so strangely today. Forced immigration? He did not expect something like this to happen to his family. With the era of interstellar navigation, the dozens of countries that came from their mother planet formed the Interstellar Joint Government and became the highest ruling authority of human civilization. They took charge of the development of human civilization and began to expand into interstellar space. Since the spacecrafts of human civilization cruised through star systems, more and more habitable planets were incorporated into the territory of human civilization. Humans and leaks had many similarities. Both were endless and could not be weeded out completely, but they both needed to have seeds planted. Every new colonial planet needed a large amount of manpower to develop and reproduce. Therefore, under the decision of the interstellar government, the leaks, the humans were migrated and transplanted into various new colonial planets that were found. Hence, the interstellar immigration system was established. One of the proposals was the process of forced immigration. If the voluntary application for interstellar immigration was not within expectations, the countries would then randomly select a suitable candidate from the nearest neighboring planets and implement compulsory immigration. If the selected candidate had a family, the family would discuss among themselves and decide which member would bear the quota of compulsory immigration. About half a month ago, the planet's authoritative media broadcasted the relevant news, reporting that the number of active immigrants on this new planet had yet to reach the standard, and the planet he was living on was exactly within the range of the forced immigration. Zhou Jing didn't take it to heart at that time because compared to the population of the entire planet, the quota for forced immigration was limited. The chances of winning such a lottery were slim, so he thought it had nothing to do with him. Unexpectedly, such a thing really happened to their family. How could we be so unlucky? Zhou Jing's heart sank. He understood that although human civilization had left their home planet, how the present glorious civilization was created by the many interstellar immigrants. The current inhabitants of all colonial planets had been immigrants many generations ago, but that was about the glory of civilization, and it wasn't always a good thing for the interstellar immigrants. Those interstellar immigrants were not allowed to leave the new planet within a certain time limit. Also, the communication and transportation technology of human civilization had not improved by leaps and bounds even after many years. So to ordinary people, each new colonial planet was like being stranded on a deserted island, isolated from all communication. Currently, only the most advanced technology could allow interplanetary communication. However, it was not easily accessible to ordinary people, and civilian base stations could only be connected to the internet within the planet. This was equivalent to a regional network with the planet as its unit. Ordinary people on two planets could barely communicate. In addition, due to the restrictions of spacecraft and transportation technology, traveling across planets was often too expensive for normal civilians. So, although human civilization had entered the interstellar era for many years, there still wasn't much communication between the interstellar residents. Usually, only when new planets were developed would there be large-scale immigration from various countries. In the lives of ordinary people, interstellar migrants were cut off from their past lives. They had to leave their familiar planet behind and come to an unfamiliar world. They were separated from their friends and family, isolated from each other, and had no one to rely on. Unless they had no choice, most people would only live on one planet for the rest of their lives. The fact that his family had been chosen to forcibly migrate meant that one of them would be leaving this planet. It would be difficult for that person to meet the rest of the family members for the rest of their life. From Zhou Weian's words, it seemed like he was the one chosen. Zhou Jing took a deep breath. So, I was the one selected? Zhao Weian knocked on the table and said solemnly, "That's not important. The problem now is that our family needs to send someone out for forced immigration. We have already discussed this, and you are the only one most suitable to take on this quota. But you didn't discuss it with me." Zhou Jing pursed his lips, his feelings complicated. He had lived on this planet for 20 years and had never thought of leaving. Even his family shouldn't make decisions for him on such a big matter that concerned his future. "But other than you, who else is suitable?" Zhou Weian's voice grew louder. Hearing this, Zhou Jing turned to look at his eldest brother. His big brother looked like a professional elite. He adjusted his gold-framed glasses and calmly spoke. 30, you know me. I've worked at the Grand Silver Group for a few years and developed a few new projects in the financial products department. Logically speaking, it's not worth it for me, who already has a certain standing on this planet, to take on forced immigration. I can't put down my career to help you. Do you understand? I understand. Zhou Jing nodded and turned to look at his second brother. Second brother felt like he had been set on fire. He almost jumped up. He quickly waved his hands and spoke incoherently. 30, you know my circumstances. I took the national examinations for 3 years before I was accepted by the state-level higher education institute. Next year, I'll go to the Capital Institute to further my studies. After I graduate, I'll find a high-paying job there, and I'll be able to live in the Capital Institute. The government must have made a mistake. It can't be my turn to force me to immigrate. How can they make me give up the great future that I've painstakingly obtained? Zhou Jing pursed his lips and looked away from his second brother. He turned and glanced at the other three underage siblings. The oldest was only 10 years old, and the youngest was 5 years old. These three brats obviously didn't meet the standards of mandatory immigration. That's right, everyone has a reason to stay. Then I'm the best candidate? In this current interstellar society, almost all adult children were separated from their families. His big brother and second brother had their own futures, and only he was stuck in a position that was neither high nor low. He had not graduated for long and had not found a job as well. The Interstellar Immigration Bureau definitely liked young and tender laborers like him, who had no stable career or job in the local area. Zhou Jing fell silent as he pondered. He was originally unhappy that his family did not discuss it with him, but after looking around, he did not know who to be angry at. Can I split my parents up and convince one of them to immigrate? D*MN. What a splendid show of filial piety that would be. Moreover, his father also had his own career and connections in the local area. If he could, he would definitely have chosen to immigrate as a family, not push someone to take on forced immigration. The whole family couldn't migrate and live together on another planet. Everyone had already expressed that they were not willing to give up the future on this planet and would not accompany him to leave. It seemed that he had no choice but to sacrifice himself for his family. Zhou Jing suddenly thought of something and immediately felt hopeful. He hurriedly asked his father, "By the way, you are a public employee and have special treatment. Can you submit an application to the Interstellar Immigration Bureau to cancel our forced immigration quota?" Although there were many children in the family, they were not considered a common family in interstellar society. Their father, Zhou Weian, had a job in the public service and was a small officer within the Scarlet Nation. Although he didn't have much authority, he was still an official. According to the rules of forced immigration, those who served in the interstellar joint government could submit a waiver application to the Interstellar Immigration Bureau if their family was selected for immigration. As long as some conditions and standards were met, they could legally waive the quota for forced immigration. In Zhou Jing's eyes, the best outcome would be to directly waive the quota. That way, no one would have to leave, and only Zhou Weian had the right to do so. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. However, upon hearing those words, Zhou Weian's expression changed, and he actually lashed out. Nonsense! As a civil servant, I have to be the first to respond to such a matter. How can I go against the immigration policy? But it's your legal right. If you can use it, why don't you use it? You might succeed if you try. That way, I won't have to immigrate and leave. Zhou Jing's tone was somewhat anxious. This concerned his own future, so he could not ignore it. However, before he could finish, Zhou Weian interrupted him with a frown. It's just that in theory, they can waive immigration quotas. I don't need to tell you. You should know that whether or not the application can be approved depends not only on the actual family situation, but also on the rank of the position. Those who have the qualifications to pass the exemption application will not be selected, and those who can get forced immigration won't pass the review. Do you understand the situation here? Zhou Jing understood this logic, but he didn't want to give up. He muttered unwillingly, "But no matter how low the probability is, it's worth a try." Enough! Zhou Weian slammed his hand down on the table, saying solemnly, "Son, you have always been very sensible, so I'll be frank with you. Recently, my department has been undergoing a change in personnel. I've been rejected twice in my promotions. This time, I finally have enough experience on my resume, and I have a good chance to take a step forward. My family has been chosen to take a spot, but I do not take the lead in responding to the immigration policy. What will my leaders and colleagues think of me? I've already waited for so many years, and I can't take the risk now." Zhou Jing was stunned. He looked at his father as if he had just met him for the first time. The interstellar joint government needed to continuously expand, so responding to immigration policies had long been a politically correct move. If a family had an immigrant member, in addition to official immigration benefit subsidies, there would be many unwritten rules to support them. It was no secret that those who had interstellar immigrants in their families, especially public officials, would be given a certain amount of care and compensation. As for finding ways to shirk the responsibility of forcing immigration, although he would not be targeted, some benefits would also pass them by. He finally understood. Zhou Weian was worried that it would affect his official career. His father would rather watch him be forced to migrate than try to use his legal rights to protect his family. If he immigrated himself, then his father's promotion would not only have a chance, it might even become a certainty. Zhou Jing understood his father's hidden meaning, and an indescribable sense of loss welled up in his heart. Perhaps Zhou Wei'an did not think that this was bad luck, but rather a blessing from the heavens. There were 6 children in the family. One of them could migrate to advance their father's career, accepting the gift with a clear conscience. As such, even though he could have submitted his application and tried to prevent his family from separating, Zhou Wei'an was unwilling to do so. That was the real reason. The two of them looked at each other, and the air seemed to freeze as they fell into a tense silence. The mother beside her opened her mouth several times, but she did not know how to interrupt. As if sensing the stiffness of the atmosphere, the 3 younger brothers and sisters gradually calmed down, their curious gazes shifting back and forth between Zhou Jing and their father, Zhou Wei'an. The 5-year-old boy's lips were covered in cake cream. He widened his eyes and looked at Zhou Jing in confusion. "Third brother, did Daddy make you unhappy?" "Eat your cake. I bought it with your pocket money. If you don't want it, I'll eat it." "Dream on! I won't give you a single piece!" The kid hurriedly buried his face in the cake. Zhou Jing rubbed the back of his little brother's head and forced a smile. His younger siblings were still ignorant and did not understand what had happened. Zhou Jing did not intend to explain. It was enough for adults like them to worry about such matters. Zhou Wei'an coughed and broke the silence. "This is a mandatory policy. Even if you don't want to go, the officials will take compulsory measures. Besides, it's not a bad thing for young people to go out and experience some adventure. Don't resist. Anyway, think about it. You haven't found a job yet. As long as you immigrate, the government's welfare will directly assign you a job. It will also save you the trouble of applying to the higher education institutes. Isn't that good? You don't have to worry about your livelihood anymore." Zhou Jing was silent for a while before he said in a low voice, "I know the immigration benefits are good, but I still want to stay. But that's not up to you to decide. You have to migrate. I'm not discussing this with you." Zhou Wei'an rapped his knuckles on the table, his tone sounding a little irritated. "Don't you feel guilty at all?" Zhou Jing couldn't help but ask. Zhou Wei'an's voice increased a notch. "What a joke. What do I have to apologize for? I raised you up, and now you think I owe you? If you don't go, then who will? Your 2 older brothers already have a stable future ahead of them. So do you want your mother to go, or do you want me to go?" "Oh, you mean you want to force me to apply for exemption from the Immigration Bureau? You want me to give up the promotion that I have been waiting for so many years? You want me to give up on my career? Don't be selfish." Zhou Jing looked at his father silently. He didn't know if he should feel sorry for himself or for his father. His mother, Zhao Jing, quickly tried to smooth things over. All right. Your father is just speaking out of anger." Zhou Jing turned around. "Then what do you think?" Sigh. Zhao Jing's fingers were tangled together as she continued. "Son, you have to be more optimistic. At least your father is right. It's not that we want you to migrate, but it's the government's policy. I know that you've always cared the most about the family, and this is the time that we need you, so..." "That's right. Our family needs your help. Brother just treat it as doing me a favor." The second brother couldn't wait to interject. His expression was a little guilty, and his tone was hesitant. "Besides, if you agree to immigrate, maybe my name will be on the scholarship list of the institute. I'm going back to my room." Zhou Jing suddenly stood up and strode back to his room, slamming the door behind him. The family members at the dining table looked at each other, not knowing what to say. After a moment of silence, they began to converse in low voices. "Third brother will agree, right? I don't want to be pulled into immigration, and my scholarship hasn't been settled yet. Do you know how to speak? You spoke so crudely. Aren't you afraid that 30 might misunderstand? But he's the most suitable one. What's wrong with helping me in return?" Third brother has always been the one who cared the most about the family. He just can't accept this blow for now. Give him some time and he will agree. Amidst the intentionally lowered conversation, the daffodil on the table shook slightly, and a withered flower petal fell. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Back in his room, Zhou Jing threw himself onto the bed and looked up at the ceiling in a daze. His mind was a mess. Originally, his plan was to get a degree in a higher education institute so that it would be easier for him to find a job. He did not need a high salary for his job. It would be best if he stayed closer to home. His eldest brother and second brother had separated from the family and went their separate ways. They all went out to live and rarely came back. Meanwhile, his parents were getting older, and his remaining 3 younger brothers and sisters were still underage. The oldest was only 10 years old and still needed to be cared for. One of the grown-up children thus had to stick around to protect the family. Since his 2 elder brothers were unwilling to hamper their futures, he had to take responsibility. Zhou Jing's plans after graduation were to work nearby and take care of his family at the same time. As for his career and future, he would just take it slow. He could wait until his younger siblings reached adulthood before considering any further. After all, he did not have such big ambitions for his career path and felt that he was still young and could afford to wait. He didn't need to be as anxious as his two older brothers. However, the sudden forced migration disrupted his future plans. He had nothing to say about the official policies, but the attitude of his family was really heartwarming. In the interstellar era, due to various reasons, the concept of family had long gradually faded. However, even though the relationship between family members was somewhat indifferent, Zhou Jing had always been careful to protect them. He felt that they were still family in his heart. However, despite him cherishing his family, they didn't seem to reciprocate. Compared to asking him to stay, his father and brothers seemed to want an extra interstellar immigrant to bring them possible career benefits. Or rather, everyone was against being selected as the forced immigrant, so they couldn't wait to make him the scapegoat. They're sacrificing me so that everyone benefits? Zhou Jing stared blankly at the ceiling for a while before turning his head and looking around the room. The edge of the table was missing a corner, and there was a piece of tape wrapped around it. It had been broken when he was 9 years old. The curtains were missing 2 hooks, which he had taken to use as earrings in his middle school and accidentally lost them. That was when he was 12. There were also 7 different Supers League posters around his room. He had been a loyal fan of the League series since he was 13 years old. These posters were the different celebrity players that he liked. And here, and there, Zhou Jing's gaze slowly and carefully swept across every corner of the room, despite it only being 12 square meters wide. He had lived in this room for more than 10 years. There were traces of his own life everywhere. Outside the window was a familiar scenery that he had seen for more than 10 years. The setting sun hung on the horizon, covering the steel forest with a golden coat. The speed-limited hover car leisurely passed through the tall buildings. The signboards of the tall buildings in the distance lit up and began to emit colorful neon lights as if announcing the arrival of nighttime. There were familiar families and friends here, familiar streets and buildings. He had practically spent his youth here. No matter how far away a city was from another city, they were still considered under the same blue sky. As for the distance between the 2 planets, they were so far away that it seemed beyond reach. Interstellar migration was a hit-and-miss thing. Some were willing to leave, and some wanted to stay. Some wanted to abandon their past and pursue the benefits of being a pioneer, while others were unwilling to leave the land where they had lived for a long time, unable to meet their family and friends again. Ever since he was young, Zhou Jing had never thought of the possibility of leaving. He did not want to leave yet. However, no one could help him. He could only rely on himself. As long as you are selected to be forced to migrate, unless there are special circumstances, you must follow the official arrangements to emigrate. Special circumstances, Zhou Jing muttered to himself. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto the Supers League posters. He suddenly sat up, took out his phone, and searched for the policies and support clauses of Supers. His gaze swept across the many complicated policies and finally stopped on one of them. He read it out loud softly. Anyone who meets the definition of super is not within the range of the galactic immigrants. If you randomly draw a quota for the forced immigration, you will be exempted unconditionally. There is no need for approval, and your immediate family will also enjoy this right. Super. If I become a super, I will be exempt from forced immigration. Zhou Jing muttered to himself, his eyes shining. Is there a possibility that I will become a super the moment I wake up tomorrow? If I raise my hands, the sky will collapse. If I stomp my feet, the earth will sink. No matter how big the world is, I can go wherever I want. He couldn't help but daydream for a while. In the end, he stopped his fantasy and gently slapped himself before sighing. There were several ways to become a super: genetic potions, obtaining super knowledge, developing mutations, etc. However, these were not things that an ordinary person like him could come into contact with. Genetic potions were strictly controlled by the government. They could not be found on the shelves, and they were not supported by e-commerce. Ordinary people could not buy them even if they wanted to. The spread of superpower knowledge was also strictly controlled, and civilians could not come into contact with it. As for mutation, he would have to find an environment or experiment that could give him mutations. Then, he would have to ensure a mutation stuck to him if he found it. It was more likely that he would pass on, full of weird things sticking out of him. Under the strict control of the government of the community, the only way for ordinary people to become supers was through self-awakening. However, talent was the biggest barrier between humans. Almost the moment one was born, they would know if they were destined to have the talent of a super. He had not awakened any sort of superpower for so many years, so it was unrealistic to expect him to suddenly awaken it. If he placed his hopes on a matter with such a low probability, it would be no different from placing his hopes on toilet paper falling from the sky when he ran out of it in the toilet. There was a higher chance of him sitting there and waiting for his sh*t to dry up instead. Supers. Zhou Jing stared at the poster with a complicated expression. When he was young, like many children, he had also fantasized about becoming a super. However, as he grew older, he gradually lost his extravagant hopes and accepted the reality that he would be an ordinary person for the rest of his life. If there was anything good about himself, it was that he was self-aware. He knew that he did not have extraordinary intelligence, an outstanding family background, or astonishing perseverance. Although he was quite good-looking, he was not at the point where God would fight to feed him. In short, he was ordinary. In the future, he would have a job that he did not like or hate. He would live a standardized life day after day. Like countless ordinary people, he would serve as a cog that turned the wheel of society. The greatest contribution for such people would be to produce offspring and contribute to the expansion of human civilization. Occasionally, when he was free, he would take a look at the supers in the Supers League. He yearned to witness the rich and colorful lives of these superhumans. However, no matter how much he yearned for it, it was not his world. Ha ha, I should think of another way. Zhou Jing rubbed his temples and sighed. He removed the plan of becoming a super from his mind. Although he felt stifled by his family's attitude, he tried his best not to think about it. He knew that it wouldn't help his current situation. He forced himself to pull himself together and find a way to resolve the dilemma of forced migration. However, one solution after another appeared, but he rejected them one by one. If it were so easy to get rid of the forced migration, it would not be called forced. The interstellar joint government was determined to ensure that there were enough immigrants for every interplanetary expansion. The more he tried to think of a solution, the more Zhou Jing felt that there was nothing he could do. The sudden loss of control of his future made him feel lost and befuddled. Unknowingly, the sun had set, and the night sky hung in the sky. There was no knock on his door throughout this entire time. He tossed and turned in bed, thinking about where he should go. He didn't know when his sleepiness had crept up, but his eyelids gradually grew heavy, and his thoughts sank into a muddled state. Time seemed to stretch into thin threads as all kinds of hazy emotions flashed past incessantly. A nostalgic childhood, a future that left its trajectory, a long-buried fantasy, a life destined to be mediocre, a reality that was difficult to escape from. All of this floated up and down in his mind, turning into an indescribable dream. It was as if the scale of time had turned into a picture. The past and the future were spread out before his eyes, as if he was standing in a higher dimension, silently overlooking his mediocre life. And here in a daze, half asleep, a sudden clap of thunder exploded in his mind. Boom! Zhou Jing's body shuddered violently, and his sleepiness instantly dissipated. He opened his eyes subconsciously. At this moment, the view in front of him had changed. In front of him was no longer the familiar room. In its place was a universe dotted with stars, surrounded by a slowly rotating nebula. The stars surrounded each other, shining brightly. He felt as though he was in the middle of a galaxy. What was going on? Did something happen when I was asleep? Zhou Jing's head was buzzing, and he was confused. Suddenly, wisps of starlight condensed in front of him and formed a huge fluorescent panel. There were words on it like a waterfall. At this moment, a large amount of information surged into his mind. Detected an astral disturbance phenomenon. Calibrating coordinates. Discovered a new astral realm. Calculating gravitational strength and confluence state. Calculations complete. Current status. Available for placement. Creating astral realm link port. Connecting to the astral time stream. Connection complete. Astral realm file recorded. Current number of recorded realms. 1. Current realms available for connection. Unnamed number 001. The map is being loaded. Loading complete. Creating a new astral apostle position. Interface generated. Current interface trait profile. Name Will Wood, changeable. Race appearance Terran, changeable. Identity, Anile. Personality, doubtful and cautious. Style, conservative. Alignment, lawful, righteous. Pursuit, power, honor. Synchronized difficulty rating, easy. Life objective, become a mutant beast hunter, mutant blood warrior. Compile the Mutant Beast Encyclopedia. Apostle permanent standard, 0/80ths. Click to view more details. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Current interface ability profile. Attributes, Physical Fitness 3, Level 1, Resistance 5, Level 1, Perception 7, Level 1, Spirit 4, Level 1, Energy 0, Level 0. Aptitude, Survival, Green, Vitality, Light Green, Horsemanship, White, Spearmanship, White, expand detailed list. Talent, Agility, increases perception slightly. Free attribute points. 4. Supernatural Power System, spare slot X1. Skill, none. Support function, locked. Rarity rating, commoner. Full interface free reset count, 0. Selective parameters, reset count, 2. Do you want to adjust the current Astral Apostle interface? Yes, no. What sort of nonsense is this? A huge fluorescent panel floated quietly in front of him. Zhou Jing was attracted to it, and his face was full of surprise as he read it. The panel was light blue in color, and there seemed to be tiny lines that looked like electronic circuits on it. However, a closer look showed that there was nothing there. Zhou Jing suddenly felt a strong sense of déjà vu. Why does this thing look so much like the game interface of various immersive virtual games on the market? Did I accidentally turn on a virtual game? But I didn't wear a game helmet before I fell asleep, and this doesn't feel like I entered a virtual game. Could I really be dreaming? Zhou Jing stared at the LED panel in front of him, perplexed. Buzz! At this moment, a large amount of information suddenly surged into his mind, almost causing his thoughts to freeze. After digesting the information for more than 10 minutes, Zhou Jing finally sorted out the contents of the message and understood the current situation and what the interface in front of him was for. This thing has the ability to travel between planes? Zhou Jing widened his eyes in disbelief. Only then did he confirm that he seemed to have encountered some unimaginable situation. This interface seemed to be able to allow him to enter different planes. To be precise, in the information he received, the planes were called astral realms. He did not enter with his real body. Instead, he had to create different astral apostles. He had to project his consciousness into them and make the astral apostle his mortal shell and carrier. The astral apostle had an independent body and was not related to the main body. Even if it died, it would not affect the main body. If an astral apostle died, the interface would create a new astral apostle interface. However, the cooldown period was uncertain. As for being an astral apostle, he could collect 2 special resources whenever he traversed the astral realms. The upper right corner of the interface showed the details. Astral realm points, 0. Explanation. Whenever the astral apostle participates in events and activities in the astral realm, it will induce automatic adsorption of the free realm energies. After undergoing a special processing method, it will be converted into the resource of astral realm points. Information state particles. 0. Explanation. This resource will be generated when the actions of the astral apostle in the current astral realm has a certain degree of influence, including, but not limited to, completing the current life model's goals, obtaining specific achievements, having a certain impact on the evolution of the current world, etc. These 2 resources had many functions. From the information he received, he understood that the astral realm points, or astral points for short, were the universal currency, and most functions consumed the astral points. As for information state particles, they were even rarer special currencies. They could only be obtained when certain special functions were triggered. The interface for astral apostles was divided into 2 sections, trait profile and ability profile. The former was the personality of this template. When he used an astral apostle to travel in another plane, the more his actions matched the characteristics of this template, the more he could increase the synchronization rate of the carrier. It seemed like this would increase his efficiency in obtaining astral points and information state particles. The ability profile reflected the attributes and abilities of this apostle. As it was not related to the main body, the astral apostle's ability belonged to the host and would not be given to the main body. Only knowledge and memories would not be restricted. When he controlled the astral apostle to clear, the world would then undergo a qualitative change, allowing the training results of the astral apostle to be selectively transferred to the main body. The clear was only based on Zhou Jing's own understanding. The current template displayed Apostle Permanent Standard 080. This corresponded to how much information state particles he was able to obtain through this apostle. This meant that every apostle had to accumulate 80 information state particles before this character could be considered permanent. Only then could he convert his abilities to his main body and clear the area. Completing the life goal of an apostle in the astral world was the most important way to clear the level. If an ordinary astral apostle were to die, he would need to create a new template. However, if an astral apostle who had cleared the area died, their condition and accumulation before death would be completely preserved. He could still use this body to re-enter the astral realm. This was the meaning behind the word permanence. So, if the astral apostle obtains extraordinary powers and clears the area, I can inherit the astral apostle's powers. Zhou Jing roughly understood the function of the interface, and his eyes instantly lit up, his heart thumping. Is this real life? Which deity answered my calls? Isn't this my dream of becoming a super? He had seen many strange abilities in the Super League programs, spitting fire, spitting water, playing with snakes, but he had never heard of anyone with the ability to travel between realms. Therefore, Zhou Jing was not sure whether his astral realm interface was his own awakening ability or some other unknown phenomenon. But no matter what background or cause this panel had, it seemed to be an opportunity for him to choose another life. No matter how deep the water was, he had to grasp it. He kept thinking about it. He did not think that a mighty force that could allow a person to travel between realms was a plot against him. There was no need to take such convoluted measures to attack his powerless self. There's no point worrying. Zhou Jing took a deep breath. At that moment, he felt as though he was looking at his own life. Right now, there was a fork in the road that led to a mysterious and unknown direction. The supers that he wanted to become. The forced migration that he wanted to get rid of. The path was within this new direction. There could be risks, but Zhou Jing understood that despite the astral realm interface, it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. No matter what, I have to try first. Zhou Jing made up his mind. He felt around for the control method of the interface and found that it was controlled by his consciousness. He immediately chose yes on the interface. The next moment, the interface changed. This astral apostle's trait and ability profiles are lined up on both sides, with most of the parameters showing a adjustable sign. In the middle of the two profiles was a 3D holographic projection of the apostle's appearance. He appeared to be a tall male with deep eye sockets and a high nose bridge. Although the race column indicated that he was from the Terra race and not a human race that Zhou Jing belonged to, his appearance and temperament were not much different from the humans of the interstellar society. Besides the projection, there were also parameters such as height and weight, indicating that they could be adjusted. It really looks like a virtual game interface. Zhou Jing's eyes lit up and he was suddenly tempted. According to his previous gaming habits, he would feel uncomfortable if he did not look like an ancient god. But I can't mess around now. Control your own urges. He composed himself and felt around. He realized that only his name and appearance could be changed at will. The other parameters all showed the same hint. Current astral points are insufficient, unable to adjust the model's parameters. As he read the message, Zhou Jing started to ponder. It seems that before the astral apostle is born, most of the parameters of the template can be adjusted, regardless of personality or ability. It's just like molding a person. There is a lot of room for adjustments, but most of it requires the consumption of astral points. I don't have these points now, so I can't adjust anything. It seems like he could mold his character freely, but because he didn't have enough astral points, he can only use the free functions, the allocation of free attribute points, and a free reset opportunity for the template. There were two ways to reset a template. One was to reset the entire template, overturn all parameters, and redo randomization. The other was to specify a change in a single parameter of the template. According to the information on the interface, whenever a new astral apostle was born, there would be a certain number of free resetting opportunities. If they wanted to continue resetting after using them, they would have to use up their astral points. At this moment, the interface showed that there were only 2 free resets for designated parameters. It seems that the section of supernatural powers cannot be reset. Zhou Jing thought for a moment and decided to focus on experimentation. He would use it once on his attributes parameter and once on aptitude. Current template properties are being reset. Reset complete. Here are the new parameters. Physical fitness 3, 5, resistance 5, 4, perception 7, 8, spirit 4, 5, energy 0, 0. Current template properties are being reset. Reset complete. Here are the new parameters. Vitality, light green. Green, survival, green, light green. Other results remain unchanged. Fitness, resistance, perception, spirit, and energy. These 5 attributes display the basic qualities of a person in all aspects. These 5 attributes were generalized with finer details in them. For example, the physical attributes shown represent one's physical fitness. One's strength, dexterity, endurance, coordination, flexibility, and so on were all included. However, 2 sets of similar physical attributes might specialize in totally different directions. Aptitude meant the astral apostle's learning speed, bottleneck, innovation ability, and the limit of the level that could be reached in this field. In the template, aptitude was determined by color. From low to high, they were gray, white, green, blue, purple, and so on. In the same color level, there were differences in depth. The deeper the color, the better the aptitude. For example, green was a minor grade higher than light green. There are only free points left. Zhou Jing turned his attention over. Free points could be allocated to attributes and could also be used to increase the effects of aptitude and talent. He thought for a moment and simply threw all 4 free points into his physical strength. He did not know what the exact situation of performing an astral travel was. The benefits of focusing on one attribute should be higher. In this case, strength had the widest range of applications. In most situations, one's body and fists were the biggest assets. Free points allocated. Physical fitness 5, 9. 9 points in fitness. He did not know what level it represented, nor did he have anything to reference towards. However, according to the initial number of the other attributes, the value was almost doubled. With this as a gauge, he didn't think it would be too bad. That's about it. There shouldn't be much left to maneuver. Zhou Jing thought about it and decided not to change the name of Will Wood. Finally, he changed the appearance of this apostle. He deliberately added a tiny bird-shaped tattoo on the inside of his forearm to end the molding. Astral Apostle model adjustment complete. Entering the preparation stage. Current projected astral realm, unnamed number 001. Astral time flow, 4.2, 131. 7. Duration of astral travel, 6 hours, default. Map overview mode activated. Notice. The map overview mode only includes known areas, including but not limited to areas explored by the apostle personally, or related maps that have been read, etc. Unlisted areas cannot be displayed. As the information flooded the screen, the character interface shrunk and disappeared, replaced by a black interface. Nothing could be seen. This was the current map of the astral realm he was headed to. I haven't explored this astral world, so the entire map is black? Zhou Jing understood. The interface did not stop. A new message appeared. Please select the delivery mode, random area delivery, specified area delivery. Notice, because there are currently no known regions in the astral realm, only random area delivery is available. Do you want to proceed with the delivery? At this point, it's time to officially travel. Zhou Jing took a deep breath. He felt somewhat nervous and expectant. He still did not know what exactly was going on. Was this really an illusion? Although he had received the basic abilities of the interface just now, he still did not know much. He could only understand it after experiencing it personally. Now was the time to test out the exact effect. Yes! Whoosh! It was like a thunderclap. In the next moment, the space beneath the starry sky suddenly split open, turning into a crack that was overflowing with colorful lights. It was as if the starry sky had opened its mouth and an unparalleled suction force was coming from it. Before Zhou Jing could react, he lost his balance and fell into the crack. He tumbled in the air as if he had been thrown into a washing machine. The crevice was filled with colorful colors, but under the terrifying speed of falling, all the colors were pulled into lines of light in his vision. It was as if this place had turned into a colorful channel of flowing light. Falling. It was as if he was falling endlessly, and in his spinning vision, he saw the end of the rift with great difficulty. It was a dark, green forest from his position high up in the sky. As it continued to fall, the scene rapidly expanded in his vision. At dawn, the cold morning wind swept across the forest. The air seemed filled with a light blue fog. The thick, dense canopy of the trees, wreathed in darkness, rustled as if the forest was slowly waking up. In the sparsely populated forest, a piece of rotten wood that had been dead for an unknown time was lying on a thick layer of decaying matter, and it was almost completely decayed. Amidst the silence, a faint light spot appeared and landed on the rotten wood. The rotten wood suddenly turned into ashes silently, but the dust did not scatter with the wind. Instead, it gathered towards the light and gradually transformed into a human figure. At first, it was just the outline of a human form made of ash. But soon, the mass of ash solidified, gradually taking on the color of skin. The features, hair quickly emerged, and he finally transformed into a man with sunken eyes and a high nose bridge. He had a bird-shaped tattoo on his arm, and he was dressed in a rough shirt and pants, looking like a tramp. While in a daze, Zhou Jing's consciousness had already landed on this body. He staggered forward, almost losing his balance and plunging headfirst into the decaying matter. He quickly held onto a nearby tree and swallowed a mouthful of saliva, unable to conceal the shock in his eyes. Is this a material restructuring? Zhou Jing's consciousness remained clear. While he was traveling, he saw the astral apostle's birth process. It was as if a piece of rotten wood had been broken down into a human body. As he stared at the tattoo on his arm, Zhou Jing's expression changed. He suddenly bit the inner wall of his mouth ruthlessly and hissed in pain. He could taste the iron of his blood. Looks like I'm still made of flesh and blood, not wood. Zhou Jing smacked his lips, his mouth full of the tang of iron. For something as complicated as material restructuring. Fine, he didn't understand, but he was still shocked. Looks like this body is the astral apostle I created. It's a carrier for me to travel in this world. Suppressing the surprise in his heart, Zhou Jing took a deep breath. Cold air instantly filled his lungs and all his senses felt very alive. Controlling the astral apostle's body was no different from controlling his own body. It could not be said that there was no difference. This astral apostle's senses were sharper, and he felt an unprecedented sense of power. It was as if he had endless strength. It's probably because agility, talent, and 9 points of physical fitness. How powerful. Not only did Zhou Jing move his hands and feet without any sluggishness, but he could also even feel and move some muscles that he had never trained before. He rippled his chest muscles a few times, something he had never possessed before. Then, belatedly, he remembered the existence of the interface and tried to call out in his consciousness. Buzz! The panel appeared, fixed in a certain area of his vision, as if engraved on his retina. He turned his head, and the translucent panel followed suit. Even when it came into contact with the trees, it would phase through as if it were a virtual projection. It's kind of like augmented virtual reality. I doubt others can see the screen floating around in front of me, right? Zhou Jing blinked and tried to operate it further. The panel then disappeared in his retina and appeared in his mind. This feels better. I don't want others to see me doing something in the air. Zhou Jing heaved a sigh of relief. After descending to the astral realm using an apostle, he realized that the interface panel had changed. The previous character adjustment, input, and map interfaces were all grayed out. Now he could only display all the information about the astral apostle, Will Wood. Compared to the original profile, there were 2 new sections available. Estimated time of stay, 5-7 days. Current synchronization rate, 10%. The synchronization rate starts at 10%, not 0? Zhou Jing took another look at Will Wood's specialty profile. His personality was paranoid, cautious, and conservative. His alignment was lawful and righteous, and he pursued power and honor. As long as his actions matched these characteristics, and he tried his best to act as Will Wood, his synchronization rate would increase. It seemed that he would have to temporarily treat these traits as his standard of action. His real personality wasn't like this, so acting and seeing this as a different person felt quite special. He was just not sure if he could do it. Zhou Jing carefully observed his surroundings. Every tree in the vicinity was about 20 meters tall and had lush leaves. Only weak rays of sunlight could penetrate through, making the forest appear dim. The ground was covered with grass, and the terrain was sloped gently. He didn't think that he was in a continuous mountain range. Looking out other than the forest, there were no other landmarks where he could take reference from. Zhou Jing suddenly realized a big problem. Where am I? He knew nothing about his current location, and did not know which way to go. The interface indicated that he would have to stay for 5 to 7 days. Who knew if he would be able to walk out of this forest? He didn't even know if he could survive in the forest. The astral apostles had the same physical needs as the main body. They also had to eat and rest to survive. A gust of cold wind blew, freezing Zhou Jing to the bone. He shivered slightly. According to the current situation, the option of freezing to death had an overwhelming advantage over death by hunger and death by thirst. The most important thing is to find some kind of civilization first. Speaking of which, this astral apostle race is shown to be from the Terra race. There should be people living in this world. The problem is that I don't understand the language here. How can I communicate with them? Zhou Jing was thinking about this when he suddenly noticed a light dot flickering at the bottom right corner of the interface. He focused his consciousness there, and a few messages popped up from the bottom right corner. Triggered achievement. First astral travel. You have received 300 astral points. Triggered achievement. Newcomer. You have received 100 astral points. Obtained 1 X auxiliary tool, Rapid Language Analysis, Skill Edition. Auxiliary tool, Rapid Language Analysis, Skill Edition. Function, quickly analyze a language. Usage method. When you learn a language through a book or communicate with a target, you can consume this tool to quickly analyze the related language and transform it into a skill for daily use. Zhou Jing's eyes lit up. He learned from the interface information that when astral apostles roamed the realm, certain actions might trigger achievements and gain benefits. They were astral realm points most of the time, but occasionally they would receive different types of achievement rewards. There were conditions for completing these two achievements. First astral travel symbolized the first time one transmigrated to a plane, and it was a unique achievement. As for the newcomer achievement, it was something that would be triggered every time one entered a new star realm, an achievement that could be repeated. The achievements were divided into unique and repeatable types. He could open his achievement list within the interface and check the requirements for many achievements to be completed. At the same time, there were also some hidden achievements that could not be directly checked. Add to meet the requirements for them to be triggered. As for the different types of achievement rewards outside the astral points, they could not take effect immediately. Instead, they could be stored in the achievement warehouse, waiting to be used. Looks like the interface doesn't solve all communication problems directly. Fortunately, there's this achievement reward. Speaking of which, this achievement can be triggered once in every new realm. So there should be a sort of benefit to solve the communication problem for every realm? Zhou Jing started to connect the dots. He had been worried that if there was a language barrier, others would not be able to understand him. Now, he was relieved. He was unfamiliar with this place and had no information about the astral world. He needed to find someone to understand his situation. Zhou Jing composed himself and searched around on the ground. Finally, he found a withered branch that he could use as a walking stick and chose a direction before carefully advancing. Having been a city dweller his entire life, he did not have any experience in surviving in the wilderness, so he was not confident. He could only trust himself and rely on a little luck at this point. Fortunately, this body had 9 points in physical fitness. Not only was it very strong, but it was also full of stamina. If he ever encountered danger, it would be easier to respond compared to his original body. I'm just an ordinary interstellar society civilian, to be suddenly dragged into a forest and expected to survive. Although the death of an apostle from the astral realm will not affect my main body, to be safe, I should try my best to stay alive before I return. Zhou Jing rubbed his arms forcefully, as if it could wash away the bone-chilling cold. After walking for about 3 to 4 hours, the temperature in the forest gradually returned to normal. It was not as cold as it was at dawn. Zhou Jing had been trekking through the forest for a long time. His nose was red from the cold, and white mist kept coming out of his breath. Fortunately, I have a set of clothes with me. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have frozen. The style of the clothes he carried with him was very simple. There was only a single piece of clothing, and the fabric was very rough. After traveling for half a day, there were red marks on his shoulders and neck. It was itchy and prickly, but when the cold wind blew, it felt extremely refreshing. He lived in the interstellar era. Although he did not lead a comfortable life, he used modern industrial products. He never expected to wear a single piece of clothing to survive in the wilderness. He had never suffered like this. Zhou Jing gritted his teeth and endured it. He tried not to think about the modern comfort, instead trying his best to adapt. He had already been mentally prepared before entering, so he couldn't think about retreating now. He was already here, so he had to finish what he started. As he walked and stopped, Zhou Jing tried to find traces of people in the wilderness. He had never learned how to read tracks in the wilderness, so he could only judge based on his intuition. However, his agility talent seemed to be working, and he could occasionally notice some otherwise undetectable traces. However, these discoveries made him tense up. There were old claw marks on some of the trees. Clearly, there were unknown beasts in this forest. He was in a more dangerous situation right now. However, what surprised him was that his body's physical condition was even better than he had expected. After walking for 3 to 4 hours, he was only slightly tired and still maintained sufficient physical strength. Furthermore, after staying in the cold environment for so long, his joints were only slightly stiff and were already very resistant to the cold. He turned around a large tree, and Zhou Jing suddenly stopped in his tracks. His gaze was fixed on the ground not far away. Surprisingly, there were a few human footprints that extended all the way out. Finally, traces of people! Zhou Jing was delighted at first, but soon calmed down. He did not know if the owners of these footprints were good-natured or had malicious intentions. It was just that only people were able to communicate in the wild forest. Thus, he had to make contact with them to find out more about the situation. Otherwise, it would be difficult to leave the forest without any knowledge. This was the first time Zhou Jing had experienced such a thing, but he had weighed the pros and cons along the way. The biological life forms he could encounter in the forest were either wild beasts or people. The latter was ultimately easier to communicate with than the former. He secretly raised his guard and followed the footprints carefully. He was extremely tense as he paid attention to his surroundings, ready to deal with any possible accidents. After walking for about half an hour, there was a sharp sound of rushing wind. Zhou Jing reacted quickly and hid behind the nearest tree. Thud! An arrow pierced the ground a few steps ahead where he previously stood. At the same time, a man's shout suddenly sounded from the forest ahead. Percent asterisk hash percent. As expected, he did not understand a single word. Zhou Jing gripped the dried branch tightly and peeked out from behind the tree. He saw 5 figures coming out from behind a tree. All of them were holding bows and arrows, aiming at the tree he was hiding in. These people were of all sorts of sizes, tall, short, fat, and thin, but dressed in almost the same. They wore shawls and hoods on their heads, and they wore thick cloth clothes with simple leather armor on the outside. There was a quiver on their backs, and they held longbows in their hands. Their leather belts were tied at their waists, and they carried hunting knives and daggers. On their feet were long boots, and they looked like either rangers or hunters. This style and weaponry, am I Middle Ages era? Or is this another world in a similar stage of development? Zhao Jing's heart stirred. From the clothing style of these people, he thought of a certain period of history recorded in the history books of the Mother Planet era. Still, his expression did not change at all despite his realization. At the same time, the interface flashed and a new message popped up. Unknown language discovered. Are you willing to consume 50 astral realm points to activate the auxiliary tool, Rapid Language Analysis, temporary? Rapid Language Analysis, temporary. After consuming, when someone uses this language to communicate with you, you will understand the meaning of the other party's words. What you want to express will automatically be translated into this language when you speak to them. Note, but it does not mean that you have mastered this language. Remark, it is only applicable to one language. If you encounter a new unknown language, you will need to activate the auxiliary tool again. 50 astral points will be consumed each time. Remark, temporary assistance provided cannot be mastered as skills and cannot be passed on. After switching to a new astral apostle, the language needs to be relearned. Without the skill version to analyze languages, I can only spend points to activate the temporary communication function. If I continuously utilize this, it would be a waste. There's no need for that. I'll use the previous achievement reward first. Zhou Jing understood. Without hesitation, he opened the achievement warehouse in his mind and used the special achievement reward he had received before. Discovered an unknown language. Utilizing auxiliary tool, Rapid Language Analysis, Skill Edition. You have received the Skill Terra Empire Language Northern Dialect. Current mastery level, LV2, Proficient. The name of this skill can be chosen. Do you want to change it? No need. Zhou Jing rejected the prompt. When the 5 hunters saw that Zhou Jing didn't answer, the tall and sturdy hunter who seemed to be the leader opened his mouth to ask again. This time, Zhou Jing understood every single word. Who are you? Zhou Jing did not feel any language knowledge surfacing in his mind. Instead, he braced himself and opened his mouth, only to discover that he instinctively spoke a language he had never learned before, fluently and naturally. I'm just someone who has lost my way. Lost? The burly hunter frowned and shouted, Come out from behind the tree! Zhou Jing opened his arms, indicating that he was unarmed. He walked out from behind the tree and stood 1 meter away. The burly hunter sized up Zhou Jing from head to toe. Seeing that he was dressed like a tramp, he couldn't help but reveal a puzzled expression. Why are you here? What are you doing? I got lost in the forest and finally saw the footprints, so I followed them. Who are you people? Zhou Jing carefully probed. When he was trekking, he had already guessed a few possibilities of encountering something and had thought about how others would interrogate him. He had no understanding of this world, so he definitely wouldn't be able to fabricate any origins. It would be easy for him to give himself away if he spoke nonsense, so he simply said that he was lost and tried to seek help. Hearing this, a tall and thin hunter next to him said with a cautious tone, If your eyes are fine, you should be able to tell that we are hunters. Zhou Jing narrowed his eyes. Without waiting for the other party to continue interrogating him, he quickly took over the conversation and softened his tone. I'm just confirming, kind hunters, I'm lost in this forest. I hope to find someone to take me away. Can you be kind and bring me along? We're not interested. You'd better leave now, the tall and thin hunter said bluntly. Zhou Jing gritted his teeth but did not retreat. Instead, he took another step forward. Look at me. I'm wearing such thin clothes. I don't have anything to eat or drink. I have no other choice but to seek your help. Everyone has times when they are in trouble. It's not easy for us to meet in the wilderness and support each other. kindness will be rewarded. On the way there, he made up his mind that if the other party did not attack him without a word and showed that they could negotiate, he would follow them relentlessly. There was nothing he could do about it. It wasn't easy for him to catch a group of people he could communicate with. He couldn't let them slip away just like that. In his main world, Zhou Jing would not do such a thing. He was a little antisocial and an introvert. Rarely would he take the initiative to get to know strangers. However, in his current situation, it seemed that he could not continue being thin-skinned. He had to make a change. He decided to grit his teeth and overcome the discomfort in his heart and throw away all semblance of shame. Speaking of which, he had come to another world with a different appearance. No one recognized him. So naturally, it was as though he no longer had any physical or mental limits and burdens to speak of. Upon hearing this, the leader of the burly hunters hesitated for a moment before putting down his bow and arrows. Upon seeing this, the tall and thin hunter from before couldn't help but remind his companions, "Hey, this person is too suspicious. Who would run into the black-clothed forest wearing only a shirt? It's risky to let him follow us. Chase him away." The burly hunter shook his head and said, "I think he might really be in trouble. It will take 2 to 3 days to walk out of the forest from here. If we chase him away, he's as good as dead. We can't just leave him in the lurch, right?" Another hunter, a lanky man, snapped at the burly hunter in an anxious tone. "Put away your overflowing kindness. Don't forget that we don't have that much time to waste here." The burly hunter turned to look at the lanky hunter and was about to reply when his expression suddenly changed. "It's here!" Suddenly, a dense rustling sound came from the grass not far away. It was as if a group of creatures was moving through the grass and rapidly approaching. Shwa shwa shwa. More than 10 black and gray-colored beasts suddenly sprang out from the grass. They were all quadrupled and closely resembled the wolves and dogs in his world. They were as tall as a human's knee, and their fur was sparse. Their bodies rippled with muscles, and they had sharp and disorderly fangs, making them look strange. Sticky saliva constantly dripped out from their open mouths, adding to their ferocity. "Retreat! Lure them into a trap!" A few hunters whistled and immediately fled in another direction, trying to attract the beasts. The burly hunter wanted to follow him, but when he saw Zhou Jing's figure, he gritted his teeth and made a turn in his escape route, heading straight for Zhou Jing and grabbing his arm. "Run with me!" The burly hunter grabbed Zhou Jing's arm and pulled him along. He did not forget to bring this lost fellow along. If he left this fellow who had suddenly popped out here, then his plan to attract the wild beast to the trap would fail, and he would also cause the death of this stranger. Although bringing along a burden would slow him down and he would end up at the back of the team, it was hard for him to not help. However, after running a few steps, the burly hunter realized that something was wrong. Zhou Jing, who was originally being dragged by him, actually jumped in front of him in 2 or 3 steps, running faster than him. Not only that, this fellow even grabbed his arm and dragged him to the front of the team under the dumbfounded gazes of the other hunters. A rider pulls away in the dust, letting others eat the exhaust. The scenery in his line of sight rapidly receded. The burly hunter was a little dumbfounded. What just happened? Wasn't I the one who pulled him away? Why is he running faster than me now? Zhou Jing was running as fast as he could. His 9 points of physical fitness were fully displayed, and he was as fast as lightning. He even had the capacity to turn his head to take a look, urging the hunter. "Don't just stand there. Which direction is your trap in? Lead the way." The tall and sturdy hunter subconsciously pointed in a certain direction. He felt a strong force on his arm as he was directly dragged by Zhou Jing. He hurriedly stumbled after him, almost falling to the ground, his face full of astonishment. "This person is too strong. Is he a mutant warrior like the captain? Over there! Slow down! Slow down! We've gone too far! Quick, turn down the hill in front!" Zhou Jing dragged the burly hunter and ran to the front of the team. He became the guide instead. The other 4 hunters followed closely behind, followed by a dozen wolfhounds. As he ran, the cold wind hit his face like a knife. His center of gravity kept rising and falling, but his vision remained relatively stable. His legs turned as if flying as he strode over the decaying soil. He could feel his feet sinking into the soil. Every time he stepped on the ground, the muscles in his legs would tighten and pump with astonishing strength, giving his body a strong and stable reaction force. He moved through the forest like a gale, sweeping up layers of fallen leaves. It was only when he started running at full speed did he realize how fast he was running. Wow, 9 physical fitness is already so strong. If I were to return to ancient times with this physique, I would definitely be a fierce general. Zhou Jing thought idly to himself as he blindly charged forward. As soon as he ran into an open forest with sparse grass, he heard the twang of a bowstring suddenly ring from the dense canopy above him. So! A few arrows shot out from the treetops. With a few consecutive sounds, several of the beasts were pinned to the ground. Crash! Zhou Jing and the others had just run to a place with a large net of vines covered by leaves. Those vines rose up, wrapping around 6 to 7 wild beasts and leaving them dangling in the forest. More than half of the beasts were gone, and the remaining few escaped. Fight back! A few hunters stopped in their tracks and released their arrows. The burly hunter also broke free from Zhou Jing's hand, took off the longbow on his back, and turned around to shoot. The arrows were continuous, but trees were blocking them. The 5 of them and their companions who were hiding in the treetops only shot 3 of the beasts to death. The last beast ran around the tree and used the trees as cover. It was about to escape from the range of the arrows. At this moment, the sound of rushing wind could be heard. Whoosh! With a flash of cold light, 2 axes flew past Zhou Jing's side and headed straight for the wild beast, drawing 2 spiraling cold lights in his peripheral vision. Halfway through, the axes collided in the air and sparks exploded. With a crisp clang, the trajectory of the 2 axes changed at the same time. The first one was deeply embedded into the other tree trunk, while the second one deviated out of its original trajectory. Coincidentally, it bypassed the cover of the tree trunk and hit the area behind the tree. A miserable howl came from behind the tree. The last of the beasts stumbled out and flopped to the ground, kicking wildly on all 4s. The axe was embedded deep in its neck. Zhou Jing's eyes sharpened. If it was a dart, he could still have accepted this outcome. But he was amazed that an axe with an unbalanced center of gravity could be used like this. At this moment, another 4 hunters jumped down from the treetop. They were dressed similarly to the previous 5. The moment they landed, they drew their daggers from their waists and stabbed the beasts on the ground. Zhou Jing turned around to look in the direction where the hand axes were thrown and saw a man walking out from behind a tree. His attire was clearly different from the other 9 hunters. It was a tall and strong bald man. There were a few fine scars on his face, and the lower half of his face was buried in a thick, reddish-brown beard. He looked rough. Dressed in a dark green beast hide robe, the hem hung down to his knees, and he wore a black beastman's mane shawl on his upper body. A few straps were tied around his leather shoulder pauldrons with animal stripes on both sides, while his waist was tied up with an armed leather belt. There were 4 buckles on the leather belt, and 2 of them were empty at the moment. The rest were equipped with hand axes, and his hands were covered with gray metallic bracers. The most eye-catching part was that the bald man was carrying a long, single-edged axe. The silver-gray surface of the axe was so huge that it was almost like a door. It looked very heavy. In addition, there seemed to be a few lines of inscriptions on the surface of the axe. The bald man noticed Zhou Jing's unfamiliar face and asked, "Who is this?" When the burly hunter heard that, he hurriedly leaned over and explained to the bald man. "Captain Barong, he's someone lost whom we bumped into in the forest. He wants us to take him out of the forest. His name is... What's your name again?" "Will Wood." Zhou Jing spoke simply. The default name of the astral apostle should at least fit the naming format of this world. He had thought it through on the way here. If anyone asked, he would use this name. As soon as he finished speaking, his interface jumped. 5% synchronization rate. Current synchronization rate, 15%. Zhou Jing's eyes flickered. Just using the name of his carrier in the realm increased the synchronization rate. He would remember it. Upon hearing this, Barong's expression became slightly solemn. "Wood? Never heard of it. But since you have a surname, it seems that you're a blood relative of some tribe." "What the heck, blood relatives of a tribe? So not everyone had a surname?" Zhou Jing was startled. He didn't know much about the current world. Afraid that he would be questioned further, he quickly asked, "Then who are you?" Barong didn't try to hide anything. He directly told him where they came from. "My name is Barong, a mutant beast hunter from Frostwood Village. I'm also the leader of this hunter team. They're all hunters from the village." Zhou Jing's heart stirred. Mutant beast hunter? That was one of the life goals mentioned in the current template. At this moment, the burly hunter beside him interjected with a passionate tone. "I'm Griff. You ran so fast just now I felt like I was about to fly. Your body is amazing. Are you a mutant blood warrior?" "I'm not." Zhou Jing shook his head cautiously, not daring to agree casually. "Mutant blood warrior? That was also a term mentioned in the life goal of my current model. Judging from this person's reaction, it might be some kind of supernatural power or occupation for people with strong bodies." He secretly analyzed. Griff seemed surprised. "Really? I don't believe it. If you're not a mutant blood warrior, then your body is too good, right? But you don't look that strong." "That's enough. I can tell that he is not a mutant blood warrior. Barong interrupted Griff. Then he turned to Zhou Jing and asked, "You want us to take you out of the forest?" "Ah, yes, I am lost. Without supplies, I cannot survive in the forest alone. I hope to receive help from some kind people." Seeing that the other party was easy to talk to, Zhou Jing repeated his excuse. While the three of them were conversing, the other hunters had finished cleaning up the stragglers and moved over to join in the conversation. Upon hearing Zhou Jing's request, the lanky hunter who had previously objected shook his head repeatedly. "I still think this person is suspicious. It's risky to let him tag along. I've never heard of the surname Wood. Who knows if he's just making it up and pretending to be a blood relative of the tribe?" Griff retorted, "Dean, you're thinking too much. Is he a subterranean? Is he a mutant beast? He's Terran, our kind. In this black-clothed forest, what can be more trustworthy than our kind?" The lanky hunter, Dean, countered, "We're going into the forest to hunt the mutant beasts that threaten the village. If we bring an unknown person along, we'll all be in danger. He could act rashly during a crucial moment of the hunt." A few hunters immediately nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Of course, a beast hunter would lose his life if he wasn't careful, so it was fine to reduce any factors of instability. Griff shot back, "Then we might as well escort him out first. Either that, or we'll send 1 or 2 men to take him out of the forest. Don't tell me you forgot about the subterranean lair nearby? If we move alone, what will we do if we coincidentally encounter those subterranean looters? And we have locked onto the whereabouts of that mutant beast. If we give up halfway, what if the strange beast runs out and injures the villagers? So you're saying you're going to leave him in the lurch?" Griff put his hands on his hips. Dean cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Jing. "He's not from the village. We don't have the responsibility to protect him. Give him some food and water, and point out a path for him to leave. That's enough. Whether he lives or dies depends on his luck." Black-clothed forest, subterraneans. Zhou Jing, who was listening by the side, did not interrupt. Instead, he only pretended to be anxious while secretly memorizing the information that the two people revealed in their argument. Barong listened for a while before he interrupted the argument in an impatient tone. "Stop arguing! I'm the captain! It's my call!" The two of them immediately shut their mouths. Clearly, Barong's prestige in the team was extremely high. Baron looked at Zhou Jing carefully as he scratched his bald head. After a while, he simply waved his large hand casually. "Then let's bring him along. From his looks, he's probably really in trouble. Besides, he's just an ordinary person. Just watch him carefully. If he has other intentions, I'll handle him." "I still think there's a risk," Dean muttered, but he didn't continue to object. Barong ignored him and raised his chin at Zhou Jing. "Regardless of whether you're a blood relative of a tribe or not, we have to hunt for mutant beasts first. We don't have time to bring you out of the forest, so you have to follow us temporarily. If you affect our movements, then we can't keep you with us. Can you accept that?" "No problem." Zhou Jing immediately nodded and finally heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally gotten rid of the crisis of survival and found someone he could communicate with. Next, he needed to find out more about the situation in this world. With Baron's order, the hunter team temporarily accepted Zhou Jing's existence. Everyone packed up their traps and retrieved their arrows and axes. After dealing with the spoils, they rested for a while before continuing on their way. Zhou Jing took some dried jerky and water they shared with him, and even borrowed a beast skin jacket to cover himself. It was only then did he feel much more comfortable. He followed the team through the forest, talking to the hunters from time to time. In the previous exchange, Zhou Jing realized that Griff was easier to talk to, so he took the initiative to approach him and communicate with him. He carefully concealed his lack of common sense in this world and beat around the bush to obtain information. Griff was a straightforward man, and he quickly spilled out whatever Zhou Jing needed to know. Zhou Jing slowly gained a vague understanding of the current world. This world was still in the early agricultural ages, mainly subsisting on hunting and farming. The known main intelligent species were currently only humans. Their living environment was harsh, and they faced a huge threat: mutant beasts. The people of the current world divided beasts into 2 categories: wild beasts and mutant beasts. Wild beasts were ordinary, non-intelligent creatures. For example, the dozen snake wolves that the team had previously hunted were purely wild beasts. Mutant beasts, on the other hand, were very different. They generally had huge bodies, and some had special talents. Some could breathe fire, some could release electricity, and some powerful mutant beasts could fight against an army of hundreds or thousands of people on their own. They were extremely dangerous. Moreover, there were many types of such mutant beasts. Some could be found in the air, some in water, and some on land. There were all kinds of beasts, and new species would appear from time to time. Until today, no one had been able to calculate how many kinds of beasts there were in the world. From the days of the wilderness, in order to survive, humans had united into tribes to fight against the mutated beasts. However, due to the huge disparity in strength, the living space of the humans had shrunk time and again, and they were on the verge of extinction many times. This situation only took a turn for the better after the appearance of the mutant blood warriors. In the long, dark history, some people believed that the mutant beasts were powerful because their flesh and blood contained power. As long as they used a certain method to extract the power of the mutant beast flesh and give it to human warriors, they would be able to snatch the power of mutant beasts themselves. It was a very primitive idea, but it did not seem strange to believe in such a thing as well. After countless attempts, someone finally achieved this. They used a special method to extract the flesh and blood essence of different mutant beasts to form a drug, allowing the humans to obtain astonishing physical strength. This allowed individuals to fight against mutant beasts, and this potion was known as the Mutant Blood Potion, which opened the door to the supernatural for the humans of this world. However, there was a risk of death if they used the blood potion. If they could not take it, their bodies would slowly collapse, even if they were strengthened. Therefore, to obtain strong power to protect the tribe, the warriors of the tribe would take the blood potion as an honor at the risk of their lives. The warriors who successfully obtained the strengthening were also known as the Mutant Blood Warriors. The extraordinary powers that the Mutant Blood Warriors had obtained, coupled with their battle skills that had been honed over and over again, gave rise to the occupation, Mutant Beast Hunters. This glory from ancient times had been passed down from the wilderness era until now, giving this profession a special meaning to humans. Becoming a mutant blood warrior is to become a mutant beast hunter. This sentence became the consensus of almost everyone. As more and more mutant beast hunters appeared, they gradually became the recognized guardians of mankind. The tribes were no longer afraid of most mutated beasts, and their living space expanded. Gradually, they had a stable territory, and they formed alliances and clashed with each other. Finally, after a long period of friction, the history of civilization opened a new chapter. The humans of this world established the first human nation, the current Terra Empire. So that's how it is. There's only one government, and it's only been around 40 years since it was established. It entered the national era not long ago from the tribal era. However, due to the accumulation of the long tribal era, their technology level is not too far behind compared to their era. At least it should be in the Iron Age. From their weapons, their smelting techniques are quite mature. Zhou Jing sat by the campfire, the light from the fire causing his face to flicker. As he chewed on the dried meat, he recalled the information he had obtained along the way and constructed his understanding of this world in his mind. This was truly a new world that he had never heard of. It wasn't any time in the history books where he came from. He was rather excited. It was already night, and the forest was getting darker and darker. It was so dark that one could not even see their own hands in front of them, and the cold winds were very strong. The dense canopy covered the top of his head, making it difficult for him to raise his head to observe the astronomical constellations of this world. However, he had heard that there were also stars and moons. The hunter team traveled for a day before constructing a temporary camp in the forest that was slightly flat. They built a bonfire and decided to rest here for the night. Everyone laid down to rest, except Griff and Dean, who were awake and keeping watch. The camp was quiet except for the occasional crackling of the fire and the rustling of the leaves in the wind. Dean sat at the far end, his back against the tree. From time to time, he would glance at Zhou Jing with distrust and suspicion. Griff sat not far from Zhou Jing, playing with a dagger. Zhou Jing secretly sorted out the information he had obtained. After thinking for a moment, he sat down beside Griff and asked softly, "Do you know how to become a mutant blood warrior?" He did not forget the main goal of his astral realm traveling, obtaining superpowers and turning his body into that of a super. There was indeed some form of supernatural power in the current world, but he had only heard of the mutant blood warrior method and no others. These hunters were not scholars after all. They knew very little. For that, you'll have to ask Captain Barong. He's the official mutant beast hunter and has taken a blood potion once. The rest of us are just regular hunters. Griff shrugged. I did. He didn't tell me. Zhou Jing shook his head and looked at Barong, who was resting with his eyes closed. He silently checked Baron's basic attributes with the interface function. Attributes: physical fitness 18, resistance 15, perception 6, spirit 5, energy 0. He had discovered this function along the way. As long as he consumed 10 astral points, he could check the attributes of a target provided that the target had interactions with him, chatting, physical contact, etc. However, only the basic attributes could be seen. There were no talents, endowments, or skills displayed by the other party. Zhou Jing spent a total of 20 astral points checking the basic attributes of Baron and Griff to compare and determine the level of his carrier shell. Griff's physical fitness was at 7. The healthy, well-trained average person was probably at this level. Barong, on the other hand, was completely different. His physical strength had reached 18 points, which was double his own 9 points. The difference in performance was huge. Carrying the giant axe on his back, he could still jump up and down lightly in the forest. It almost made people think that he was carrying plastic toys instead of a real heavy weapon. On the way there, Zhou Jing even saw Barong easily lift a stone plate with one hand and place it on the stream to build a bridge so that no one would wet their shoes. Afterward, he casually threw the stone aside with ease. At that time, he tried to move the stone secretly, but found out that he could not move it at all. He used all his strength to move it, but he could only feel that the stone weighed more than half a ton. His strength was still within the category of a normal person, but Barong's physical attributes had already entered the realms of the extraordinary. As for resistance, it was a combination of all kinds of defense attributes, such as physical, energy, elements, diseases, and so on. Barong's resistance was as high as 15 points, which Zhou Jing could not directly judge for now. By comparing the differences between the basic attributes and actual performance, Zhou Jing had a rough estimate of the current strength level of the world. Using the classification of his main world, the mutant warriors should be considered to be part of the physical strengthening super system. In his main world, there were many ways and systems to strengthen the body, each with its own merits. Physical strengthening was the most common type of superpower. Although it only had a single function and its application range was not comparable to those fancy Esper abilities, secret arts, and mechanical implants, it was superior in pure foundation. A strong body would bring about a high degree of freedom in learning, such as firearms, fighting, driving, and so on. So long as one had sufficient experience, they would not be considered useless. Zhou Jing only had Barong to interact with as a mutant blood warrior for the time being. Based on his many years of experience watching the Super League, Barong could only be considered a rank 1 super in the evaluation criteria of supers in the main world, with rank 7 as the highest. Being at rank 1 meant that one had barely entered the realms of the extraordinary. However, he did not have the right to be picky. It would already be good enough if he had the chance to obtain supernatural powers. Zhou Jing was quite clear-headed in this aspect. He would not complain outwardly and would only keep them to himself. Furthermore, according to the hunters, the mutant blood potion could be taken multiple times to further strengthen its effects. Baron had only been strengthened once, which only represented the lower limit. Perhaps the upper limit of the mutant blood warrior system was very high. These hunters don't trust me yet. After I leave the black-clothed forest and reach Frostwood Village, I'll ask them about how to obtain the blood potion. The flames from the fire danced in Zhou Jing's eyes as he thought. It was only now that he had the mood to savor his wonderful encounter today. He was still in disbelief at what had happened up till now. Looking at the crackling firewood and the living hunters, Zhou Jing suddenly realized that he was really here. It was as if he had left the familiar environment of home and arrived at an unknown world, in a plane that was different from the main world. Astral travel. I wonder what I will encounter in the future. Zhou Jing's emotions were complicated. He was filled with indescribable anticipation for his future at this moment. Russell! At this moment, his ears suddenly twitched. He vaguely caught the unusual sounds of shuffling hidden under the noise of the swaying leaves. It was as if someone was deliberately suppressing their footsteps and was quietly tiptoeing on the leaf-covered forest floor. Voices came from all directions, gradually approaching as if they were surrounding his area. A sense of danger suddenly welled up in Zhou Jing's heart. His expression changed as he suddenly slapped Griff. I hear something. Griff and Dean were startled. Without hesitation, they jumped to their feet. Enemies, get up! The two of them shouted in a low voice and quickly kicked the others awake. Everyone woke up with a start and quickly got up. They picked up their weapons and skillfully leaned against the surrounding trees to cover themselves as they looked around vigilantly. However, when everyone looked around, all they could see and hear was the sound of whistling wind in the dark forest. They did not find any enemies. What's going on? Is there really someone? Who discovered them? Everyone spoke in low voices and they were surprised and bewildered. Will said so. Dean pointed at Zhou Jing without looking back. Could it be a false report? Everyone suddenly had this thought. This outsider wasn't their trusted companion, Nor was he an experienced hunter. His warning was truly unbelievable. Actually, Dean, who had woken everyone up earlier, didn't believe it either. However, although he did not like Zhou Jing, an outsider of unknown origin, he would not let his emotions affect his decisions. Even though he felt that it was a false report, he still warned everyone. An experienced hunter like him understood that it was never wrong to be careful. Of course, the real reason was that he was on night watch anyway, and he wasn't the one who would be woken up. Seeing that there was no movement in the surrounding forest, Griff couldn't help but nudge Zhou Jing with his elbow. "Don't tell me you're just randomly shouting? I feel like something's approaching, and there's a lot of them." Zhou Jing replied in a low voice. The sense of danger still lingered in his heart, and he suddenly understood. The sudden sense of danger was probably due to this body's agility talent taking effect. While everyone was still in doubt, Dean's expression changed. He suddenly shouted out, "There really is something! Come out!" As he spoke, he raised the angle of his bow and shot an arrow into the forest as a warning. Before long, the rustling sounds in the forest became clearer, and shadows flashed through the forest. The light from the bonfire roughly illuminated over 10 figures. In the darkness further away, there seemed to be even more people. The dim light from the fire illuminated the appearances of these figures. They were about 1.6 meters tall, emaciated and slightly hunched over. Their gray skin was stretched taut over their cheekbones, and their bodies were smeared with white stripes. They wore only a short skirt woven from grass to cover their lower body, and held onto a ragged bone knife with one hand and a bone spear with the other. The figures weaved through the jungle like a ghost in a nightmare. Subterraneans! The expressions of everyone changed, and the atmosphere instantly became tense and murderous. Was this what the hunters had mentioned? The other branch of the human race in this world? The Subterraneans? Zhou Jing's heart stirred. He narrowed his eyes and carefully observed. At this moment, he suddenly felt something stuffed into his palm. Zhou Jing looked down and saw that Griff had slipped the dagger into his hand. "Take it and protect yourself!" Griff gave him a wink and fastened the arrow to the string. He continued to whisper, "If we were to fight, I guess you wouldn't want to use your fists." According to these hunters, this forest was called the Black-Clothed Forest, and it was vast. Frostwood Village was located at the edge of the forest. In the outer forest not far from the village, there was a subterranean lair. Mutated beasts ran rampant during the wilderness era, and humans were divided into two groups. One group struggled at death's door, while the other group started digging underground caves to live to avoid the mutant beasts. This was the origin of the Subterraneans. Unlike the humans on the ground, the Subterraneans relied on underground caves and burrows to live. Due to geographical factors, they were very isolated and lacked communication, causing the intelligence of their race to be uneven. Some could build underground cities and trade with human tribes, while others were still at the stage of eating raw meat and drinking blood, no different from savages. The nearby lair was the latter. It was barbaric and backward, as though they were bandits that had just formed up and gone into the forest. There would often be groups of subterraneans wandering in the forest, and sometimes they would even walk out of the forest to plunder the passers-by. According to the hunters, Frostwood Village had always wanted to uproot the lair that threatened security, but they were short on manpower. They had visited the feudal lord many times, but the latter did not pass down any commands. This group of subterraneans probably came from the nearby lair. Zhou Jing vigilantly sized up the enemies that surrounded him. Well, those hunters had said that the subterraneans were weak. If it were a one-on-one fight, they could easily finish them off. However, the subterraneans usually moved in groups and were good at jungle stealth. They posed a fatal danger to people in the forest. Just as Zhou Jing was thinking hard, the group of subterraneans slowly approached underneath the cover of the trees. Their group soon increased from 10 to nearly 50, faintly surrounding the camp. The two sides were in a deadlock. There are too many people. I feel like I'm going to become Cold One? What's this? I haven't even fully understood the situation in this world. Zhou Jing's heart jumped when he saw the group of subterraneans moving around, ready to pounce at any moment. As someone who was as clean as a whiteboard when it came to combat, he did not have the ability to deal with this situation. He was more likely to die than to remain alive when faced with such a wave of creatures. He hoped that the information given by the interface was correct. The death of the astral apostle would not affect his main body. However, it was impossible to wait helplessly for death. Zhou Jing's eyes narrowed. He gripped his dagger tightly, ready to attack at any moment. Although his mind was on high alert, he had no intention of retreating in a panic. Instead, his mind seemed to work faster and clearer. As a citizen of an interstellar era, living in a society where safety was guaranteed, Zhou Jing had never faced such a life-threatening situation. He originally thought that he would be nervous or timid, but when he really encountered it, he realized that he didn't seem to have such emotions. He was even vaguely excited about the upcoming bloody battle and impatient? This is so weird. Why do I feel like this? I'm more excited than I am when I see a beautiful woman. Zhou Jing was secretly surprised. At that moment, Barong suddenly let out an angry grunt. His voice was like muffled thunder, leaving a ringing in everyone's ears. Everyone looked on as Barong took 2 steps forward, grabbed the long-handled axe that never left his body, and suddenly swung it. Whoa! The giant axe brought about a powerful force, sweeping out a gust of wind that shot out not unlike a shockwave. The fallen leaves on the ground were instantly blown up and fluttered all over. The wind pressure was so strong that the faces of the closest few subterraneans trembled. They took a step back in fear. "Get lost!" Barong let out a roar like a giant bear. The group of subterraneans became restless, as if they were intimidated by Barong's immense strength. After hesitating for a while, they slowly retreated into the dark forest and disappeared out of the range of the campfire. The dense rustling sound gradually faded into the distance as the group of subterraneans quickly retreated, just as quietly as they had crept closer. "All right, it's safe for now. I don't think they'll come again." Barong was expressionless as he placed the axe on his back again. The crowd of hunters also heaved a sigh of relief. Their tense bodies relaxed, and the murderous atmosphere dissipated. Zhou Jing blinked a little confused. They ran away just like that? They were already here. They should have at least shot an arrow or something. I was excited when you guys left. This puts me in such an awkward situation. As if sensing Zhou Jing's surprise, Griff patted his shoulder. The subterraneans live in the forest, so they need to preserve their strength. That's why they always bully the weak and fear the strong. They're extremely cunning, and once they feel that their enemies are too strong, they will avoid fighting. Furthermore, those of them in this lair know about Frostwood Village. We hunters have met them in the forest many times, and they understand our combat strength. As long as we have enough people, they will not dare to truly attack. They'll only strike if you're alone. I see. Then why did you suggest sending 1 or 2 people to escort me out of the forest? Zhou Jing nodded in realization. We can't just stand by and do nothing. Fortunately, Captain Barong decided to bring you along, so we don't have to try our luck. Griff managed a wink. Apparently, he'd said that on purpose. While the two were chatting, Barong walked over and looked at Zhou Jing with slight surprise. You were the first to discover the subterraneans? Yes, I vaguely sensed something approaching. To be cautious, I woke everyone up. Zhou Jing answered carefully. He did not forget the code of conduct of this apostle from the astral world and tried his best to show his personality. You did a good job. The forest is the home ground for the subterraneans, and they're good at hiding in the shadows and ambushing. Everyone's an old hunter, but you found out earlier than any of us, and you didn't let them sneak up on you. Either way, that proves you're pretty observant. Barong nodded in praise and let out a gruff laugh. I'm flattered by your praise, but if you were on the night watch, they would have been discovered by you long ago. After all, you are a mutant beast hunter who has officially taken the blood potion. Your senses are definitely much sharper than mine. Zhou Jing knew very well that flattery was the hardest thing to do, so he praised the other party while being humble. He usually wouldn't say such flattering words, but now that he was in a world where no one knew him and was wearing the Willwood identity, he felt his skin thicken. Finally, he opened his mouth and spoke what he thought. However, as soon as he said that, many hunters had strange expressions on their faces. They wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. Cough, it was indeed because I was sleeping. Barong coughed to hide his embarrassment. He was too embarrassed to explain to outsiders that his perception was actually inferior even to those old hunters who were ordinary people. The mutant beasts that were extracted to produce the blood potions were always different, which gave rise to different strengthening methods. If the quality of the drugs was average, the weakness of the mutant beasts could also end up being inherited by the blood warriors. The blood potion that Barong had taken had greatly strengthened his strength, endurance, and defense, but it had also brought about side effects, which was a decrease in perception. Especially in the forest at night, he was almost a little deaf and blind. His position in the hunter team was merely that of a heavy warrior, meant to fight against a mutant beast head-on. Typically, it was Dean who was in charge of the reconnaissance post, but clearly, Dean's observation skills were not as good as this strange man, Will Wood, that they had picked up along the way. Dean had actually discovered the presence of the subterraneans later than him. Dean's eyes twitched. He felt a little embarrassed to be outdone by an outsider. However, he didn't say anything. Although he still felt that Zhou Jing was suspicious, He knew that the latter had taken precautions and helped them against a sneak attack. It was a good thing for the team, so he didn't have any other intentions. At this moment, Barong patted Zhou Jing's arm and smiled. With your sharp senses, you're very suitable to be a scout. If you're willing to stay in Frostwood Village, we'll welcome a talent like you to join the hunter team. Besides, your body is very strong, and with a little training, you'll have good combat power. Well, it's still too early to talk about this. Let's talk about it after we leave the forest. You're inviting a stranger of unknown origin just like that? Zhou Jing was a little surprised. But on second thought, he understood why this was the case. Perhaps because the living environment of this world was tough, humans were used to helping each other. Compared to the interstellar era, it was easier for this bunch to believe in their fellow race. Zhou Jing rolled his eyes. In that case, can you teach me some wilderness survival knowledge or simple combat skills on the way? Barong froze. Zhou Jing didn't wait for him to reply and quickly added, I don't know how to survive in the wilderness, so I want to take advantage of the gaps in the road to learn as much as possible. This way, I can have more strength to protect myself in the forest. And if I encounter any accidents, you might not be able to take care of me. You don't need a burden. Baron said nothing. Instead, he wiped his bald head. Griff sensed Baron's distress and thought for a moment before speaking. It's okay. I can just guide him instead. It won't take much energy. All right, I'll leave it to you. Barong was used to being strong and did not want to dwell on this problem, so he agreed. After all, Zhou Jing had just helped them, so it would be unreasonable to reject him directly. After all, he did not have a sense of security in the forest, so it was quite normal for him to consider learning some means of protection. Besides, teaching him some simple field knowledge was better than him, making mistakes out of ignorance and creating unnecessary trouble. As for how dangerous it would be to learn combat skills, it was not that Barong looked down on others, but all the hunters present had trained for many years before they could master the usage of bows, hunting knives, daggers, short whips, and other weapons. They all had excellent combat skills honed through the years. It was only a few days, and he still had to hurry on with his journey. It was good enough that he could grasp 4 different ways to hold a dagger. After chatting for a while, everyone did not dare to delay any longer. They split up and dismantled the campsite. Although the subterraneans had retreated, the location of their campsite had been exposed. Thus, everyone decided to travel through the night. A few sparks from a flame floated up in the forest. The group quietly moved through the forest at night. As they were worried that the torches would be too bright and eye-catching, they used crude candles made of animal fat to illuminate the area. Zhou Jing and Griff were at the back of the group, whispering to each other. Oh, right. I forgot to return this to you. Zhou Jing took out a dagger and handed it back to Griff. Griff shook his head. You don't have to. Take it. I'm going to teach you how to use it anyway. Okay. Zhou Jing nodded, but he did not keep the dagger. Instead, he shamelessly continued. Then, why don't you teach me how to use a dagger to fight? Now? Griff was confused. We're still traveling, and it's nighttime. Aren't you a little too anxious? My wife and I aren't even as active as you when we are going to bed. The earlier I practice, the earlier I'll master it. Efficiency is life. Who knows? Maybe that extra bit of learning is the distance between life and death. You have a point. Griff thought about it and did not think there was anything wrong with his words. In any case, giving advice as they traveled wouldn't delay anything. It could still relieve boredom. He talked about the various techniques in a low voice and tapped his fingers from time to time. Although his vision was blurry at night, Zhou Jing still remembered Griff's pointers seriously. Most of the people in his main world used firearms. Cold weapons were already outdated, and only some supers would use them. However, there were no firearms in this world. Cold weapons were what he could only rely on to protect himself. Zhou Jing thought it through clearly and naturally would not be picky or disdainful. He would use all the means that were given to him. In addition, although his main world was well developed with cold weapon techniques, this kind of information was rarely checked by ordinary people. Furthermore, if one wanted to learn, one had to seek guidance from a teacher. If one did not choose to become a soldier or police officer, it would be very difficult for ordinary people to receive professional training. At most, it would be at the level of a hobbyist. On the other hand, the humans of this world were still relying on cold weapons to protect their race. They had rich combat experience. Even if they did not have a scientific training system, their techniques should be unique and could serve their purposes. Zhou Jing analyzed the situation thoroughly. He was not arrogant just because he had interstellar experience. On the contrary, he was fully focused and listened to every instruction carefully. At the same time, information appeared on the interface. Learning Weapon Mastery Dagger, Skill level LV0 Novice. You may consume astral realm points to activate the accelerated learning function. Calculating the rarity of weapon mastery dagger skill, overall mastery, aptitude of the current apostle model, calculations complete. Minimum cost for accelerated learning, 25 astral points. Remark: the accelerated learning function will greatly increase the rate of improvement of this ability. The enhancement effect and minimum cost will be affected by the corresponding aptitude. When this ability is upgraded, the accelerated learning function will end, and astral points consumption will again be calculated. Zhou Jing was delighted. When he first looked through the interface, he roughly understood some uses of the astral points. For example, he could adjust the character's various stats when he was doing the template modeling. However, after the astral apostle was born, the effect of the astral points changed. It could not change the character's parameters like during the model phase. Instead, it could increase the growth of the body and the speed of the training of skills. According to the level, rarity, power, and other factors, the minimum activation fee for activating the accelerated learning function was different, but there was no upper limit. The more astral points one consumed, the stronger the acceleration effect. However, no matter how many astral points were consumed, accelerated learning would only occur before one reached the next level. Once the skill was upgraded, the acceleration would end, and there would be a need to pay additional fees. The cost of using this function was calculated separately for each level of the skill, akin to a tuition fee. It was faster to reach the next level of skill mastery, but it would not be in effect continuously. The language skill that he had obtained previously, Terra Empire Language Northern Dialect, could also be accelerated. However, the minimum starting fee was 50 astral points. Zhou Jing did not have many points on hand, and he was not sure how difficult it was to obtain astral points, so he did not choose to invest in it. After all, raising the level of his language skills would only be of limited help to his current situation. Instead, he wanted to test out this ability where he could obtain something to help protect himself. 25 astral points have been consumed. Accelerated learning for weapon mastery dagger has been activated. Zhou Jing immediately felt energized as if a clear spring had flowed through his limbs. It was cool, comfortable, and full of vitality. Initially, due to the fatigue from the day's journey, his attention span was a little short, and he was quite distracted. In that instant, he suddenly became extremely focused, as if he had entered the zone. All the distractions around him seemed to be separated by a curtained window, as though the cacophony of a noisy background had been lowered. He could only hear the sound of Griff's explanation. As if Griff's words stuck to his ears, they had become easier to understand. His own comprehension and learning ability seemed to have increased by several tiers, but the most important thing was the changes in his body. He had been clumsily gesturing with the dagger, but his rusty hand movements were quickly fading away. His body was quickly familiarizing himself with this weapon. Initially, muscle habits could only be formed after years of training. At this moment, the process was concentrated and condensed. In a short period of time, his body was rapidly developing muscle memory of using a dagger. This feeling, Zhou Jing could feel goosebumps all over himself at the speed he was learning. He did not know how to describe this feeling. He could only say that it was comfortable, very comfortable. It was like being constipated for many days and suddenly managing to clear it all in one go. For the first time in his life, Zhou Jing experienced the power of being a god of studying and could not stop himself from reveling in this pleasure. In the next few days, Zhou Jing followed the hunter team to search for their hunting target in the forest. Zhou Jing practiced as he traveled as if he couldn't get tired. Whenever he was free, he would look for Griff to teach him all kinds of knowledge. When the other hunters were free, they would come over to give him some pointers as well to relieve their boredom. In addition to the usage of the dagger, Griff also gave simple pointers on the skill of hunting blades, as well as some skills for surviving in the wild. The interface showed the learned skills as Weapon Mastery Hunting Blade and Wilderness Survival, respectively. Zhou Jing activated the accelerated learning function for both. The cost was 30 astral points and 20 astral points, respectively. As for archery skills, the hunters never mentioned wanting to teach them to him. Zhou Jing didn't mind. Accelerating one's training did not mean that one had the ability to multitask, and one's energy was limited. In just a few days, he had learned 3 different skills, and he had infused enough knowledge for now. The level of these skills were all level 0, which meant that they had yet to learn and would not be included in the skill column. Thus, on the way, he tried his best to learn the 3 abilities. On the 4th day, he finally got rid of his whiteboard interface panel, Weapon Mastery Dagger, Weapon Mastery Hunting Blade, and Wilderness Survival had reached level 1 consecutively, and the prefix showed that he had reached the standard of apprentice for the skills. The effect of accelerated learning came to an end. Zhou Jing thought for a moment and didn't choose to continue paying for more accelerated learning. He had reached a higher skill level, so the cost of training speed would naturally increase. He only had 305 astral points left, so he had to use them sparingly. On the other hand, the interface estimated that he would stay for 5 to 7 days, and he had already been here for 4 days. He didn't know how the number of days spent in this place was calculated. He couldn't figure out what determined the standard duration of 1 day. Even the length of a day on different planets was different, not to mention the current realm he was in. He could not figure out what formula was used to determine the length of time that determined a day. Maybe it is based on my main body's time? Perhaps the duration of time that my consciousness spends projected will equate to the number of days I can spend in this world? Zhou Jing lacked information and knowledge in this area and could only make wild guesses. However, he had roughly estimated the length of a day in this world over the past few days. It was similar to the planet where his main body lived. In comparison, he was more curious about how he would return when the duration of his stay expired. He didn't have any information on whether his body would suddenly disappear or something else. He would know when he returned, so Zhou Jing didn't feel too conflicted. After upgrading the 3 skills, he did not immediately display them out of caution. An apprentice's standards were nothing to a hunter, but he felt that in the minds of these people, it was impossible for a person to improve so much in such a short period of time. He didn't want them to suspect him for hiding something about his skills and make the mistake of having them think he was just fooling around with them. Previously, in order to gather information, he had to ask a lot of questions. Now that he was already suspicious, it was better to avoid trouble. Zhou Jing was used to keeping a low profile. This was similar to the cautious trait of this apostle. Along the way, other than having to talk to him, he maintained a cautious attitude most of the time. This astral apostle's synchronization rate gradually increased to 26%, but he did not feel any changes brought about by the increase for the time being. Zhou Jing's journey was relatively safe and fulfilling. On the afternoon of the 4th day, the hunter team finally approached their target. "We're very close. That white spider beast is not far ahead." Barong crouched down, picked up a branch, and stirred a pile of white trails on the ground, pulling out a trail of slime. There was more white fluid on the forest floor ahead. It formed a winding trail that extended into the forest. Barong threw away the branch and stood up before ordering in a deep voice. "Everyone gather your weapons and prepare the bait. We need to set up traps and ambushes ahead." The other hunters looked serious as they took off their quivers to check the state of each arrow. Then, they took out pieces of tightly wrapped animal internal organs from their luggage. These were all taken out from the bodies of the dozen or so snake wolves 4 days ago, so they were all rotten now. The hunt then was to obtain this bait. The white spider beast is a carnivorous animal, and it loves the internal organs of animals the most. As long as we can lure it into a trap with this bait, we will be able to gain the initiative. We might be able to defeat our target easily. Griff stood beside Zhou Jing and explained casually. He was still fiddling with the animal's soft and rotten internal organs. His face was calm as usual, as if the pungent smell did not exist. Zhou Jing tried his best to hold back the urge to cover his nose and asked in a muffled voice, "What exactly does that white spider beast you mentioned look like?" This hunter team's goal was to kill this mutant beast. He had been hearing the hunters say that mutated beasts were very dangerous along the way, but he had never seen one in real life, so he never had a direct concept in his mind. It's white all over and can secrete white mucus. Its vital area is the abdomen. Well, actually, I've never seen it before. It's also my first time hunting this species of mutant beast. It was Captain Barong that told us all the information. Before he came to Frostwood Village, he was a freelance hunter. He hunted mutant beasts everywhere and was very knowledgeable. He's a veteran in the mutant beast hunter circle. Barong heard their conversation and looked back before quickly waving his hand in denial. "I'm not considered a veteran. I have the experience, but my strength is far from enough. I don't have the guts to take a second blood potion. The blood potion could be used multiple times for strengthening, but the higher the consumption, the lower the chance of survival." Zhou Jing had already heard it from Griff on the way. "As for you," Baron looked at Zhou Jing and said, "you don't need to hunt with us. You can find a place nearby to hide, or you can climb up a tree and come back to find you after we finish hunting. I'll go with you guys to help set up the traps. When the fight starts, I'll go up the tree to hide." Zhou Jing did not intend to stay. This would make him too passive. If this group of hunters failed, he would not be able to leave the forest even if he hid. Therefore, in the face of death, he would rather follow the main group and not fall behind. Besides, he also wanted to find out more information about the mutant beasts to have a clear understanding of the dangers of this world. If he ever revisited this realm, he could make arrangements in advance in the future. Dean, however, shook his head in objection. I don't think this is wise. It's one thing to bring him along on the journey, but we don't have the energy to take care of him once we officially start hunting. That's not a problem. You don't have to worry about me when you fight. I'll just hide at the side. Besides, I might be able to help. I can keep watch at the edge of the battlefield. If other wild beasts enter, I can inform you. Zhou Jing tried to persuade them. Dean wanted to say something else, but Barong raised his hand to silence him. He stroked his beard and considered for a few seconds before nodding. That will do. It's already evening, so we'll most likely be hunting late at night. You're quite observant indeed, and when the time comes, hide in a tree a little farther away. When we fight, just help us keep an eye on our surroundings. There's no need to do anything else. All right? Zhou Jing immediately agreed. During their time together, he discovered that these hunters' values were subtly different from those of the interstellar era. At least, they found it easier to trust others. This was also why a stranger like him could be accepted. In his modern world, it would not be so easy. Upon seeing this, the hunters didn't say anything else and started preparing in silence. Barong led his team forward before finding a suitable area for ambushes. They set up a trap and then threw down the rotten animal organs to create a trail for the beast to follow. It was not until dark that everything was ready. Then, everyone climbed up the tree and waited quietly for their prey to come. The night was dark, and the forest grew quiet, leaving only the rustling of leaves in the breeze. Everyone hid in different trees. No one talked or moved, reducing their existence to the bare minimum. If he didn't know where they were hiding, Zhou Jing wouldn't have been able to recognize them. He was also hiding on the tree, hiding at the furthest spot. He would pay attention to the wind and grass around him from time to time, while silently estimating the time. We've been waiting for almost 3 hours. Don't tell me they're planning to stay here for the entire night? Won't their bodies freeze? After an unknown period of time, strange crawling sounds could be heard, gradually approaching. Crack, crack, rustle. A huge silhouette appeared in the night sky. It quickly shuttled through the forest and headed in their direction. It stopped along the way as though it was devouring the bait set up by the hunters. Not long after, the creature stepped into the forest. Zhou Jing sharply inhaled when he saw its appearance. The monster's torso was divided into 2 parts. Its lower body was like the abdomen of a spider, with 8 hairy limbs extended to support its body and walk. Its upper body was straight and slender, with a ferocious beast head. At this moment, it was chewing the rotten internal organs that were used as bait. There were slender human arms on both sides of its body, and at the end of the arms were huge symmetrical claws. Its body was 5 to 6 meters long, and it was about 4.5 meters tall. The upper body was covered in pale, white, translucent skin that looked like a thin membrane. Occasionally, one could see green veins protruding from under the skin. Meanwhile, the lower body was covered in a black carapace. As it walked, white mucus would be left on his tail from time to time. Overall, it was frightening. Its existence could scare children to tears with a glance. Is this the white spider they're hunting, the so-called mutant beast? Zhou Jing was delighted. What an appearance. It looks worse than me whenever I randomize my character appearance in games. Meanwhile, the white spider beast was busy picking up the internal organs and stuffed them into its mouth. As it walked into the center of the trap and picked up the last piece of bait, the ground suddenly collapsed. Boom! The beast's body tipped and fell into the trap. A series of cracking sounds could be heard. It came from the spikes hidden in the trap being crushed by the spider monster's tough carapace. However, there was still a portion of the spikes that managed to pierce into the white spider monster's lower abdomen, its soft belly. Z? A miserable howl erupted, instantly breaking the silence of the forest. This was like a signal. The hunters hiding in the trees immediately lit their flints and threw them into the hole. They had not only set spikes in the cave traps, but had also coated them with animal grease. The latter would burn easily and create an inferno the moment they were lighted up. Ah! Inside the pit, an inferno erupted. The flames engulfed the howling white spider monster, lighting up the dark forest like a huge bonfire on Guy Fawkes Day. Release the arrows! With a loud shout, arrows rained down, instantly turning the struggling figure into a porcupine. One arrow followed another, as if they would not stop until the quiver was empty. It was difficult to miss such a huge target. On the other side, Zhou Jing continued hiding in the treetop, observing the entire process secretly. He knew what trap the hunters had prepared, and he was not surprised by the scene. His eyes fixed on the figure that had gradually stopped struggling in the firelight, and he began to mutter to himself. Even if it didn't burn to death, it should have turned into a pincushion by now. Will this be enough to kill it? Just as he was thinking this, Zhou Jing suddenly saw Barong jump off the tree and walk towards the pit. At some point, Barong had pulled out a small bottle filled with green liquid. He bit off the bottle stopper and gulped the contents down. Veins popped out on Baron's forehead. His expression twisted as if he was in great pain, but his muscles seemed to swell. The empty bottle fell from as Barong took off the giant axe on his back. Barong held it with both hands and dragged it diagonally on the ground. Gradually, he switched from walking to jogging, and finally, it turned into a long sprint, with every step sending mud flying everywhere like a charging bear. At this moment, the flames within the pit exploded outwards. Countless flame bombs flew out as the white spider beast jumped into the air, escaping the confines of the pit. Its entire body was covered in burn marks, smelling pungent and burnt. There were also dozens of arrows stuck into its body, which were also currently ablaze. Meanwhile, Barong was waiting for this opportunity. Before the beast landed, he had already drawn close. His charge came to an abrupt halt, and the momentum, as well as his strength, added together to draw a crescent moon using his giant axe. The sound of the wind being pushed aside was deafening. The white spider was still in midair, and its two slender arms brazenly met the axe. Clang! The axe and flesh collided, but the sound was like two pieces of metal colliding. The white spider had nowhere to offset the force, so its huge body flew 7 to 8 meters away before landing on the ground and rolling, leaving a burning trail. However, it immediately crawled up with a sideways roll. It looked like its injuries were miserable, but there was no sign that it was on the verge of death at all. Instead, it roared furiously, and it was sharp and ear-piercing, causing even the air to tremble. Zhou Jing's pupils constricted all of a sudden. He discovered that the two seemingly thin and fragile arms of the white spider monster only received a shallow wound mark after receiving Barong's heavy blow. It did not affect its movements at all, which spoke of its exceptional toughness. On the other hand, Barong staggered backward and suffered the same recoil. His capillaries ruptured, and blood spurted out from his nose. Huh? Barong wiped away the blood on his nose and roared with his eyes wide open. He dragged his axe and charged forward again to fight the white spider beast. The other hunters were still standing in the trees, shooting arrows to protect Barong. They were all ordinary people who had never used the blood potion before, so if they were to take a blow from the white spider beast, they would either be dead or seriously injured. Only the official mutated beast hunters could face mutated beasts head-on. The weight of the mutant beast brought tremendous strength. Barong's was already strong enough, and he seemed to have drunk some strengthening drug. However, he was still sent rolling on the ground by the white spider beast. However, his axe skills were superb. In his hands, the axe was both a weapon and a shield. Other than hacking and stabbing, he also used his skill to block and dodge. Barong continued to roll around every time he was attacked to disperse the force. He circled around the beast like a whirlwind, waiting for an opportunity to leave a series of axe wounds on its body. As a veteran mutant beast hunter, he fully displayed his hunting experience. Some of his actions looked simple, but they were very practical. He was able to restrain the beast for a while. Ziza! The white spider beast screamed in anger, but because of its body structure, it did not seem to be agile enough. Its pair of giant claws kept waving in the air, digging out claw furrows on the ground like a gopher. Zhou Jing could see everything clearly from the tree. Barong had tried to find an opportunity to crawl under the white spider and attack its abdomen more than once, but the white spider paid great attention to protecting its damaged vitals. Its abdomen had been injured when it fell into the pit. From time to time, it would leave a pool of white mucus, blood, and some broken organ tissue on the ground. Right at this moment, the rain of arrows suddenly stopped. The quivers were empty. The 9 hunters jumped down from the tree, drew their hunting knives, and shot up. They followed Barong's example and rolled around, transforming into 9 skilled combat masters. They continuously attacked the spider's 8 limbs, sending sparks flying. They came up to share the burden of Barong, looking for an opportunity to gut the white spider. The ordinary hunters had limited strength, and opportunities were fleeting. It was difficult for them to grasp them because they did not dare to be hit by the giant claws of the white spider monster, so they were greatly restrained. Most of the white spider's attention was focused on Barong, since it clearly felt that Baron was the greatest threat. The other hunters could not even scratch its lower limbs and carapace. To the white spider, the rest of them were just annoying flies. It was not very damaging, but instead extremely insulting. Is this considered successful or not? Zhou Jing muttered as he tried to focus on the hunt. It seemed that no one could do anything to the beast, but it had fallen into a trap and accumulated a lot of injuries. As long as they kept delaying, it would eventually be weakened. After a stalemate, the white spider suddenly swayed, and its movements finally showed signs of slowing down. A flaw appeared. One of the hunters seized the opportunity and performed a sliding tackle. With a swoosh, he shot through the gap between the legs of the two limbs and went under the beast. He immediately stabbed his hunting knife into the soft abdomen and pulled the handle horizontally along it, following the momentum of his sliding action. The blood that spurted out instantly sprayed all over his head and face. "Zee!" The beast howled miserably. "Beautiful! What a slide tackle!" The others were instantly delighted. However, before they could celebrate, the white spider suddenly retracted its 8 legs and sat down. "Dong!" The beast's astonishing weight caused the ground to shake. The hunter who had burrowed under it instantly fell silent. He was probably dead. He probably turned into a pancake. Zhou Jing's heart jumped as he saw the scene. In the next moment, the beast suddenly swung its huge claws. Since it had been aggravated by its injuries, its speed had actually increased by 30%. Even if the other hunters were not stunned by the death of their companions, they could not avoid this move. Bang! Bang! With 2 muffled sounds, the 2 ordinary hunters were struck by the giant claw and flew more than 10 meters away. They fell heavily to the ground, and large amounts of blood flowed out of their mouths. As the situation turned for the worse, Zhou Jing cursed in his heart and couldn't sit still anymore. He hurriedly jumped down from the tree and ran to the side of a seriously injured hunter to see if he could save him. "Hey, can you still hold on?" Zhou Jing squatted down to support the head of the heavily injured hunter. Upon closer inspection, he realized that it was Dean. Blood kept flowing out of Dean's mouth, and he could barely speak. His eyes were fixed on the white spider beast that had stood up again and was madly dancing. He shakily picked up the hunting blade in his hand and used the last of his strength to pass it to Zhou Jing. "Take the blade and fill my place." Dean didn't say anything, but Zhou Jing understood what he meant. Zhou Jing subconsciously held onto the hunting blade that Dean handed over. The moment he passed over the blade, Dean's hand loosened and fell weakly. His chest also stilled. Zhou Jing lowered his head to look at Dean, who had stopped breathing. Then, he turned his head to look at the maddened white spider monster not far away. His heart was beating violently, and his brain incessantly played flashbacks of his life. He spent the last 20 years of his life following a path set by society and lived according to the prescribed order: reading, studying, examinations, graduation, unemployment. He had never experienced a life-and-death battle like today. It was rough, barbaric, and bloody, but it also carried an indescribable vitality. He felt alive and fresh. This wasn't something one could get used to until they became numb to it, like a walking corpse. The deadly monster was about 10 meters away. At such a close distance, he could be in danger at any time. It seemed like he should be afraid, frightened, or cowering. However, he suddenly realized that he did not have such emotions at all. Just like he had faced the subterraneans a few nights ago, he wasn't scared, and he was even faintly excited. Some say that the hardest thing in the world is to understand oneself. No one could say that they understood themselves completely. After experiencing different things, they might do things that even they would not dare to believe, discovering their potential in certain areas that were previously as quiet as the night. No fear, no cowardice. It was just the purest fearlessness. There was no reason or consideration. He was just not afraid. "So this is me," Zhou Jing muttered to himself. He tightened his hold on the blade as the adrenaline rush engulfed every nerve in his body. "It's going berserk! Get out of the way!" "Avoid it. Don't be greedy. Don't let it escape." Barong and the 6 hunters who still had strength continued to circle around the white spider beast. They couldn't afford to be distracted. As a veteran hunter, Barong couldn't allow his companions to lose their footing because of the casualties. Continuing the battle was the best thing he could do for his fallen comrades. The heavily injured white spider beast had entered a berserk state, making it even more dangerous. Its claws swept away the wind waves of suffocating wind pressure, forcing everyone to dodge continuously. They were in a sorry state. Barong's mouth and nose were bleeding profusely. His body was strengthened by the blood potion, but he was still riddled with wounds from the frequent collisions with the beast. If he had not consumed the hunter potion beforehand, which helped keep his adrenaline high and his pain low, he would have been exhausted by now. With 3 people missing, it will be difficult for us to work together to deal a heavy blow to the white spider. We can only wait and see who will be the first to fall. Barong quickly analyzed the situation. At this point, they could still get annihilated. However, hunting mutant beasts was not a simple task to begin with. Battles were ever-changing. A single mistake or a single failure to react would lead to serious consequences. There was never such a thing as a risk-free hunt. Just as everyone made up their minds to delay, a figure suddenly charged into the battlefield like a gale, ignoring the sweeping claws and charging straight at the white spider beast. Barong and the others were stunned. Who is that? Are they suicidal? Their movements were fierce, though. When everyone saw that it was Zhou Jing, their expressions changed. Wasn't this guy enjoying the breeze on the tree? When did he jump down? Even if this guy's body was very strong, he's never trained before. You look very handsome when you charge forward, but are you really not afraid of death? Thud, thud, thud! Zhou Jing held a hunting blade in his right hand and a dagger in his left. He strode toward the berserk white spider beast. Zhou Jing wasn't afraid, only excited from the adrenaline rush. This fatal situation focused his attention on the entire area around him. At this moment, the world in his eyes seemed to slow down to a crawl. He could even see the white spider's smallest movements, as if multiple after-images appeared as it made its next move. He had predicted every single movement. The wind pressure rushed over, and the giant claw quickly enlarged in his vision. Shrink the neck, stoop the body, flip sideways. Bang! The giant claw missed its target and landed on the ground, causing a large amount of soil to fly out. Get up, take 2 steps forward, sidestep. Bang! The giant claw missed again by a minuscule distance. Zhou Jing dodged a few times consecutively. His strong physical strength allowed him to complete the operation, narrowly avoiding the frenzied claws of the white spider. His gaze fell on the white spider's abdomen, which had been severely injured many times. Blood was already flowing out profusely. He didn't rush up just to get his leg hairs shaved by the monster's wind pressure. Since its vitals had already been injured to such an extent, it would be a waste if he did go up and add some more strokes to the canvas. Today, he would be the slide tackle heavenly venerate. The pressure on Barong lessened as a result of Zhou Jing's action. As he witnessed the latter's clumsy yet perfect dodges, Barong's eyes widened, and his heart jumped. He could tell that Zhou Jing was a bit unfamiliar with dodging, but he was always able to predict the attack intentions of the white spider, which gave him enough time to dodge. It doesn't seem like he's practiced before. Is he relying on his instincts to fight? This was not just a matter of physical fitness. Some people were physically strong with training. Still, their minds could be blank when it came to actual combat. They would forget all the techniques they had learned. There were also some people who, even if they had never practiced it before, could still keenly observe the essentials of battle. They knew how to use their advantages to deal with their opponents as if they were born knowing how to fight. This person is quite talented in combat? Barong had seen many mutant beast hunters and had also gone through countless training in actual combat before obtaining basic combat skills. However, he had never seen anyone with such outstanding combat talent. There was a glitch! Because Zhou Jing dodged several attacks as he approached, the white spider beast could not help but divert more of its attention to block him. The scales had tipped. Barong's eyes lit up, and he suddenly let out an explosive shout. Grabbing the handle of the axe with one hand, he charged forward. Dong! The white spider beast staggered from the recoil. A chance! Zhou Jing's eyes lit up. Eat my slide tackle of faith! Swoosh! Zhou Jing took the opportunity to slide in from the side. The strong sliding force produced by his explosive strength carried him through. He went straight through the abdomen of the spider before sliding out through the gap between the legs on the other side. This was a slide tackle worthy of going into the history books. Z! The white spider suddenly let out a sad cry as its belly burst apart. Blood mixed with a bunch of strange body tissues splattered out. The completely gutted belly was like a broken bag that could no longer hold the contents within. Zhou Jing's blades were splattered with blood. When he had slid past the white spider's abdomen, he rammed the double blades upwards and cut open its belly. Coupled with the heavy injuries caused by the previous sacrificial blow by the hunter, this proved to be a fatality, a successful slide tackle. It hit! Barong was overjoyed, but his expression suddenly changed as he shouted, "Move!" Zhou Jing had just gotten up when a strong wind suddenly blew behind his head. The white spider, filled with hatred, had viciously retaliated. The gigantic arm swept over and expanded rapidly in Zhou Jing's peripheral vision. His pupils constricted, and he only had time to turn around and block with his two blades. Pang! Zhou Jing instantly felt a terrifying force, as though he had been hit by a truck. The next moment, the battlefield in his vision shrank as he flew out rapidly. On the other side, the white spider beast seemed to have used up all of its strength with this last blow. It sat down with a loud bang, and a pool of blood formed under its body. The white spider beast wailed incessantly. Finally, the arrow was at the end of its flight. Now that it had suffered a critical hit, it was also on the verge of death. Its two enormous arms, which once possessed infinite strength, could no longer be raised. Seeing this, Barong's eyes lit up. He immediately seized the opportunity and threw the axe in his hand towards the white spider monster's defenseless head. Pooh! The axe was deeply embedded into its head, almost splitting it into two. The white spider sagged down without any movement after. It was dead. It's finally dead. Zhou Jing was just about to grit his teeth and get up when he saw this scene. He heaved a sigh of relief and continued lying on the ground. His entire body felt like it was about to fall apart. Several of his bones were broken, and his internal organs were also throbbing in pain. Unfortunately, the interface did not have any health points or data showing his status. He could only sense his condition on his own. Although his resistance attribute was not extremely high, his physical fitness was strong, and it also helped increase his resistance to attacks. The beast could kill an ordinary hunter in one hit, but only severely injured him. Zhou Jing silently lay on the ground and looked up at the sky. Suddenly, he felt a sense of relief. This was the first time he had experienced a life-and-death struggle. He, a law-abiding citizen who had never seen blood, rushed into the battlefield and fought with such a monster. Most importantly, he did not have any lingering fear. Instead, he felt that this feeling of risking his life was very addictive. He was focused as if he could cast aside everything. The only thing he needed to care about was the moment when life and death were decided. It was as though he was immersed inside the situation with all his heart, dancing on the edge of a knife. He somehow felt an indescribable pleasure in this activity. Only today did Zhou Jing realize that he actually had such a side to him. Furthermore, this was his first time participating in a battle, but he was extremely calm and did not panic. When he remembered how he clearly captured the movements of the white spider beast just now, Zhou Jing felt a bit enlightened. It seems like I'm quite talented in combat. If he did not travel through the astral realms and did not encounter such a life and death battle, he might have never discovered his potential in this aspect. He would also not know where his true talent lay. At this moment, Barong had retrieved his axe and walked over. He plopped down beside Zhou Jing, gesturing with his chin as he asked in concern, "Are you okay?" "I should be the one asking you that." Zhou Jing tweaked his head to look at him. Barong looked much more miserable than him. He had faced the white spider beast head-on the entire time, and the webbing between his thumb and index finger was badly mangled. His mouth and nose were still bleeding. Haha, I'm just a little weak after my burst just now. This small injury is nothing. I've suffered worse injuries than this before. It's normal for me to bleed a little when hunting medium-risk mutant beasts. Barong laughed heartily. Zhou Jing's face twitched when he heard this. "Are you really all right? Your ears are spewing blood." At this moment, Barong stopped laughing and became serious. "Will, you didn't have to risk participating in the hunt. In the end, you still helped. You helped us get rid of this beast faster and avoid more casualties. I have to thank you." When Zhou Jing heard that, he propped himself up and said with deliberation, "There's no need to say all this. We're all in the same situation. If you failed, I wouldn't be able to walk out of the forest. You were willing to help me back then. It might be as easy as lifting a finger for you, but it's very important to me. I can't just hide and watch as you suffer heavy casualties." After hearing that, Barong felt that Zhou Jing was more pleasing, so he extended an invitation with a loud laugh. "We've fought side by side today and will be brothers in the future. I don't know where your hometown is, but you'll always be welcome in Frostwood Village. You're talented in combat, and you're a good seedling to become a mutant beast hunter." At this moment, Griff walked over with his injuries. He had survived the battle as well. He smiled as he spoke. Will, I didn't misjudge you. You really are someone I can trust. That guy Dean kept saying you were suspicious. Griff paused suddenly. He remembered that Dean had died in battle and fell silent. Although there were conflicts, usually, the other party was still a comrade who could be trusted at crucial moments. He could not help but feel a little sad. Zhou Jing shook his head lightly. They had only known each other for a few days, so they naturally didn't have much of a friendship. However, he still felt a little sad when he thought about how Dean had yearned to return to the battlefield before he died. At least for these hunters, he was a reliable companion. Barong used his axe as a crutch to stand up, swaying for a moment before standing firm. He shook his head and said, Bury our dead brothers. Don't let the wild beasts eat their bones. Also, remember to collect the spoils. Take away the white spider's shell and arm bones. Those are good materials. They can be sent to the workshop in the town and made into protective gear. Everyone nodded and dragged their tired and injured bodies to clean up the battlefield. Zhou Jing checked his injuries and confirmed that he wouldn't die in the short run. He slowly crawled up with difficulty to help dig a hole to bury the hunters' corpses. It was then he had the time to open the interface and take a look at the information he had just received. You have triggered an achievement, First Victory in Combat. You have received 200 astral points. You have triggered an achievement, Participate in a Hunt. You have received 100 astral points. You have triggered the achievement, First Kill. You have received 200 astral points. You have triggered the achievement, First Kill of Mutant Beast, Medium Risk. You have received 500 astral points, 1x, Aptitude Boost, Physical Fitness, Small, and 1x, Attribute Boost, Physical Fitness, Slight. He hadn't had time to pay attention during the battle, but he discovered that 4 successive accomplishments were related to the battle. His astral point count increased by 1,000 points in one go, giving him a grand total of 1,305 points in his interface. He had gained quite a bit from this whole experience. The special rewards for Attribute Enhancement and Aptitude Enhancement did not immediately take effect on this astral apostle. They were stored in the achievement's warehouse and could be activated or used by different apostles instead. Zhou Jing knew that he didn't have much time left in this realm. Hence, he decided to first store them in the warehouse. Up till now, he was still unaware of what the situation would be like when he returned. He didn't think it would be too late to arrange these rewards after he figured out all the functions of the interface. If he used it hastily without understanding all the mechanisms, he would just be wasting these precious resources. Now that he had killed his prey and his situation was safe, Zhou Jing relaxed and began to plan for the future. These hunters have completed their goal. Next, they should bring me out of the forest to Frostwood Village. Speaking of which, is this considered exploring a new area? I'll think about what to do next when we reach Frostwood Village. Since I have a friendly relationship with these hunters, I should be able to integrate into the village and ask about the situation. After spending 4 days with the hunters, he only had a general understanding of the world. There were still many details that he was not clear about. So long as he arrived at a village inhabited by people, he could slowly ask around. At that time, he could then think about his next step. Zhou Jing dug the hole absent-mindedly as his thoughts drifted away. However, at that instant, a sense of danger arose in his mind, causing his exhausted mind to jolt in shock. Shwa shwa shwa. They were footsteps, dense and high-frequency footsteps. Be careful! Something is approaching! F*TK. Zhou Jing immediately became alert. But before he could finish shouting, he heard a series of whooshing sounds. In the next moment, dozens of arrows shot out from the forest and flew rapidly towards them. A sneak attack! Zhou Jing's mind instantly sharpened. The dozens of arrows seemed to have slowed down, and the trajectory of each arrow became clearly visible. Sharp boneheads, pitch-black arrow shafts, quivering tail feathers. Damn it! His body was too injured to keep up with his thoughts. It was already too late to escape all the arrows. Zhou Jing could only drag his injured body and try his best to hide in the area with the fewest arrows. At the same time, he pulled out his hunting blade and dagger to deflect the arrows. Clang! Clang! Psh, psh, psh. The arrows aimed at his neck and legs were sent flying, but there were still 3 arrows that broke through the encirclement. The sharp bone arrows penetrated his body, and one could hear the sound of flesh being pierced. First, there was a chill, followed by intense pain. After that, Zhou Jing almost lost all his strength. Although his body's physical fitness was good, he wasn't strong enough to deflect 5 arrows simultaneously, and he had already been injured previously. His mastery of the hunting blade and dagger was only at the apprentice level. Although he was currently well-versed in operating weapons, his weapon mastery was not enough for him to perform more difficult moves. With a weapon in each hand, he accurately deflected 2 bone arrows. He was immensely concentrated. At the same time, the sound of arrows hitting could be heard from all directions, mixed with the cries of 2 to 3 hunters. Ambush! It's the subterraneans! When did they arrive? In the shadows of the forest, groups of subterraneans appeared in the dark. At a rough glance, one could see that there were no less than 50 of them. They held short black bows and kept shooting arrows down on the group. This group of subterraneans seemed to be the group that was scared off by the hunters after having foiled their night attack a few days ago. When everyone recognized the origin of these subterraneans, they were both shocked and furious. To think they would attack at this moment! The commotion from the hunt must have been too loud. The light from the inferno they created shone far away, and the roar resounded through the forest, attracting the nearby subterraneans. It was also possible that the group of subterraneans had been secretly tailing them and looking for an opportunity, keeping a distance so that they would not be discovered. When they realized that the group was fighting the mutant beasts from afar, they waited for both sides to suffer heavy losses before launching an attack and taking advantage. The white spider was long considered a threat to the subterraneans who lived in the forest. So they were probably waiting for the hunters to get rid of the white spider, so that there would no longer be any threats to them. What a bunch of despicable little B asterisks and asterisk RDs. Everyone was furious, having come to a similar conclusion. A few days ago, the hunters would not have been afraid, but 3 of their comrades had just been killed while hunting the white spider beast. The rest of the hunters were exhausted, and they had varying degrees of injury. They were in very bad condition. Barong, who had suffered the most injuries, said that he was fine, but he was actually exhausted. Whoosh! 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 The arrows were too sudden, and everyone was caught off guard when handling the spoils of war. Including Barong, 4 hunters were shot and 1 was even hit with 7 arrows. Only the other 3 survived because they stood a little further away. Run into the forest! Barong roared. To create the pit trap and make it easier for them to rain arrows on the mutant beast, they specially chose a relatively empty space to set their ambush. The sparse trees now proved to be a disadvantage for them. They had to escape into the forest to use the trees as cover to block the rain of arrows from the subterraneans. Everyone could not even care about the spoils of war and the corpses of their companions as they fled. The 2 hunters who were hit with the most arrows were too heavily injured to run. They were shot in the back by the next wave of arrows and fell to the ground with a thud, eventually drowned by the swarm of subterraneans. Zhou Jing had 3 arrows stuck in his body. Every step he took brought about bone-piercing pain. He suddenly sensed the whistling of arrows behind him. Gritting his teeth, he pounced to the side. Do! 7 to 8 arrows appeared on the ground where he previously stood. He felt another sharp pain in his back and shoulder blades as he tried to dodge. He was once again shot by 2 arrows, making him gasp involuntarily. By the time Zhou Jing got up from the ground again, the subterraneans had already closed in. The bone blade in its hand ruthlessly stabbed out, aiming for his heart. Zhou Jing endured the pain and loss of strength as he fought with both his blades. Clang! The hunting blade and dagger intersected, blocking the bone blade that was stabbing over. Then he raised his left hand and swiped it. The dagger instantly slit open the neck of the subterranean without any hesitation. Fresh blood spurted out! Even though he was injured, his physical fitness was still much stronger than these skinny little skeletons. Although the subterraneans were a part of the human race, Zhou Jing did not hesitate. When he was hunting the mutant beasts just now, he felt as if a switch had been turned off in his heart. It was as if he had broken through the shackles of a stable life and vented out his anger. Zhou Jing's hunting blade went straight into another subterranean eye socket and pierced through the head. Poochie! When he pulled out his blade, a stream of blood that was mixed with white brain matter spewed out. He expressionlessly watched the subterranean before him spew blood and fall. However, even though he had killed the enemy, his footsteps had still paused for a moment to execute the move. And following the fall of the subterranean, he saw 3 or 4 more subterraneans behind the first, as well as more subterraneans drawing close. I can't turn around. If I do, I'll be stabbed to death. Zhou Jing immediately understood the situation. As he retreated, he gripped his two weapons tightly, preparing to face the subterraneans head-on. At this moment, a gust of wind whistled past. Hump! Barong's giant axe spun out, smashing into the subterraneans with irresistible force. Bang! 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 The few subterraneans at the front could not dodge in time and were directly bisected. In an instant, broken limbs flew everywhere. It was not obvious when they were fighting against the mutant beast, but when fighting against other races, the overwhelming power of the mutant blood warriors was fully displayed. Let's go! Not far off, Barong shouted at Zhou Jing. Mutant blood warriors far exceeded the fitness of ordinary people. Barong was the most heavily injured, yet he was still the fastest. He ran to the front, but when he turned around and saw that his companions were in danger, he stopped and threw out his weapon without hesitation. Unfortunately, he only had enough time to resolve Zhou Jing's threat. However, Baron threw out his weapon with all his strength, causing his injuries to worsen. He almost lost his balance and fell to the ground. Luckily, Griff and another hunter happened to run to his side. They grabbed his arms and dragged him away. The first few subterraneans were smashed into pieces, and the ones behind them stopped in their tracks in fear. Zhou Jing didn't dare to hesitate. After taking advantage of Barong's opportunity, he turned around and ran. A few seconds before the next wave of arrows came, he finally followed the surviving hunters into the forest. Thud! 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 The concentrated arrows nailed themselves to the tree that he had just run past. With the cover of the trees, the threat of the subterraneans' arrows was greatly reduced. Zhou Jing followed Barong and the others as they madly dashed through the forest. After running for an unknown amount of time, the shouts behind them gradually faded into the distance. It was as if the subterraneans had finally given up on pursuing them and returned to plunder the spoils of war. However, they did not dare to stop to rest. After treating their wounds, they forced their exhausted bodies to continue moving. After running for a while and ensuring that the subterraneans were truly not chasing after them, everyone finally stopped. They were all covered in dirt and were in a sorry state. Is it safe? Griff gasped violently. Zhou Jing was also panting heavily. The wounds on his body were painful and itchy, and the injuries caused his stamina to fall drastically. Barong fell to the ground, coughing violently and spitting out blood. He had already thrown out his weapon, and given the circumstances, it was obvious that he could not retrieve it. At this moment, his hands were empty. This group of subterraneans are despicable and shameless. Sooner or later, we'll exterminate them and burn their lair to ashes. Griff pounded his fist against the trunk of the tree, his face full of grief and indignation. They lost 2 more companions, and only half of the hunter team was left. They had suffered heavy losses this time around. Cough, cough. We'll talk about this when we get back. Barong could not stop coughing. He was exhausted. He pointed at Zhou Jing and said intermittently, "It's all thanks to you. You saved us." "Weren't you the one who saved me?" Zhou Jing panted, a little puzzled. If Barong hadn't thrown the axe and forced the subterraneans to retreat, there was a high chance that he wouldn't have been able to escape. Griff took a deep breath before he explained. "We wanted to stall for time and wear the white spider beast down, but looking back at it now, we would probably end up being attacked from both front and back before we could have finished off the mutant beast. We would be dead. Fortunately, you killed the white spider beast in advance. Otherwise, none of us would have survived." From the hunter's point of view, they could see the crucial role Zhou Jing played in this fight. If they hadn't brought Will Wood along with them, they would have been completely wiped out in the protracted battle against the mutant beasts. Just the thought of being attacked by 2 groups of enemies made everyone's heart palpitate. Zhou Jing had indirectly saved their lives. Although they might not have realized how much he had actually helped, the hunters could not pretend that nothing had happened. "You saved us. We will firmly remember this kindness." Griff had on a solemn expression. So that's what he meant. Zhou Jing exhaled. Thinking about it carefully, it did seem to be the case. If they had not met him halfway, this hunter team would have met a grisly end in the forest. Zhou Jing caught his breath for a while more before he shook his head. "There's no need for that. We're just saving each other." He had only said half a sentence when his vision started to spin, and he fell to the ground. Everyone was shocked. Griff hurriedly squatted down to examine Zhou Jing's body. Soon, his shock turned into anger. The group of subterraneans smeared poison on the arrows. The poison has activated. The other 2 who hadn't been shot were shocked and quickly went to check on Barong and the rest of the hunters. They only saw the other hunter that had been shot leaning against a tree without even a sound. He had already long fainted. His body was hot, yet his forehead was covered in cold sweat. Barong waved his hand, his face pale. He forced himself to focus. Take care of them first. Don't worry about me. My body is different from yours. I can take it. Zhou Jing's vision began to blur, and he felt the pain in his body intensify. A hot, wet sensation filled his chest. As if his lungs were bleeding, he had a hard time breathing. Originally, the poison wouldn't have acted up so quickly, but since he ran along the way, the poison spread faster through his blood. Not only did the poison deepen, but it also worsened his injuries. Brother, hold on! Don't fall asleep! Griff shouted anxiously, patting Zhou Jing's cheek repeatedly. Zhou Jing tried his best to keep his eyes open, trying to maintain his consciousness. However, after holding on for a while, his consciousness gradually became muddled, and he fell unconscious. In his hazy consciousness, Zhou Jing vaguely felt as if he was being carried by someone, walking and stopping, the terrain rising and falling. It seemed that someone was anxiously shouting the name Will Wood over and over again. Sometimes they said things like, "We're almost there," and sometimes they said, "Hang on." He could not hear anything clearly, as though he was separated by an insulating layer. It was like being underwater and listening to the sounds coming from above. Zhou Jing woke up intermittently, but every time he would quickly fall unconscious again. He did not know what was happening in the outside world and how much time had passed. This continued for an indefinite period of time before his consciousness suddenly shook, and he became clear-headed again. Whoosh! His view suddenly left his body as if his consciousness was floating in the air. He looked down to see that Will Wood's body was being carried by Griff and Barong, who claimed to be able to hold his own, as well as the other hunter that was shot being carried by two other uninjured hunters. The three of them each carried one person on their backs as they trudged through the forest. In the next second, the figures of these people quickly became smaller in his field of vision. Zhou Jing's view gradually rose. He passed the treetops and looked down at the forest from high up in the sky. The scene he saw suddenly became an endless dark green sea of trees. They were at the edge of the forest, and beyond the forest, a village with smoke curling up from its chimneys appeared before his eyes. It was too far away for him to see clearly, but it was precisely the direction that Griff and the others were heading. Before Zhou Jing could analyze this matter further, he felt a familiar attraction from above. He looked up and saw a brilliant crack silently opening in the sky. It was the rift that had sucked him in when he had arrived. It had appeared at his feet when he had descended, and when he had returned, it had appeared above his head. Zhou Jing's body became light as he was sucked into the rift. It was the familiar tunnel of light again. The familiar, colorful lights. The difference was the lights were ascending when he went down to the astral realm, but descending during his return journey. At the end of the tunnel, the starry sky gradually became clear. At the same time, a stream of information surged into his mind. The projection has ended. Actual time of stay, 6 days. Amount of resource collection and extraction, 163 astral points. For statistics, please expand contract the menu. Experience log has been recorded, and relevant exploration results have been entered into the illustrated handbook. Cooldown till next astral projections, 12 hours in main body. Please select a placement for the astral apostle. His consciousness jolted as he returned to the starry space. I'm back? Zhou Jing looked down and confirmed that he was not in the avatar of Will Wood, but in his original appearance. Phew, I'm finally back. Being poisoned and unconscious is really unpleasant, Zhou Jing grinned. When using the astral apostle, the consciousness could not detach itself from the carrier's senses. It was 100% realistic, and the pain he felt was real. A huge glowing interface panel floated in front of him. The information he had received earlier was displayed on it. The actual duration of stay was 6 days. So after I was poisoned, I was almost unconscious for 2 days. Griff took me, a wounded man, for so long in the forest. Zhou Jing fell silent. The forest was fraught with danger, and the threat of the subterraneans had yet to disappear. He was not the true companion of the hunters, and they could easily abandon him as a burden. But it seemed that their so-called kindness was not just empty talk. He had gone on an adventure for a short period of time and tried a different kind of life. His memories and experiences were extremely profound. Zhou Jing suppressed his emotions and read the next message. The interface showed that he had collected a total of 163 astral points in this duration, accumulating a total of 1468 astral points. Many of the actions of the astral apostles, such as fighting, cultivation, survival, and even eating, could gather the energy of the astral world and transform it into astral points. However, these were different from the immediate benefits of triggering an achievement. The astral points collected from daily activities would only be calculated every time the apostle was released and the consciousness returned. The results would be brought back in one go. Zhou Jing opened the statistical details of this project. It listed which behavior had collected the astral points in this experience. It looked very trivial. From killing mutant beasts to eating something every day, the astral points were included in everything. Even sleeping alone had benefits, albeit extremely low. So as long as the astral apostles are alive and breathing, they can continue to collect astral points. Zhou Jing scratched his head. Most of the profits this time were from killing the white spider beast, and the rest were summed up from all kinds of miscellaneous items. At the bottom of the list, however, two pieces of information caught his attention. Synchronization rate bonus, 0%. Legendary point bonus, 0%. The synchronization rate and legendary points could increase the number of astral points obtained through daily activities. It was equivalent to increasing the efficiency of the apostles collecting astral points. The synchronization rate of Will Wood had been raised to 32% before he returned, but there was no bonus added. He estimated that the synchronization rate needed to reach a certain standard before there could be a bonus factor included. The legendary point section seemed to be related to the influence of the astral apostle. One had to leave behind some achievements that would attract the attention of many people. Based on Zhou Jing's analysis, this legendary point might be equivalent to a person's reputation in that realm. After closing the statistical details, Zhou Jing looked at the next page. It said, "Experience log has been recorded. The results of the exploration have been recorded in the illustrated handbook." What does this mean? With a thought, the interface flashed, and an extension of the interface appeared on both sides. On the left, interface was shown. Astral Apostle list. Number 001. Willwood, alive. Check detailed attributes and experiences log. Number 002. None. And on the right interface, records illustration. Zhou Jing's interest was piqued. He studied them carefully and roughly understood what they were. The Astral Apostle list recorded all Astral Apostles that were born, regardless of whether they were still living or dead. If one selected a name within the name list, they would be able to check the profile of this apostle in its astral realm. One could also check the experiences of this apostle. The experience log took the form of a recording. It contained all the knowledge of this astral apostle inside as a video series. Zhou Jing tried to watch a few paragraphs. They were all images from the carrier's first-person perspective. They were all things he had experienced not long ago. If he forgot the details, he could directly check the related images without confusing his understanding. Records illustration categorized all the abilities he had used in the Astral Apostle mode. It could be directly checked. Currently, only Will Wood's abilities were displayed. The illustration also served as a character material storehouse. When creating a new Astral Apostle, inheriting the abilities of other Astral Apostles was possible through a template of the new carriers. However, different abilities consumed a different number of astral points. So the more Astral Apostles we use, the richer the names and illustrations. But it seems like I can only create a new Astral Apostle after the previous Astral Apostle has cleared the round or died. Zhou Jing made a mental note to himself before closing the expanded list to continue reading. The cooldown time for the next drop was 12 hours. This was understandable. His main body had to spend at least 12 hours before sending its consciousness back into the Astral Apostle. It didn't seem like this was a forced mission. When the time came, Zhou Jing could shuttle back and forth if he wanted to. If he didn't want to, he could choose to wait it out. They were free to choose. Zhou Jing looked at the last row of words. Please select a fixed operation of placement for the Astral Apostle. The reason the interface stopped at this settlement interface was that there was no follow-up operation. The moment he chose to continue, the settlement interface disappeared and was replaced by a new page. Target, Will Wood. Highest synchronization rate, 32%, stage 2. Fixed placement benefits limit. Astral point 0.002 thousandths. Information state particle 0. 20. Please select your main action objective, secondary focus, event processing mode, battle mode, and interaction mode. Remarks. During placement, the synchronization rate will not increase. The higher the synchronization rate, the better the astral apostle can deal with complex events and act flexibly according to the objectives of the placement. Remarks. Even when the astral apostle carries out the placement objective, their behavior will still follow that of the original model template personality. Underscore 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 underscore. Zhou Jing took a look and came to a realization. Placement model. So this is how it is after returning. When I don't control the apostles from the astral world personally, they act according to the plan I set. They're just like robots with standard artificial intelligence in the main world. Fixing their placement model is equivalent to building a robot's behavior program and logic chain. He had been wondering if the apostles would disappear together with him after he returned, or if there would be a time halt in the other dimension. From the looks of it, time in the other world still flowed. The apostles would stay in the world and continue to collect astral energy according to his plans. However, unlike when he was controlling it personally, the astral apostles had a limit when it came to gathering points. It depended on the synchronization rate. Every 25% increase in synchronization rate was a dividing line that separated the apostle into 4 stages. For every stage, the upper limit of the yield would increase. The upper limit of each stage depended on the rarity of the model template. For every increase in a stage, the upper limit of the benefit would multiply by at least a fold. Hence, the upper limit at the 4th and final stage would be at least 8 times more than the upper limit of the first stage. The moment an apostle reached the upper limit of his cumulative benefits, he would not be able to obtain any more earnings. He would have to personally descend to increase his synchronization rate in order to expand the upper limit of his obtainable benefits. Only the astral apostles who had completed their main missions and had their synchronization rate reach the 4th stage could have no limit to their benefits. Zhou Jing nodded secretly. So, increasing synchronization rates is a high priority target. Compared to controlling them personally, the astral apostles will spend more time in the placement mode. He carefully read through the details of the placement. The placement mode had many settings and covered several areas. He summarized it and simply divided it into 2 categories. One was the target of the action, and the other was the mode of action. The former was to determine the purpose of the apostles in the astral realm. To explore a new area, or to stay in the same place, to focus on training or to cause trouble everywhere. If he were more detailed, he could even specify a particular detail. For example, he could choose to focus on training and set which skill or attribute he wanted to prioritize. The latter was the way to deal with various events, such as radicalism, conservatism, balance, and so on. However, it would be affected by the current traits of the apostle: personality, style, alignment, and so on. Let's give it a try and see what the results are like. Zhou Jing thought for a while and quickly decided on a safe and balanced plan. He would do a run that emphasized stability first. Placement plan has been saved. Effective immediately. Do you wish to open the map overview mode and additionally specify the activity area during the placement, or to plan out an activity route? Remark: this is an optional decision. Astral apostles can also decide the area and scope of activity according to the placement. The map's interface popped up. This time, it was no longer completely black, but a small area. It was the area that Zhou Jing had walked through in the black-clothed forest the last time. It could be zoomed in and selected. Additionally, this unknown area was now available as an exploration target in the Astral Apostle placement mode. No designated areas. Zhou Jing rejected the suggestion. Currently, there was nothing much to explore. He had to wait for Griff to bring the Astral Apostle Will Wood to Frostwood Village to unlock the area. After doing this, the interface flashed, and the interface where the placement plan was situated disappeared. A new message appeared. Setup complete. Shutting down the projection shuttle space. Countdown to next projection, 12 hours. Suddenly, Zhou Jing's vision went dark. In the next second, his vision was restored. He was no longer looking at the interface panel and the starry space. He had returned to his room. The neon lights were still flashing outside the window, illuminating the steel forest-like skyscrapers and flying vehicles. Zhou Jing blinked a little in surprise. Back already? Just like that? I thought it would transport me back like the astral realm projection. By the way, what time is it? Thinking of this, Zhou Jing sat up in bed and turned on the digital clock on his phone. 5 a.m. in the morning. He estimated that more than 6 hours had passed since he fell asleep. In the preparatory stage before the projection, it showed that the time of the projection could be set manually. Because the duration of time in the two realms was different, the main body would be fixed to experience 6 hours, while that duration would be converted to reflect the time in that realm itself. Zhou Jing was still quite energetic at this time and did not feel any fatigue. I can travel through the astral plane by projecting my consciousness. During this period of time, is my main body sleeping? If someone wakes me up during this process, will I continue to travel through the astral plane, or will I return immediately? Would I just wake up from the astral plane? Zhou Jing was curious about this. After spending 6 days in the astral world, he had a deep impression of his adventures. However, during this period of time, he would remember the main world from time to time, so there was no confusion. Zhou Jing didn't know if it was an illusion, but he realized that his memory had improved a lot. With a thought, he recalled the experience of his main body the day before he traveled. Oh, I just got home from an interview. My family told me that I needed to undergo forced immigration. My life plan was messed up. Zhou Jing let out a sigh. He was not as disappointed and angry as he was when he first heard the news. After staying calm for a few days in the astral plane and wandering between life and death, he suddenly became more open to many things. Although he did not gain any benefits, such as changing his body structures, he realized that his mind had changed. There had never been a moment when it was like this from when he was born up till now. It was as if an invisible burden had been removed from his shoulders, so much that the weightlessness felt as though it had reached his bones. It was as if he was infinitely at ease. Zhou Jing's eyes flickered. Finally, he made up his mind and let out a long breath. I guess I have to make a decision. Outside the black-clothed forest was a winding river that was clear like sapphire. On the other side of the river was a verdant plain. On the plains, there was a human village called Frostwood Village. It stood along the river and had built a small stone bridge that connected to the forest. The sky was slightly bright, and the day was slightly warm. In the peaceful village, the farmers yawned and walked out of the house. They brought their farming tools and prepared to work in the fields. At this moment, 3 miserable figures carrying people on their backs ran out from the forest on the opposite shore. They stepped onto the stone bridge and stumbled into the village. As they ran, they shouted anxiously, quickly attracting the attention of many villagers. They can't hold on anymore. Save them! Call the witch doctor! Instantly, the entire village boiled with attention. Back in the main world, the sky was bright. Another morning in Sci-Fi City. His eldest brother pushed open the door and skillfully put on his tie, preparing to go to work. Behind him, the sleepy second brother walked out of the same room with a yawn. There were only 4 rooms in the house, 1 for his parents, 1 for Zhou Jing, and 2 for his 3 younger brothers and sisters. The 2 of them did not disturb Zhou Jing, who had just received the grievous news last night. They got their youngest brother to sleep with his parents and a spare bed for the 2 brothers to squeeze in. Just like countless other youths in the interstellar era, they had separated from their family early on to forge their own paths. However, they received a short message from their father yesterday. They found out that their family had been selected for forced immigration. They rushed back hurriedly and fought hard to ensure that this quota would not fall on their heads. It wasn't easy for them to develop their own career and trajectory in the country, so they didn't want to migrate. On the other hand, the third son, Zhou Jing, had just graduated and had yet to start working. No one was more suitable than him to take on the immigration quota. Even though they were brothers, they still had to draw a line on official matters. Therefore, after Zhou Jing returned to his room yesterday, his eldest and second brother talked with their parents for the entire night. They discussed adopting a calm attitude and dissecting the pros and cons for him. They thought about how to persuade Zhou Jing to accept this arrangement, but the outcome of the discussion was actually not very optimistic. Because they had also suddenly learned of the grievous news yesterday, no one was mentally prepared for it. It was difficult to control their emotions, and their tone probably caused Zhou Jing to hate the idea. It would be difficult to persuade him later. The eldest brother put on his coat and gold-framed glasses. He looked at Zhou Jing's tightly shut door and hesitated for a moment before speaking in realization. I don't think he's been out all night? The second brother was stunned. Now that you mention it, that seems to be the case. His room has been too quiet since last night. They looked at each other and were about to knock on the door. At that moment, the door opened. Zhou Jing walked out with a calm expression. He glanced at the two of them and said casually, "Getting ready to go out?" Big Brother was stunned by Zhou Jing's calm tone and replied in a helpless tone, Yeah, are you awake?" "Good observation." Zhou Jing rolled his eyes and pried the two of them away, moving to the kitchen to get a glass of water. The eldest brother and second brother exchanged a surprised look. "What's going on? This situation isn't right." They had discussed last night that 30 would be angry, not calm. It was as if nothing had happened yesterday. "Are you all right?" The eldest brother probed. "What can happen to me? I'll still be fine even if you're fired." Zhou Jing took a sip of water and said casually, "What are you even talking about? Cough regarding forced immigration." "All right, you don't have to worry about this anymore." Zhou Jing interrupted them and waved his hand. Did this mean that third brother has accepted it? The two of them were delighted but also surprised. It had only been a night, and 30 had already completed his psychological construction? Did he really just accept this so readily? But then again, third brother was usually quite rational. If he was given one night, he would probably understand that this was the best plan. Second brother said with relief, "Third brother, it's great that you think this way. Don't resist being an interstellar immigrant. This is already the 11th batch of immigrants on that planet, so I reckon all the facilities have been perfected. The government's benefits for immigrants are good, and better days are coming for you soon. Anyway, you don't have a career yet, so you won't have to worry about anything if you stay for a few years. And you can also help me get a scholarship. It's a win-win situation." Zhou Jing glanced at him and only lightly commented, "Your speech is very nice, but don't bring it up again." Second brother looked embarrassed. Big brother sized up Zhou Jing from the side and suddenly had a strange feeling. Why does the 30 feel suddenly different? In the past, he used to be a gentle person, but after one night, he seemed to have changed. Zhou Jing glanced around. Seeing that there was no one else in the living room, he asked nonchalantly, "Where's Zhou Weian? Is he awake yet?" His two brothers were stunned. They hadn't expected Zhou Jing to address their father by his full name. Although they did this in private, 30 had always been a cultured and polite person. This was not like him. "He shouldn't be up yet." Hearing that, Zhou Jing pointed at Zhou Weian's bedroom. "Go call him. I have something to tell him." "Why don't you—" The second brother was terrified and obediently ran to call the door. He didn't dare to provoke Zhou Jing right now for fear that Zhou Jing would fall out with him. After a while, Zhou Weian and Zhao Jing walked out of the room. They found Zhou Jing sitting in the living room, with his eldest brother and second brother standing awkwardly at the side. Seeing Zhou Jing's calm expression, both of them were a little stunned. "About yesterday," Zhou Weian opened his mouth, about to say something. However, Zhou Jing didn't give him a chance and went straight to the point. "I can accept the forced immigration quota, but I have some conditions." Zhou Weian was stunned, and the words he had prepared to say to persuade his son were suddenly stuck in his throat. He did not expect Zhou Jing's attitude to change 180 degrees after one night. "Tell me. After I accept this slot, we both will owe each other nothing from now on. I'll move out as well. From today on, don't bother me." Zhou Jing's expression was calm as he made up his mind. Sometimes people would be blinded by the identity of their family and beautify their image until they realized that they were too different from what they had originally imagined. One's love for their children was never an obligation, nor was it a given. There were 6 children in his family. It was impossible for him to not be biased when it came to sharing things. He understood his family's decision, and he was indeed the most suitable person from a logical point of view. But all of that was meaningless now. For every day that passed without a conclusion to this matter, there would be an endless debate. His family would definitely come to bother him from time to time. He did not want to waste time arguing with his family about this matter. Right now, he only wanted to focus all his energy on researching his astral traveling. He could only focus on exploring this sudden ability by going out and living alone. Since he had a way to resolve the forced migration, he would take on the quota and resolve their problem. In the future, they would not owe each other anything. Zhou Jing had thought it through. There were still 2 months left before the migration ship set sail. Before that, he could become a super, and he would be exempted from the forced migration. This was still his goal for now, not for his family, but for himself. In any case, his family's original intentions were just to push the quota to him. After he accepted it, no matter what method he used to solve this problem, it would have nothing to do with them anymore. They were already prepared to never see him again, so his path in the future had nothing to do with them. At this point, it was all right, even if he did not have any kin. Looking at Zhou Jing, who was totally different from before, Zhou Weian couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke out once again. If you need any financial compensation, no need, keep your money. Zhou Jing remained impassive. He needed money to rent a house outside. Although he did not have a job, he still had some savings over the years. Initially, he wanted to save up for the tuition fees for higher education institutes, but it was no longer necessary now. Zhou Jing suddenly became so cold. Others were not used to it, but they could not criticize this change. After all, they had made a choice first. Zhou Weian hesitated for a few more seconds before he coughed and said, "There is one thing that I'm afraid you've forgotten. The migration ship will board in 2 months, and during this period, you will have to complete the process of reporting your personal information." "I'm aware." Zhou Jing had checked up on the migration information last night. There were a series of procedures for mandatory migration, such as filling in reports, immigration bureau interviews, physical examinations, and so on. Before the boarding date of the migration spaceship, the parties involved had to complete these procedures, and it was ineffective if others did so on their behalf. The Immigration Bureau would confirm the quota and record it into the database after the chosen family member filled in a report. It was only then that the immigration candidate was confirmed. Seeing Zhou Weian hesitance, Zhou Jing thought for a moment and understood the other party's concerns. "If you're worried, I can submit the report first before moving out." He only threw down this sentence indifferently. That works too." Zhou Weian had nothing left to fault. Zhou Jing did not delay. He took out his phone and computer, logged into the Immigration Bureau's website, and recorded his identity. It took him about 20 minutes to complete the report. When the image of applicant successful appeared on the screen, Zhou Jing turned the computer to show it to Zhou Weian. "Is that enough?" Zhou Weian nodded silently. "That's good." Zhou Jing stood up and returned to his room. A short while after, he came back out with his backpack and suitcase. After returning from his astral travel, he had packed his luggage. There wasn't much to bring. A laptop, a few clothes, a few books, and a couple of posters that had been pulled down from the wall. Zhou Weian and the others were stunned at his sudden packing. "Are you leaving now? Have you found a house? Where are you staying?" Zhou Jing couldn't help but ask. "There'll always be a place to stay." Zhou Jing walked to the door, thought for a moment before continuing. "My home address is still set here. I can't change it, so I can only report here. So when the Immigration Bureau makes a visit, I'll come back. Other than that, we'll have nothing to do with each other." Zhou Weian and the others stared blankly at his heartless remark. Finally, Zhou Jing took one last glance at the familiar house before turning around and walking away. The closing of the main door obscured his family's last view of his departing back. Sometimes a person's change takes a lifetime, and sometimes it only takes an instant. He suddenly felt that the things he cared about in the past were not worth it. Since he had made a decision, he would not stop. In the room, only Zhou Weian and the others were left looking at each other in stunned silence. This swift and decisive style was completely different from the Zhou Jing they knew. None of them had ever seen this side of him before. This was the first time they realized that Zhou Jing's refined and gentle character could actually turn into such a resolute and heartless one. The group was utterly confused at this point. They more or less knew that it was their fault, but they didn't think people could change so much in one night. With his backpack slung over his shoulders, he dragged the luggage as he walked out of the building. The warm morning sun shone on his shoulders. Zhou Jing took a deep breath and let it fill his chest. For some reason, he felt a numbing sensation come from within his heart. It was as if he had thrown away his last remaining restraint and was now looking forward to the future. It was as if his life had only truly begun today. No matter which colonial planet it was, houses were easy to find in this era. Due to the incentive provided through the fertility welfare funds, the population of the various colonial planets had been growing rapidly. As a result, every country on the planet would have to constantly be constructing new buildings. In the early stages of interstellar development, there was an increase in resources and the development of society. An ideological shift led to a decrease in the birth rate. To provide population resources for interstellar expansion, the Interstellar Joint Government adjusted many systems to adapt to the environment. For example, they supervised the implementation of a fertility welfare system for various countries and planets. They no longer played with various concepts and tax cuts, but gave real money to give birth to children. As long as a family gave birth to a child, they could get money every month. This money was enough for a family to simply leech off in this era. The core principle of this system was very simple. Giving birth was very profitable. After all, most of the jobs used automatons. If one wanted to enjoy life even without work, one could contribute through children. Every family unit had 3 welfare quotas for children. At the most, they could receive 3 sets of fertility benefits at the same time. When the child reached adulthood, the benefits would halt. However, this would also cause the quota to be freed. Thus, if a family could give birth to another child during this period, they could continue to receive fertility welfare benefits. The Interstellar Joint Government used this system to continuously stimulate the population and encourage a family to give birth a few more times. Therefore, many families chose to have multiple children. Whenever their first 3 children neared adulthood, they would give birth to 3 new ones to maintain the fertility benefits for the next 10 odd years. This ensured a constant income. For example, Zhou Jing's family was currently going through the second round of welfare benefits. In the beginning, the traditional view of the Mother Planet era meant that many of them were not used to the need for manpower for interstellar expansion. In the end, the Interstellar Joint Government chose to use stable interests to drive the growth of the population. Establishing a family out of utilitarianism was also one of the reasons why the concept of family in the interstellar era gradually faded. It was already the norm in this era, and it was in line with the needs of the population of the various countries' interstellar exploration. The rich resources brought about by interstellar expansion caused the economies of various countries to rapidly increase. Coupled with the improvement in productivity, money was abundant. A portion of it was enough to support many similar high welfare systems. Furthermore, in order to prevent a monopoly, each colonial planet was jointly managed by multiple countries. The territories of each country were not limited to a single planet, but instead distributed across various planets. For example, in the Silver Wind planet that Zhou Jing lived on, the Interstellar Joint Government had divided the planet into 14 sectors for 14 different countries to develop and manage. 3 of them were members of the 7 countries of the Summit, which were the Scarlet Nation that they belonged to, as well as the United States of Weiss and the Silver Star Federation. The Silver Wind planet had received 25 large-scale migrations in total. So far, it had been developed for 216 years, and all the facilities were perfect. Therefore, despite only having left in the morning, Zhou Jing found a relatively suitable rental house by the afternoon. The house was not big, but the furniture was tidy. There was water and electricity, and the rent was 700 Nassaus a month. The Interstellar Joint Government had long since introduced a common currency as the benchmark. The unit was known as Nassau, and the exchange rate was higher than the currency of all the member countries. After many years of promoting it, it had become the main source of daily payment currency in more than 100 colonial planets. Zhou Jing had a total of 3,720 Nassaus in savings. Taking into account his daily living expenses, renting for 2 months was no problem. It was enough to support his plan. He did not see the landlord during the whole process of renting the house. The landlord had long since given full authority to the intermediary company, and everything was transferred by mechanical hands. The efficiency was impressive. He paid on the same day and checked in with his bag. "I guess I'll be living here for the next 2 months." Zhou Jing put down his things and looked around the room. He had mixed feelings. As much as he looked forward to it, he could not help but sigh. He shelved his complicated feelings and went to the mall to buy his necessities as well as food. When he returned, he tidied up the house briefly before pulling all the curtains closed and sitting in front of the computer. Zhou Jing spent some time on the internet and searched for some policies related to the support given to supers towards forced immigration. He made a preliminary plan. Because of the existence of the interface, becoming a super is no longer impossible. However, the prerequisite is for the astral apostle to be able to clear the mission. Zhou Jing tapped his fingers on the virtual keyboard and thought, only the apostles who completed missions would be able to convert their superpowers into his body. He'd already changed the name of the world he'd traveled through the last time to Mutant World in the interface's archives. The serial number was still labeled as 001. It was the only astral realm currently recorded in the archives. He still didn't know how to discover new astral realms, so he planned to leave that for later and solve what he could solve first. To become a super in the mutant world, I have to make the astral apostle consume the mutant blood potion as soon as possible. There are only 2 months left before this batch of immigrant spaceships depart. Zhou Jing calculated the time in his heart. Becoming a super was only meaningful if he could do so before the immigrant spaceships set off, since he could avoid being forced to emigrate. Otherwise, if he got on the spaceship, they wouldn't turn around to send him back. He did not intend to live under the same roof as his family anymore. After accepting the forced immigration quota, they would not owe each other anything and would walk their own paths in the future. However, interstellar migration was still a big matter, and he still had to consider it. Zhou Jing felt that he had to take the initiative whether to move or not. That way, he would choose rather than be forced to do so. Before the immigrant spaceship takes off, I need at least one astral apostle to complete the mission. That way, I'll get the powers and have a right to choose whether to board or not. Zhou Jing knocked on the table as he confirmed his current objective. 2 months seemed like an ample amount of time, but he was not 100% confident. After all, he had only traveled once, and he hadn't successfully cleared all the life objectives before. In addition, he was also concerned about one thing. According to immigration procedures, people who were forced to immigrate had to undergo physical examinations, including a super's reaction detection test. The super's reaction detection test could check if an individual developed superpowers. This was a method used by the Interstellar Joint Government to register superhumans. Self-awakening superhumans would have a difficult time hiding amongst people, but the government had an easier time managing them. Before they boarded the ship, they would be tested to see if there were any hidden supers. This detection technique was not very advanced. In fact, it only analyzed the body measurements of the subject and compared them with the physical standards of ordinary people. Most superpowers would change the external characteristics of the user, such as physical fitness, mental strength, energy reactions, and so on. It was difficult to hide all of such characteristics. As long as there was a deviation in some indicators, they could determine if this person had superpowers or a super's reaction through the error value. Once it was confirmed that the examinee had an obvious reaction, further tests would be done to determine the existence of a superpower. Occasionally, there would be misinformation, which would result in an in-depth physical examination, a very thorough one. However, there was a limitation to the super's reaction detection technology. They could only detect whether a person was a super, not what abilities that person had. Therefore, the person needed to show their abilities manually. Thus, supers who possessed a compound ability or multiple abilities could usually pass the test after displaying one ability while keeping the other abilities hidden. There were quite a number of such examples. Many of the players from the Super League who had their files public were like this. They took advantage of the situation legally. As long as they did not act too arrogantly, everyone would turn a blind eye to it as it was already socially acceptable. The interface of the astral travel panel was too special. Zhou Jing thought it was impossible to detect through such basic detection testing. In short, he still had to obtain the system of the mutant blood warrior and disguise himself as an ordinary physical strengthener. Okay, I have 2 months, 60 days. Zhou Jing looked at the electronic calendar thoughtfully. Because of the different environments of the various colonial planets, there were local calendars suitable for the residents to use. However, the Interstellar Joint Government also set up a universal civilization calendar to calculate the date for the entire civilization. According to this calendar, the current date of the main world was General Calendar Year 2351, July 18th. The migration spaceship will depart on September 19th. This is the deadline for me to complete my plan. Zhou Jing's eyes flickered as he pondered. Of course, if he had to say it, there was a more direct method, which was simply to rebel. However, he decided to forget about it. Even supers were still part of society. Those rank 7 supers who could easily cause the sky and earth to collapse were also willing to receive the support of various countries, not to mention a young sprout like him. In the end, I still have to abide by the law, Zhou Jing muttered to himself. It was impossible to just float from place to place forever. He wanted to become a super, not a wanted criminal who would be chased around by the law enforcement officers. He didn't want to end up crying behind steel bars. Astral projection is already very exciting. I don't want my life to be in chaotic every day. I'd better not lead a life with too much excitement. I'll become a super first and be exempted from immigration. I'll leave the future for the future. After deciding on his route of action, Zhou Jing was clear on what he needed to do next. After turning off the computer, Zhou Jing summoned the interface and looked at it with interest. Speaking of which, the attributes of my main body are actually like this. When summoning the interface in the main world, some functions could still be used, such as checking the astral realm files, the astral apostle list, and records illustration. Most importantly, the attributes and abilities of his main body could be reflected in the template format of the apostles. From this, he could understand his own situation. Attributes: physical fitness 4, resistance 5, perception 5, spirit 7, energy 0. Aptitude: combat blue, spirit, green, physical fitness, green. Talent: battle intuition, sharp instincts for combat. Skill: none. Supernatural power system: none. So this is what my interface data is like? Zhou Jing was very interested. Everyone had their own areas of expertise and weakness. People often find it difficult to understand themselves and often waste time on the wrong path. The attribute format on the interface showed a person's talent in what aspect, which was helpful in solving this problem. Zhou Jing estimated that anyone's situation could be displayed in this format, his main body included. If a normal person's standard is around 5, my body is not athletic and is slightly weaker than a normal person's, but my spirit is higher than a normal person's. Zhou Jing was deep in thought. When he thought about how his memory improved after he returned, he vaguely felt that the time when he was an apostle in the astral realm was akin to a process of training his mental strength and spirit. No wonder I didn't feel confused when I returned. It seems that every time I project my consciousness, my mind is slowly improving. Zhou Jing narrowed his eyes and committed this speculation to memory. Looking down, his own aptitude seemed to be quite good. It was at least much better than his carrier will would. He roughly analyzed the significance of the different colors of the various endowments. Gray was aptitudes that he was not gifted at, white was considered normal, and green was slightly gifted. The blue represented outstanding talent. Purple represented genius-like talent. The aptitude of my main body is mainly green and white. Only the aptitude for battle has reached blue. Zhou Jing raised his eyebrows slightly. If blue is already so fierce, then won't purple make pigs fly? In terms of talent, he also had a talent that was related to combat, battle intuition. Looks like my guess was right. I do have talent in combat. Zhou Jing was inexplicably excited. However, he immediately thought of a new problem. These are my original body's talents, but when I use Will Wood's body, it can still take effect. So my original body's talent can still be displayed to a certain extent in the Astral Apostle, even without being displayed. I will be using different carriers when I descend to different astral realms, but they are still controlled by my thoughts. My combat awareness is rooted in my own experience and memories, and it is unaffected. On the other hand, the Astral Apostle's talent does not seem to transfer on my body. I don't have the agility talent anymore, so my main body cannot be replaced. It is the core of the astral travel ability. Zhou Jing analyzed and felt that his conjecture was somewhat reliable. After a good analysis of his skills, he couldn't help but recall the skills that Will Wood had. Although they weren't displayed in his main body's skill column, he still remembered many of the skills, such as the usage of daggers, hunting knives, and the words of the Terra Empire language. However, he only remembered what he had learned and used in his apostle, not the entire broad spectrum of the skill. For example, when he spoke, he could no longer automatically understand the meaning of his words in the Terra Empire language as he did when he descended. He could only remember the words he had said when he was Will Wood. He had to link the spoken language back to his own language for inference, which was similar to learning the language normally. As for the technique of mastering weapons, although he could remember it in his head, his body did not have any muscle memory. It was as if he had never practiced it before. Zhou Jing's eyes lit up at this discovery. Even if the astral apostle's skills haven't been transferred to my original body, the relevant knowledge and memories don't disappear. If I remember it, it will stay in my mind. I won't lose it by switching bodies. So, even if you don't clear the life objectives, you can let your main body learn from scratch. And with experience, it will be easier to train. However, while this was indeed the case, due to the difference in the flow of time between the two worlds, the astral apostles had more time to train. Using an apostle to clear the level to obtain abilities and skills was the most cost-effective. Still, his main body was also given the opportunity to cultivate. He couldn't learn a system like the Blood Mutant Warriors, which required external strengthening, on his own. However, he could learn some knowledge-type superpowers, even if they were not transferred to his main body, to become a super. There's another way. In the future, I can focus on knowledge-related superpowers. Zhou Jing remembered this discovery and, at the same time, thought of a new trick. I can take advantage of this loophole. I can use a carrier to speed up some knowledge-based abilities. When I return to my original body or use the next apostle, this knowledge will not disappear from my mind, even if the skills aren't displayed. Like, if I were to truly learn all the words of the Terra Empire, then even if my main body can't analyze the words, I can still grasp this language. Zhou Jing was ecstatic at the thought. He felt great about gradually figuring out the mechanism of astral travel. Between these mechanisms, there seemed to be many tricks to be discovered. Zhou Jing could not stop shaking from excitement. It was past 5 in the afternoon, and the 12-hour cooldown for his astral traveling was over. Let's go and take a look. I wonder how my astral apostle is doing. Suppressing his interest in researching the functions further, Zhou Jing closed his eyes and sent his consciousness into the starry space. Now, it was time to move to the projection space. Buzz! His vision shifted, and his consciousness once again entered the starry space. In the background, the huge LED panel floated in the galaxy. The moment Zhou Jing entered, a waterfall of information appeared on the interface. Before he could react, he was caught off guard. Will Wood's placement has ended. You may view the placement benefits report, automatically expanded. Placement duration, 3 days, astral time. Reward, +9 astral points. Accumulated rewards, 9 2,000ths astral points. Ability growth, none. Trigger achievement, first death, unique. Placement rating, none. Will Wood, serial #001 is dead. Do you want to check the death playback? What the heck? Why did he die? Zhou Jing was a little stunned. That's unexpected. Let's see what happened first. He immediately activated the death playback. An image popped up on the interface. Inside a little wooden cabin, Will Wood was lying on the bed. His face was green and purple, evidently deeply poisoned. His eyes are closed, and he is in a severe coma. The arrow wounds on his body are already oozing pus and festering. Beside the bed, an old man dressed in a strange attire was jumping around. His dance was strange, and he was mumbling as he jumped, as if he was holding some kind of ritual. The old man's wrinkled face was smeared with oil paint, and there were 2 feathers stuck on his head. He wore a robe woven from black feathers, which made Zhou Jing involuntarily think of the witches and priests of primitive religions. There was another familiar face watching from inside the house. It was Griff, looking worried and anxious. After doing some dance rituals to pray to some unknown god, the old man stopped. He was sweating profusely, and his hands were clenched into fists against his forehead, as if he was praying. After about 10 seconds, the old man stepped back and turned to Griff. I've prayed for him for 3 consecutive days. I've done my best. The gods will try to redeem him. I don't believe in your god. Griff was dissatisfied. Why didn't you give him the medicine that you gave to Captain Barong and the rest? The medicine has been used up. The old man shook his head. He has been poisoned too deeply. The only thing I can do is to clean the wound and release the poisoned blood to treat him. The rest will depend on the will of the gods. How is that possible? We went into the mountains to help you pick so many medicinal herbs. How could it be used up so easily? But it is what it is. There's no time to prepare more medicine at the last minute. The old man lowered his eyes and said with a benevolent expression, But it doesn't matter. I've already sincerely prayed so he can receive God's blessings. If he still dies, it means that his life is over. No medicine can save him either. No. Without waiting for a response, the old man picked up his walking stick and staggered out of the house. Only Griff stayed behind to take care of him. Day turned into night. Willwood ultimately didn't make it through and stopped breathing on a cold night. Griff took the body to the village cemetery and buried it, accompanied by the silent circle of hunters. The tombstone with the name Willwood engraved on it quietly stood over a mound of sand that covered his pale face. Death replay over. The video ended and Zhou Jing came back to his senses. So that was how he died. He didn't survive the poison and succumb to his injuries in the end. Before he returned, the carrier was already half dead. It was not surprising that it did not survive. I guess the astral apostles don't just suddenly recover when my consciousness leaves this realm. Before I return, I should try my best not to put the astral apostles in danger. Otherwise, they might die in the process. Zhou Jing frowned as he thought out loud. If he had access to the medical skills of the main world, he probably wouldn't die. However, there was no point in saying this. Although he had guessed that the medical skills of the mutant world might be very backward, he didn't expect that they would actually use this sort of dancing ritual to treat patients. This isn't even a problem with the medical procedures. Are you trying to scam me? The most ridiculous thing was that such a doctor was qualified to practice medicine in the village. How have the villagers not stabbed him to death with pitchforks? A quack is harmful! Zhou Jing was furious. However, what he was most angry about now was the group of subterranean scum. Becoming friends with the hunters and being able to go to Frostwood Village to gather intelligence was great. So why did it become like this? If not for that subterranean sneak attack, this astral apostle would not have been poisoned or dead. Subterraneans, huh? I'll settle the debt sooner or later. Zhou Jing made a mental note. After sorting out his emotions, Zhou Jing looked at the interface. The death of Willwood had temporarily disrupted his plans. He now had to see what to do next. At this moment, following the death playback, an interface popped up. Death settlement of Willwood, serial hash 001. Total survival time, 9 days. Synchronization rate, 32%. Strength, mortal. Total astral points gained, 1477. Total information state particles obtained, 0. Legendary points, 0. Career evaluation, early death. Evaluation reward, none. Free inheritance. Slot, X3, random, X2, specified. There's still the death settlement? It really counts the gains from an astral apostle's career. Zhou Jing looked at it carefully and started thinking. It seemed like there were a lot of calculations involved during each astral realm travel. There was a small settlement every time he returned, which would calculate the gains from his astral travel. Every time an apostle's time ended, the system would calculate the total gains of the astral apostle during the period of operation. The death settlement was the total statistics of an astral apostle's career. It showed the results of an apostle. If I'm right, there will be a reward if I manage to complete any of the mission objectives. There might be 4 different settlement patterns: return of travel, placement, death, clearance. 2 minor settlements and 2 major ones. Zhou Jing pondered silently and roughly understood the process. The death settlement would reward him based on his career evaluation. This time, he was unlucky and caught off guard, so there was no reward. However, the free inheritance slot function surprised Zhou Jing. This would let him transfer some abilities from the dead apostle to the next one. Even though he could use his astral points to choose the abilities of other astral apostles from the record's illustration and pass them on to new astral apostles. He could use this for free. The higher the death rating, the more free inheritance slots provided. This meant that the next apostle would have more of the abilities and skills of his predecessors. That's good stuff, Zhou Jing laughed out loud. Previously, he was worried that after the apostles from the astral world died, he would have to relearn everything. Now, it seemed like he could pass them down from generation to generation. Even if he could not convert the abilities to his main body, it would greatly increase his chances of clearing the missions. Most importantly, his training results would not be wasted. Even if he died, it would be passed down from generation to generation. This could continue until an apostle cleared the mission, whereby it would be transferred to his main body. That was too great of a hack! Zhou Jing's spirits lifted, and he hurriedly studied the process carefully. He discovered that the free inheritance slots were divided into 2 categories: random and specified. As the name suggested, One randomly selected abilities, and the other allowed one to specifically inherit certain abilities. The evaluation this time gave a total of 5 free inheritance slots. Will Wood only had 4 skills, which was more than enough. However, the inherited abilities among the astral apostles would be inevitably influenced by the new carrier's own aptitude. If their abilities were incompatible with the new model template, their corresponding skill levels would also decrease. However, that was only something that had to be considered when one's ability had reached a high enough level. Will Wood's 4 skills were all very low level, far from being able to compete with one's aptitude. There were also benefits to being a noob. Free inheritance slot used up. Inherited total 4 skills. L of 2, Terra Empire Language, Northern Dialect. L of 1, Weapon Mastery Hunting Blade. L of 1, Weapon Mastery Dagger. L of 1, Wilderness Survival. The next Astral Realm Apostle template created will inherit the above-mentioned skills. Wonderful! Zhou heaved a sigh of relief. Although these few abilities were nothing much, they were significant to him right now. As long as a new one could inherit the important abilities of their predecessors, his previous hard work would not be wasted. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that he still had a few unused aptitude and attribute enhancement rewards. A quick check showed that the rewards were still in the warehouse. The death of his astral apostle did not affect the accumulated rewards. Other than certain special achievements that could only be used by those who triggered it, most of the achievement rewards were universal and could be used on other astral apostles. Zhou had a flash of inspiration and quickly thought of a plan. In that case, maybe I can save the reward obtained for triggering achievements. If I meet an apostle from the astral world worth investing in, I can activate it all at once and use it to stack the effect until it becomes a big boss. It seemed like this operation was feasible. Marvelous. He had found another loophole. It was a pity that the reward for improving one's aptitude and attributes could only be used by apostles from the astral world and could not be used by his main body. Otherwise, he would also want to experience what it felt like to become a genius overnight. This is not bad. Increasing the apostle's aptitude will also increase the chances of clearing the missions. Zhou shook his head as if to rid his greediness. At this moment, he noticed an additional achievement in the warehouse. In Will Wood's placement report, a unique achievement was triggered after his first death was achieved and became an inheritance. Triggered achievement, first death, unique. Unlocked Astral Apostle mode, support function column. Received support function X4. Received character rank system up to L of 10. Received item analysis function. Received follower function. Received pet function. Support function. Zhou took a look at the explanation and was instantly invigorated, his face beaming with joy. In the stats file of the Astral Apostle, there was now a supplementary function column. The number of empty slots depended on the rarity of the template. When he was modeling for the Apostle, he could equip them with auxiliary functions in the empty slots to use when performing astral travel. However, different auxiliary functions required a different number of astral points to equip. There were many auxiliary functions, and they were to provide the astral apostles some special advantages. According to Zhou simple understanding, isn't this just pay to win? And I can even choose a VIP privilege for the astral apostles? D*men, this is a little fierce. Still, I can already reconstruct and create apostles from the astral world, so it wouldn't be strange to include more information. Zhou calmed himself down and muttered to himself. Judging from the effects, the content of these 4 auxiliary functions was like a basic external modification tool. It felt like it would be an initial benefit, like rapid language analysis, helpful but not too exaggerated. If an astral apostle were equipped with an auxiliary function, it would be much more convenient to wander and grow. Furthermore, he had saved up some astral points. He had enough dough now. The next time he created an astral apostle, he could try out the paid function of modeling an apostle. Using these resources to create a new astral apostle with higher potential would give him a smoother start. When I think about the benefits, I guess Will Wood died a worthy death. If his astral apostle did not die, he would not be able to unlock the auxiliary functions and create a new and better template. Since he had a 2-month deadline, it was lucky that Will Wood left early. He did not need to spend too much time on this mediocre template and would take fewer detours. From the results, it seemed like a good thing. Wonderful, a wonderful death. Zhou Jing was no longer depressed. Not only did he not lose anything, he even felt that he had gained from it. Willwood, your sacrifice will be remembered by the organization. He was secretly excited at the thought that the next time he created a new model, he wouldn't have to suffer like last time. Furthermore, the time between the mutant world and the main world was moving forward together. The events and connections from the previous time would not disappear. Since he had already uncovered the map region of Frostwood Village, Zhou Jing decided to fix his position here next time so that it wouldn't randomly appear in dangerous places. Willwood was dead, but the impact he had left on the hunters remained. He might be able to use that to continue his dealings with Barong and Griff. He even felt that the path to glory for his next apostle would be much easier. Zhou Jing clenched his fist excitedly. However, Willwood's corpse hadn't turned cold yet, so it would take time for him to create a new template and head down once more. Zhou Jing looked at the remark on the interface, which read, "Temporarily no usable astral apostles, and time until creation of new model, 1 day. I'll wait for a day. I can sort out the current astral travel mechanisms as well. I'll also consider how the new apostle should act." Zhou Jing's eyes flickered as a plan began to take shape in his mind. The next day, Zhou Jing spent the entire day in his rented apartment. He familiarized himself with the process of astral travel and came up with a clear concept. He divided the current known processes into 4 stages according to the sequence of processes: template modeling, projection, cooldown, and death. Template modeling was the process of customizing the next astral apostle by using the free inheritance slots or consuming the astral points. During projection, he would send his consciousness to the apostle of the astral world and personally walk the realm. He had the assistance of accelerated learning, triggering achievements and other rewards. During the cooldown period, his consciousness would return to the main body and wait for the astral realm projection to cool down before he could travel again. During this period, the astral apostles would move automatically using the placement mode. The projection and cooldown phases were interwoven as the main segment. Time passed in both the main world and the astral world. However, due to the difference in the flow of time, one passed more quickly than the other. Therefore, he could regulate the time spent by his main body during each projection by directly controlling the astral apostles. Because his main body was also passing time while traveling, he chose not to spend too much time on his projections. Zhou Jing felt that it was enough if he used his sleep time to perform astral traveling. Combining the projecting and placement together would extend the life of an apostle from the astral world, allowing them to move around in the realm for a longer period of time. And when his astral apostle died, he would enter the final stage of death settlement, obtaining a free inheritance slot. He would inherit part of the apostle's training achievements to the next apostle for free. Then, he would return to the initial stage of template modeling and resume this process. As for clearing the missions, I haven't achieved it yet, so I don't know what form it will take. I'll have to look at it in the future. According to the information I received, it should be similar to the death settlement. However, I don't need to create new people. I can still continue controlling the astral apostles that cleared the mission. Zhou Jing's eyes flickered as he sorted out the general situation. He looked at the time. A total of 24 hours had passed, and the new astral apostle mode had been refreshed. He let out a sigh of relief and prepared himself for the journey. Enter! Buzz. His consciousness entered the preparation space. It was still the same galaxy, with the LED panel floating quietly in the middle. Zhou Jing looked up and saw the contents on the interface. A new astral apostle model has been created, serial hash 002. Current interface trait profile. Name Jason Moore can be changed. Race appearance, Terran, changeable. Identity NIL. Personality, determined. Style, martial. Alignment, neutral. Pursuit, power. Synchronized difficulty rating, easy. Life objective. Become a veteran, mutant beast hunter, obtain at least 2 strengthenings as a mutant blood warrior. Kill a high-risk mutant beast. Apostle permanent standards, 0, 1 on 10. Current interface ability profile. Attributes, physical fitness 3, level 1, resistance 4, level 1, perception 5, level 1, spirit 6, level 1, energy 0, level 0. Endowment, physical fitness, green, resistance, light green, blade technique, light green, expand detailed list. Talent, X1 spare slot. Free attribute points, 5. Supernatural power system, X1 spare slot. Skills. LV2, Terra Empire Language, Northern Dialect. LEV1, Weapon Mastery Hunting Blade. LEV1, Weapon Mastery Dagger. LI1, Wilderness Survival. Support function, X1 spare slot. Rarity rating, Commoner. Full interface free reset count, 0. Selective parameters reset count, 2. Zhou Jing's eyes gleamed as he looked through the template parameters carefully. Clearing the realm with this second template was 30 points higher than the previous one. The difficulty of completing the life objectives was obviously greater, but still within an acceptable range. Speaking of which, why does this template not seem to have any talent? Zhou Jing noticed this. He opened the book of records. Currently, the talent category only consisted of Will Wood's agility. To pass this talent to the new template required 500 astral points. Currently, he had a total of 1,477 astral points. 500 points were a lot. Zhou Jing simply gave the first designated reset opportunity to his talent. Current template properties are being reset. Reset complete. Here are the new parameters. You have received talent, tenacity, reduces the impact of an injury on movement. Looks like this is suitable for a tough battle. If I had this talent when I was ambushed by the subterraneans, I could probably escape on my own without Baron's help. Zhou Jing analyzed the effect. After thinking for a while, he threw the second specific parameter reset to aptitude. Current template properties are being reset. Reset complete. Here are the new parameters. Resistance. Light green. Green, blade technique. Light green. Green, other results remain unchanged. All the values have increased this time. My luck isn't too bad. Zhou Jing was delighted. Physical fitness, resistance, blade technique, green. They were all green. This time, 3 of them were green in color. This made the current apostle's aptitude better than the previous one. After using 2 free reset opportunities offered, Zhou Jing took a look and realized that he could still continue resetting after spending astral points. However, the specified reset required 200 points each time, and an overall reset required 1,000 points each time. Furthermore, the cost would progressively increase, so he currently had no intention of resetting. Now that he had the astral point stock in his hands, he could further take a step in modeling the Apostle template. He was now prepared to test the extent of customization. Let me see what it's like to spend money to create a character. Zhou Jing rubbed his hands in glee. With a few tweaks, a message popped up on the interface. To improve the 4 parameters of the model template, attributes, talent, aptitude, and skills, astral points can be converted into free allocation points in the ratio of 100. 1. Model Template Edition. Limit 0,500. Remark: Model Template Edition limit refers to the maximum number of astral points that can be invested to convert into free allocation points. This limit is based on the rarity of the model, base limit, as well as the rank of the astral projector, multiplier bonus. The higher the two, the more astral power enhancements an apostle can accept. So that's how it is. Different astral apostles with different rarity levels can have different levels of enhancement. Zhou Jing scratched his head in slight frustration. It seemed that the rarity of the model also had a capacity. It would be full once the allocated points were filled up. This limit only specifically curbed astral points to enhance attributes, aptitude, talent, and skills. It was an upper limit on adding points towards a single model template. On the other hand, the ability in the recording illustration to change the characteristics and abilities of the new template was not affected, and there was no upper limit. But the cost would increase after every inheritance or adjustment. Raising the cap for the conversion limit depends on 2 factors. The rarity of the template depends on luck, but this astral projector rank. Zhou Jing's mind stirred, and the corresponding message popped up on the interface. Astral travel rank. Current OV1. To raise the rank, 1,000 astral points and 20 information state particles are needed. Remark: The astral projector rank will affect the initial strength of the model templates created, the limit of the exchangeable free allocation points, the extent to which abilities can be transferred to the main body, etc. This thing? Zhou Jing figured out its use after a glance. If the power of astral travel could be regarded as a super system, then the astral projector rank was equivalent to the cultivation realm of this system. It was equivalent to his own development of this ability. The more in-depth the development, the stronger the ability. Basically, some of the key factors involved in astral travel were related to this astral projector rank: the initial strength of the template, the limit of the template, and more. For example, his current exchange limit was 500 points. If the astral projector rank was upgraded to LV2, the multiplier would be 2. His final conversion limit would be 500 times 2 equals 1000. If the astral traverse energy was LV3, LV4, or even LV10, then the multiplier effect on the basic limit would be even greater. There would be more room for improvement, and more astral points could be invested to improve the template. It's a pity that I haven't even seen a strand of information state particles, let alone obtain 20. I can't level up, so I don't have to think about it for now. Since there was nothing he could do at the moment, Zhou Jing simply noted it down and threw it into the back of his mind. He did not hesitate and directly spent all the available points. 500 astral points have been converted. You have received 5 free allocation points. Current free allocation points, 10. Zhou Jing had already thought of what to distribute them to. This time, he added all of them into his attributes. He had tried adding points to his attributes and talents before, but he realized he had to spend a lot of points to increase them by a little. It was probably the same for his skills. None of them would produce immediate effects. Through his previous experience, Zhou Jing discovered that during the initial phase of adventuring, increasing attributes could increase the security of survival and make it easier for him to continue survival in the world. Will Wood had already proven that his 9 physical fitness was quite good, but he ultimately died from poison and injuries. It's probably because his resistance was not high enough, so Zhou Jing decided to match the numbers for the template's physical fitness and resistance this time. The success rate of taking the blood potions seems to be related to both. If I add everything to physical fitness, it will bring me close to the level of an extraordinary, but it's still lower than Barong's 18 points. It's better to increase my resistance and prepare for the use of the blood potion. That's the goal. Zhou Jing thought about it and immediately got to work. Free points allocated. Physical fitness 5, 10, resistance 4, 9. The last step is to consider loading a support function. Zhou Jing paused slightly as he thought hard. Will Wood's death unlocked the support function column, along with 4 basic support functions. Zhou Jing had already thought of several plans to try out today. He looked at the template's attributes again before comparing the cost of the various support functions. After hesitating for a few seconds, Zhou Jing made a decision. 500 astral points have been consumed. The follower function has been applied to the support function column. Current follower, unnamed, apprentice. Of the 4 basic support functions, the cost of installing each was different. Among them, character level system, level 10 limit, was the most expensive. It cost 800 points, and every time the character leveled up, it gave 0 to 2 attribute points at random, which was equivalent to additional growth. Zhou Jing was originally conflicted about whether he should choose this. After thinking about it, he decided to forego it because of one reason. This character upgrading function could not be inherited. Even if the previous apostle was upgraded to the maximum level of 10, the next apostle would still have to restart from level 1. He could not inherit the additional attribute points from the support function. Although he wanted to clear the realm as soon as possible, after analyzing it, he felt that the second apostle from the astral world should focus on developing itself. After accumulating enough strength, he would attempt to clear the objectives. Since this was only his second trip, he lacked experience. Therefore, he felt that it was better to be safe than sorry. Besides trying to clear the level, he was more concerned about whether he could leave behind more inheritance for the future apostles. Therefore, it was not worth it to choose a support function that he could not inherit. After all, 800 points were quite expensive for him now. Furthermore, he had just checked and found out from the map overview that the designated fee for starting at Frostwood Village was 100 points. This was a necessary sum. If he spent another 800 points to obtain the character level system, level 10 limit, he would only have 77 points left. This might not even be enough to activate his accelerated learning. In contrast, the follower function only required 500 points and could save 300 points for accelerated learning. And this function could be inherited as well. Follower function currently only had one slot, which hosted an apprentice rank follower. After it was summoned, it was essentially a follower that would mimic his own actions. It did not matter if the follower died. Every apostle from the astral world had a chance to revive the follower. If it was used up, the next astral apostle would be able to revive the follower as well. The followers could train independently, and their files would not be removed. They would even retain their abilities when resurrected, even if they were revived to different astral apostles. With their fixed growth rate, they were more cost-efficient. It's basically the perfect cannon fodder. Ahem, assistant. The world of mutant beasts was more dangerous, and the living environment was harsh. Compared to being a lone wolf, Zhou Jing felt that it was quite necessary to bring along a follower who had no complaints, no matter how he ordered him around. It was easier to do things with more people. In addition, there was indeed a certain element of danger in using the blood potion, and a loyal follower would probably be very willing to try it for him. Zhou Jing coughed in embarrassment before turning to look at the template of this beginner follower. There was only the ability profile provided. To be honest, the attributes of an apprentice rank follower were too horrible to look at. Apart from the energy attribute, which was 0 as usual, its other 4 attributes were the standard 5 points, the same as ordinary people. However, its aptitudes were either gray or white, and there was no green at all. They also did not have any talent, and there was also a hint that they could not use the accelerated learning function. Isn't this just saying that it's just stupid? It seems that this is a limitation of the follower function. Although the result of the follower training will be preserved and inherited, the problem is that the growth is slow. Zhou Jing nodded inwardly. Fortunately, he only wanted a tool this time, so he didn't need high requirements. While using astral points could increase the number of free points to add for his follower, the conversion limit was also capped at 500 points. It was also affected by his astral projector rank. However, Zhou Jing didn't have any extra astral points for his followers. Even if he had, he would rather save them for himself. This thing is really useless. I thought I had saved up quite a lot last time, but it looks like I was being underpaid. Zhou Jing grumbled to himself. The appearance and name of the follower template were self-evident. Zhou Jing restrained his extreme desire to play around with the appearance of this follower and just set a basic appearance. It had a medium build and a plain and ordinary face. All right, this is good. He can easily blend in with the crowd. The more inconspicuous it was, the easier it was to handle matters. As for the follower's name, well, let's call him Ross. Zhou Jing thought of a common name that suited the style of the mutant world, so he directly used it without any special meaning attached to it. That's enough. Excluding the 100 points required for the designated area, I still have 377 astral points left in my inventory. I'll use them as emergency funds. Zhou Jing composed himself. He entered the appearance adjustment interface and realized that the apostle had thick eyebrows and big eyes. He appeared masculine and firm and was probably half as handsome as he was. Thus, he did not adjust his appearance much and only added the bird tattoo that Willwood possessed on the inside of his forearm. Then he changed the name of the template from Jason Moore to Jason Wood. Astral Apostle model adjustment complete. Entering the preparation stage. Current projected astral realm, Mutant Beast World, number 001. Astral time flow, 4.1, 135. 7. Duration of astral travel, 6 hours, default. There are slight changes in the flow of time. I'll try to set the time to 8 hours instead. Confirming changes. Duration of astral travel for the current projection has been changed to 8 hours of main body time. Map overview mode activated. Please select the delivery mode, random area delivery, specified area delivery. The map interface unfolded. It was different from the first time when it was completely dark. Now, there was a portion of the black-clothed forest area on the map, as well as the location of Frostwood Village. Details could even be observed. Zhou Jing had already decided. Choose specified area delivery. Specified location, Frostwood Village. Delivery to this location will consume 100 astral points. Points deducted. Beginning projection. Whoosh! The familiar noise sounded. A rift of light opened up in the starry sky below. The second time, Zhou Jing was already mentally prepared and was directly sucked in. After falling rapidly for an unknown period of time, the scene of a field finally appeared at the end of the rift and rapidly expanded in his vision. Mutant beast world. White clouds drifted about, and the sky was a pale blue as though it had just been washed. The sapphire-like river surrounded the black-clothed forest, separating the verdant plains from the gloomy woods. There was a village by the river, with smoke trails drifting about. Somewhere far away from the village, where no one was present, the gentle and slow-flowing water washed the pebbles in the riverbed continuously day after day. At this moment, a light spot suddenly lit up at the bottom of the river. The water suddenly gathered and formed a transparent human figure. Then, different colors appeared, and the substance reformed into the body of the astral apostle. Splish splash! This body suddenly sat up from the bottom of the river and spat out a mouthful of water. There was even a confused little fish from within the mouthful. Good fellow, you really know how to pick a place. Zhou Jing hurriedly stood up from the river and crawled to the shore. His drenched clothes clung tightly to his body. With the cold wind still blowing, he immediately felt his skin shrivel. Zhou Jing shivered and looked around helplessly. Last time, it was a piece of wood. This time, it was made of water. He did not dare to think about what would happen next time. If he were to be born in a manure pit and use years of fertilizer to reconstruct his body, he might as well commit suicide by swallowing manure on the spot. He could just do a thorough job of making this apostle into true fertilizer before creating another. As this was the second time he was born, Zhou Jing was familiar with the process. He looked at the reflection on the river and confirmed the appearance of this apostle. He had a new set of strong facial features, a clean-cut buzz cut, and a tall and strong body. He was half as handsome as his original body. Zhou Jing bounced twice on the spot and felt his body spring up. He felt more energetic than he was back in Will Wood's body. This time, my physical fitness is 10 points, 1 point higher than last time. The changes in my senses are quite obvious. It's just that my senses aren't as sharp as last time. No wonder. After all, my talent is different. Zhou Jing tried for a while before he summoned the interface and scanned it. Estimated time of stay, 7 to 10 days. Current synchronization rate, 10%. 2 extra hours of travel time. So the time limit in the mutant world is 2 to 3 days longer than last time. It seems that the current time flow difference between the main world and here should be an hour to a day. But the time flow difference will also fluctuate, so this might change in the future. Zhou Jing didn't think too much about it. He looked at the synchronization rate and then at the trait profile. He had a determined personality, utilized a martial style, and pursued strength. Based on his simple analysis, he was more or less a martial arts fanatic. Regarding being determined, Zhou Jing felt that he had this trait as well. It seemed like it would be easy to synchronize this time. Zhou Jing climbed up the riverbank and looked up. Soon, he saw a small group of houses in the distance emitting smoke. It was probably Frostwood Village. It's all right, it's not too far away. Let's get my followers out first. Zhou Jing looked around. When there was no one around, he activated the support function on the interface and summoned his follower. Russell, the sand a few meters away, suddenly spun and flew. In a split second, it turned into an expressionless man. It was his follower, Ross. This is a follower? Zhou Jing was very interested and circled around him. Ross stayed where he was, only his eyes following Zhou Jing. Why do I feel like he's in a daze? Speaking of which, how do you control the follower? Hey, can you speak? Then sign language? Okay, I guess not. Can you stop looking at me? It's pretty scary. Holy shit! His eyeballs were about to turn inside out! Stop, look at me! Zhou Jing wiped his cold sweat from his brow. The eyeball is finally back to normal. But why is one big and one small? Did he just pull a nerve doing that crazy stunt just now? He didn't dare to fool around with his follower anymore, afraid that something inhuman would happen again. After a little test, he realized that his subordinate would respond to any sort of verbal instructions. He told him to lie down and drink water as if his life depended on it. Other than being a little rigid, there was no other problem. The apprentice follower was rather clumsy, though. Ross looked simple-minded and did not have the ability to communicate, but he could preserve all the images that he saw with his own eyes. Zhou Jing could check the other person's experiences through physical contact. Furthermore, he could vaguely sense his followers' positions and prevent himself from losing them. On the bright side, at least it can be a compass or a surveillance tool. Hey, follow me. Zhou Jing figured it out. nodded, and walked towards the village in the distance. Ross followed closely behind. After walking for a while, Frostwood Village gradually approached, and a picturesque scene entered their eyes. This was a peaceful little village built next to the river. There were 3 mills by the river, and on top of the river was a small stone bridge. On the other side of the river was the black-clothed forest. Around it was farmlands surrounded by fences. Short walls surrounded the village to form a boundary. At a cursory glance, there were dozens of houses scattered around the village. They were made of stone bricks of different sizes, but all had yellow roofs and gray walls. Joe Jing and Ross walked along a dirt road towards the village. The farmers working in the fields noticed them and looked up curiously. The moment they entered the village, their unfamiliar faces attracted the attention of more passers-by. Who are these two? They don't seem to be someone from the village. Numerous curious and vigilant gazes were gathered on the two of them. The villagers whispered among themselves and followed carefully behind them as if they wanted to see what the two of them were doing when they entered the village. Zhou Jing noticed a young villager running away as if he was going to inform someone. He thought for a moment before he turned to walk towards the cemetery. The cemetery was located at the edge of the village, with tombstones scattered everywhere. Under the fearful and doubtful gazes of the villagers, Zhou Jing walked into the cemetery and searched for a while before finally finding his target. He stopped in front of a tombstone. There were 2 sentences written on it. The tomb of Willwood. A brave soul sleeps here. This is where my previous body was buried. Zhou Jing raised his hand and touched the tombstone. There was no dust. It seemed that someone had often cleaned it. Is this considered sweeping my own grave? This was quite a novel feeling. Not long after, there was a commotion outside the cemetery. The crowd of onlookers parted as 3 hunters with bows and blades on them hurried over. The leader was Griff. Looking at this stranger who had suddenly come to the village, he shouted out warily, "Who are you? Why have you come to Frostwood Village?" Zhou Jing turned around and his eyes lit up. The 3 hunters were familiar faces. When he was controlling Willwood, he fought alongside them. Hearing the question, Zhou Jing smiled in his heart. He didn't answer immediately. Instead, he pointed at the tombstone and deliberately put on a solemn expression. "Do you know him?" "Eh?" Griff made a puzzled nasal sound. He could not help but size up Zhou Jing's body, secretly curious about this stranger's background. Just now, the villagers came to inform them that 2 suspicious men had entered the village and went straight to the cemetery. Griff immediately rushed over with his men. He still didn't know who these 2 outsiders were, but now he noticed that they were standing in front of Willwood's grave and seemed to be paying their respects. "Are these 2 related to Willwood?" Griff secretly exclaimed to himself. Unable to grasp Zhou Jing's intentions, Griff thought for a moment and answered truthfully, "Yes, he's a lost traveler we met in the forest." "Why is he buried here? How did he die?" Zhou Jing asked, even though he already knew the answer. He deliberately put on a stern expression to showcase his emotions. Griff was even more puzzled about Zhou Jing's identity. Worried that it might cause a misunderstanding, he answered honestly, "We happened to be hunting beasts in the forest and happened to encounter Will. He asked us for help, so we brought him along. We planned on taking him out of the forest after completing the hunt. But during the hunt, we were attacked by the nearby subterraneans. Will was unfortunately badly poisoned. I brought him back to the village for treatment, but I was unable to save his life. Thus, I buried him here." At this, Griff looked absolutely torn. Although some time had passed, he was still brooding over Will's death. Zhou Jing thought for a moment and asked, "How long has he been dead?" "About 28 days. It had been about a day and a half since the last time he had returned to the main world." It seemed that the flow of time was still fluctuating, but it stayed quite true to his original prediction that an hour of his main body time was equivalent to a day in the mutant world. Zhou Jing calculated in his heart, but his expression did not change. He slowly said, "Did he die heroically?" "Of course." Griff didn't hesitate. Pausing for a moment, he explained, "Will wasn't a hunter, but he fought alongside us and helped us kill the mutant beast. If not for him, I might have died. He saved my life." At this point, Griff could no longer hold back his curiosity. He spoke in a confused tone. "You asked me so many questions about Will. Who the hell are you?" "You finally asked." Zhou Jing raised his eyebrows and pondered for a moment. He patted the tombstone and sighed deeply. "Will, he's my dear brother." Griff and the 2 hunters beside him froze. "What, Will has an older brother? And he even came knocking on their front door." Griff subconsciously spoke out, Then you're called? Zhou Jing raised his eyes and looked at Griff, slowly speaking. My name is Jason Wood! 5% synchronization rate. This person is actually Will's brother? Griff and the other two gaped. You don't believe me? Zhou Jing raised his eyebrows. Well, that's not true. It's just that Will never told us about... Griff suppressed his shock and stammered. He really did not expect Will to have relatives knocking on his door. Actually, Will Wood had always been quite mysterious. He had a surname and seemed to be a blood relative of a huge tribe, but had never mentioned his family or relatives. They didn't even know that this fellow had an older brother. However, at the end of the day, they had only spent a few days together. Although Will had left a deep impression on them, it was normal for him not to reveal his background. Well, how did you find this place? Griff's face filled with confusion. That was the last thing he did not understand. For the time being, only the villagers of Frostwood Village knew that Will had died here. How did outsiders know about it? Zhou Jing's expression did not change as he lied through his teeth. Brothers can sense each other. In addition, I have a bit of intuition that led me over here. Is that so? Griff was unsure how to respond to this. He felt that something was amiss, but he could not refute it. Griff was more inclined to believe that the man in front of him had been searching for the whereabouts of his brother and had only now found him. He just didn't want to explain in detail. After all, since he was already here, he could only believe it. As for suspecting if this person was Will's brother, he had no way of determining at all. He could not possibly go down and seek confirmation from Will right now. Seeing Griff's hesitation, Zhou Jing secretly smiled. On the surface, however, he solemnly spoke. I can tell you're doubting me. Well, that's not exactly... Griff wasn't sure how to express it. It's fine. I understand your concerns, Zhou Jing said nonchalantly. He rolled up his sleeves and showed the bird-shaped tattoo he had deliberately added. He slowly said, Will has the same tattoo as me. This is our mark as brothers. I've seen this before, Griff secretly exclaimed to himself. When he was taking care of the injured Will, he discovered that Will had this tattoo. Only people close to him would know about this tattoo. With this, Griff's suspicions were mostly dispelled. If he had only half believed Zhou Jing's words just now, then he was 80 to 90% convinced now. Jason Wood was probably Will's brother. A surge of guilt suddenly washed over Griff. He was at a loss, not knowing how to face Zhou Jing. Will's family came searching for him, only to find out that he had died. This was a little difficult to explain. If it had been an ordinary stranger, it would have been fine. But Will had indirectly saved the hunters' lives, only to sacrifice his own. Griff had been brooding about it all this while. It had nothing to do with their friendship being deeper than that of his other companions, just because they had interacted over the past few days when traveling. It was because Will was not a companion of the hunters, yet he had volunteered at the critical juncture to reduce their casualties. They were indebted to him. Griff had originally thought that he had saved a lost person, but he had not expected that he was the one who had been saved in the end. The fact that the other party had died because of this made him feel guilty. Now, facing Will's brother, Griff felt even more guilty. He didn't dare to look Zhou Jing in the eye and said in self-reproach, My name is Griff, the hunter of this village. Your brother saved our lives, but we were unable to save him. I am very sorry. Zhou Jing waved his hand and calmly replied, It's not your fault. I can see that you're a good person. You said that Will got lost and asked you for help. It's a good thing that you helped him, or else he would have died in the forest. Will owed you a favor first, so you don't have to apologize to me at all. Griff froze at the sound of that, then felt a surge of warmth. As for my brother's death... Zhou Jing paused for a moment and appeared very gratified. He chose to fight like a man and saved your lives. Then his death was worth it. He didn't waste his life for nothing. I'm proud of him. Griff was moved. They had just met today, and he did not know what kind of person Will's brother was. However, after hearing these words, Zhou Jing's image in his heart instantly grew. He was so open-minded. Griff felt a surge of admiration. He didn't think he could do that if the same incident happened to him. Zhou Jing smacked his lips and acted as if he hadn't spoken enough, and he added in a more forceful tone, Our family motto is to die a worthy death. As long as one's life is worth burning, there is no need to regret. Will has carried out our family motto. He is a good man. Griff was now at the level of bowing to Zhou Jing in respect. It sounded like a firm and noble family. After seeing that they were intimidated, Zhou Jing kept a straight face and maintained a calm expression. Though he was complaining, I'm both of these guys. How can I not be magnanimous? Pretending to be Will Wood's brother was a plan he had come up with. In this way, he could use it as an entry point to get to know Griff and the others and reap the benefits left behind by the previous apostle. He wanted the new astral apostle to form a connection with the previous apostle so that he could inherit some of the connections that the previous apostle made. This was a plan that he thought was feasible after some consideration. Because of this, Zhou Jing had specially gotten the same tattoo on Jason's body when he did the character model. Furthermore, in the same style as Will Wood. With this tattoo, coupled with his understanding of Griff and the others, as well as the simplicity of them trusting others in this era, there was no need for him to probe about too many details. Just directly revealing his identity was enough. He'd been wondering if he needed to dig Will out for verification, but he was glad Griff had seen Will's tattoo while he was tending him. At least he would not have to make this heartless suggestion. Looking at it now, the effect of this plan was not only good, but it was also simply wonderful. While he was secretly delighted, Griff glanced at the tombstone, his expression troubled. Logically, I should let you take Will's remains. I'm willing to help too, but it's been buried for almost 30 days, so it might be a little... No need. Let my brother rest here. Zhou Jing shook his head. Okay, what are you going to do next? Griff was curious. Zhou Jing immediately perked up. Everything he said before was for this moment. Now that the time was right, it was finally time for him to show his cards. Zhou Jing turned to look at the tombstone and tried his best to put on a sad expression. He lowered his voice. I plan to stay in the village for the time being and accompany my brother. No problem, Griff immediately agreed. You can stay at my house for the next few days. However, Zhou Jing waved his hand and refused. He said slowly, I plan to stay here for a long time, and I don't have the habit of letting others take care of me. I can work in exchange for a room in this village. You plan to stay here for a long time? Griff was taken aback before he secretly sighed. He's strong and open-minded, but his relationship with his brother was really good. Maybe this is what they meant by even an Iron Man having a tender spot, right? Griff sighed inwardly to himself before he curiously asked, Then, how long do you want to stay in Frostwood Village? I don't know. Maybe for a long time. Does your village not welcome outsiders? Zhou Jing raised his eyebrows. Not really. It's just that Frostwood Village is very far away and there aren't many outsiders. Besides, this is something only the village chief can decide. I can't make the decision. Griff paused, then said sincerely, I can take you to see the village chief. Since Will is indebted to our village and you are Will's brother, the village chief will agree. Zhou Jing nodded. The few of them walked out of the cemetery. When the surrounding villagers saw that Zhou Jing was not in danger, they immediately dispersed. With the size of the village, this news quickly spread to everyone. The village chief's longhouse was in the center of the village. Griff led Zhou Jing there, talking as they walked. Speaking of which tribe is your surname Wood from? Griff was curious. Good question. I'd like to know too. But I'd like to know more about what it means to be blood relatives of the tribe. Zhou Jing coughed and said ambiguously, It's all in the past. There's no need to mention it again. Griff froze, thinking Zhou Jing didn't want to talk about it. He didn't force the issue. However, when he thought about Will entering the forest alone and his brother choosing to stay in this remote village, Griff felt that they had an unbearable past. With the identity of Will's brother, Griff didn't suspect anything. After some thought, he changed the topic once more. Then how many siblings do you have? It depends. What? I'm not sure. Our brothers and sisters are scattered all over the world. Many of them have lost contact with us as well. Zhou Jing did not even blink as he casually spouted nonsense. He asks how many brothers are there in the family. I would be jinxing my own death if I said that there were more than 2. Griff nodded as if he understood, then suddenly pointed at Ross. Is he your brother too? Just now, he had wanted to ask. This person did not say a word and followed Zhou Jing silently. He didn't understand their relationship. Zhou Jing had already prepared his script and patiently explained it. He is my companion. He follows me everywhere. If I stay, he will stay with me. I see you two must be very close friends. Realization dawned on Griff. He held out his hand to Rose and warmly spoke, Hi, what's your name? Ross glanced down at his hand but didn't respond. Griff stiffened in embarrassment. Your friend doesn't seem to like talking? Zhou Jing's mouth twitched. Don't worry about him. His name is Ross. He's a mute, and his brain has been damaged. He can only understand what I'm saying, so I take him wherever I go. Ross, underscore. Griff froze as if he understood something. He shook his head, patting Zhou Jing's shoulder as he sighed. It seems that it's not easy for you either. Frostwood Village wasn't big, so the two of them quickly arrived at the longhouse in the center of the village and met with the village chief. Village chief was a middle-aged man with white sideburns and wrinkles on his face. His hands were full of calluses left behind from years of use of farm tools. His figure was slightly stooped, and he looked very down to earth. Griff explained the purpose of his visit on Zhou Jing's behalf. Without another word, the village chief agreed on the spot. I've heard Barong and Griff talk about Will. Your brother was a valiant man, and he has done our village a favor. If all the hunters were sacrificed then, the village will lose its defenses. Across the table, the chief rubbed the back of his hand as he lamented. How many hunters are there in the village now? Zhou Jing asked calmly. Upon hearing this, Griff interrupted to explain. There are only 5 left. You've already met me and the other 2 hunters. Captain Barong and the other injured hunter are still recovering, so we haven't been hunting in a while. Zhou Jing nodded and started pondering. There were only 5 hunters left. He remembered that there were 6 of them who escaped. 3 of them were poisoned, but only his apostle died. That's a little strange. Zhou Jing narrowed his eyes. It was not that his thoughts were dark. However, based on his logical judgment, with his previous apostle's physique, it did not make sense that an ordinary hunter would survive while his own apostle would die. Since an ordinary hunter could survive, with his apostle's stats, he should have been able to as well. As for Barong, it was not strange for him to survive. This man had extraordinary resistance. Even if his injuries were worse, he could still end up alive and kicking. He could not help but recall the scene in his death playback when the old man said that the medicine had been used up. He felt that something was wrong. At this moment, the village chief sighed and shook his head. Barong said that your brother was very talented. He is very regretful. If not, our village might have another official mutant hunter. Unfortunately, Will was too badly injured to be saved by the witch doctor. Zhou Jing's heart skipped a beat. Is the witch doctor from the village? Well, he was originally a wandering pharmacist. We invited him to stay a few years ago, and he agreed to stay in the village to make medicines. His only request was to have our hunter team enter the forest to gather herbs for him. This person is probably the doctor who treated me with the ritual of dancing for God. Zhou Jing narrowed his eyes, carving this in his heart. His plan was to stay in the village, so he would definitely have time to slowly investigate in the future. As an outsider who had just arrived, it was not suitable for him to question someone who had been a doctor in the village for several years. At this moment, Village Chief shook his head and returned to the main topic. You're welcome to stay in Frostwood Village, Jason. We do have a lot of places where we're short-handed. Farmers, blacksmiths, hunters. What exactly do you want? Zhou Jing didn't hesitate and said straightforwardly, being a hunter suits me best. The only mutant hunter he knew now was Barong. If he wanted to obtain supernatural powers, he would have to be a hunter to get close to Baron. This was a plan he had thought of long ago. Upon hearing Zhou Jing's decision, the village leader was elated. The hunters of Frostwood Village had suffered heavy losses and naturally needed more manpower. Although the Terra Empire had been established for nearly 40 years, the beasts were still the main threat to the citizens, especially in a village like Frostwood Village. Every hunter was a precious resource. It was not only because they wanted to repay the kindness that Zhou Jing's brother gave them, but also because this outsider was a labor force that the village urgently needed. However, Griff wasn't that happy. Although they hadn't interacted for long, he respected Zhou Jing's character and couldn't help but remind him, a hunter needs years of training. It's not all about wanting to be one. I'd advise you to reconsider. Not everyone is born strong like your brother. Zhou Jing raised his eyebrows and laughed out loud instead. You might not believe it, but I'm stronger than my younger brother. Griff froze, then looked Zhou Jing up and down suspiciously. It wasn't that he looked down on others, but Will Wood was the strongest mortal he'd ever met. Even the experienced and knowledgeable Captain Barong said it was extremely rare, 1 in a million. Even though you're Will's brother, that doesn't mean you're as strong. The odds are too low. Are you bragging? Don't think that you can fool me just because I'm a country bumpkin. Seeing that Griff didn't believe him, Zhou Jing didn't explain. He stood up and walked behind Griff, holding the chair with both hands and exerting force. Amidst the screams, Zhou Jing lifted him up along with the chair. He was very relaxed. He even casually made a few turns and shook Griff a few times. Jason Wood had a physical strength of 10 points, putting him above the already frightening strength of the previous apostle. Right now, Griff to him was as light as a feather. His body was filled with strength and energy. Stop, 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 I believe you! Griff hurriedly jumped off the chair and landed on the ground, his face full of surprise. He couldn't help but reach out and pinch Zhou Jing's arm. It felt like iron bands. Are they really that strong? What did these two brothers eat growing up? Griff was flabbergasted. Why are you like this too? It can't be helped. Our Wood family is very capable. Our genes, our bloodline is good. Griff was stunned. Huh? Does that apply to everyone in your family? That's right, our Wood family was born with great strength, and all of us are fierce men. Zhou Jing laughed and patted Griff on the back. A weird muffled cracking could be heard. Ah, my bones are breaking! Griff nearly stumbled from the slap, grimacing in pain. However, this did not affect his excitement. The stronger Jason Wood was, the better it would be for the village. This meant that the hunter team would now welcome another powerful companion. Since Will Wood's death, Captain Barong hadn't been able to eat or drink. He kept lamenting over wasted potential. If he saw a similarly strong and fierce man, he would definitely be very excited. Griff rubbed his shoulders and eagerly spoke. You're very suitable to be a hunter. I'll bring you to see Captain Barong now. Sure. Zhou Jing naturally had no objections. The village chief, who was standing at the side, beamed with joy. He was happy that the village had gotten a powerful helper. Then I welcome you to stay on behalf of Frostwood Village. The village leader then turned to look at Ross, who had remained silent this whole time, and asked curiously, What about your companion? Is he going to be a hunter too? We'll see about that. Zhou Jing gave an ambiguous reply. He had not fully thought about how to arrange Ross at the moment. His current idea was to let Ross develop himself first, before learning some secondary occupation like blacksmithing or pharmacology, to provide logistical support. After all, Ross couldn't be of much help in a short time, so he had to be trained first. On the other side of Frostwood Village, Barong's residence, Baron was sitting at the door of the house, lazily basking in the sun. He was still wrapped in some linen bandages. From time to time, villagers would pass by and greet him. He would also nod in response. It's another sunny day. I should be able to recover faster. Barong muttered to himself and touched the wound. It was almost healed. He had been severely injured by the subterranean's sneak attack and had been recuperating until now. He was actually a mutant beast hunter that was stationed in Frostwood Village. Unlike the local hunters, he had no family here and was all alone. His mission was to train the hunters and lead them to hunt. When he occasionally found traces of mutated beasts, he would pick up his axe and fight for his life. His life was lonely, bitter, and full of danger. Although many of the farmers' daughters were curious about this mutant beast hunter and had hinted more than once that they wanted to toss around in the barn with him, Barong generally did not treat anyone differently, whether they were men or women. Most of the time he used exercise to vent his energy. In his eyes, a true mutant beast hunter should never pursue power, wealth, or preferential mating rights. They should either be hunting mutated beasts or training and honing themselves. However, ever since the establishment of the Terra Empire, the ancient profession of mutated beast hunters had become more and more impure. Barong secretly sighed when he thought of it. The person who received the enhancement of the blood potion was termed as a mutant blood warrior, not a mutant beast hunter. The former was just an entry requirement for the latter. Mutant beast hunters needed to be proficient in combat skills, learn how to fight against all sorts of mutant beasts, undergo long-term training, and finally participate in a successful hunt before they could be considered to have graduated. Only then would they be qualified to call themselves mutant beast hunters. In the wilderness era, every tribe had a way to train mutant beast hunters. This was basically a training ground for each tribe to produce their own warriors. After the establishment of the Terra Empire, a portion of the training methods were integrated to nurture more mutant beast hunters. They were then assigned to resolve the threat of mutant beasts under their jurisdiction or to reside in certain territories. However, Baron was not this type of empire hunter. He belonged to another category. When he was young, he happened to meet a mutant beast hunter who was wandering outside. The hunter took a fancy to him and brought him around to teach him. In the end, he also received the strengthening of the blood potion and became a freelance hunter. This was also a common situation. Like those Imperial hunters, he was one of the mainstream mutant beast hunters that wandered around. Freelance or Imperial hunters would occasionally encounter ordinary people who were worth nurturing. They would not be stingy with their teachings when the time came. This was the tradition of this ancient profession. The mutant beasts had always been the main threat to survival. For the sake of the entire human race, most mutant beast hunters were willing to train newcomers. This was also to train future companions to fight alongside them. Barong couldn't help but think of Willwood again as he let out a long sigh in his heart. Even after dozens of days, every time he thought about it, he would still feel extremely regretful. That was a really good seedling. That was the most talented person he had ever seen. He was definitely a one-in-a-million genius, and his personality suited Barong as well. He had planned to invite Will to stay in the village after they left the Blackshirt Forest and train him to become a mutant beast hunter. He would slowly share his experiences. It was a pity that fate was playing tricks on him. He has just discovered Will, the genius, but the poor guy didn't have a chance to shine before he died quietly. An outstanding seedling is gone just like that. Where can I find such a good one again? Oh God, please grant me a strong man. Barong sighed deeply. Just as he was wallowing in regret, 3 people came from the street and stopped in front of his house. Amongst them, Griff was an old acquaintance, while the other 2 were unfamiliar faces he had never seen in the village. Captain Barong, how is your recovery? Griff smiled and greeted him. Not bad. In a few days we can enter the forest to hunt. Barong responded casually before looking curiously at the 2 strangers behind Griff. One had thick eyebrows and big eyes. He gave off a masculine vibe. The other was plain and unassuming, like a simpleton. Before he could ask any questions, Griff started the introductions. This is Jason Wood. He plans to stay in the village and join our hunter team. And this is Ross, his friend. Barong stopped in shock. Wood? Could it be? He's Will's brother. Griff nodded. Barong's eyes widened in shock. His expression was exactly the same as Griff's when he first heard the news. He couldn't help but examine Zhou Jing carefully, comparing him to Will's appearance in his memory. He did not know if it was a psychological effect, but he felt that their facial features were becoming more and more similar. At this moment, Barong suddenly thought of something and quickly stood up, feeling a little uneasy. Zhou Jing took a look and knew that he might have misunderstood his intentions. He deliberately laughed heartily before speaking in a loud tone. You must be Barong. I heard about you. You saved my brother's life once. Although he didn't survive, it's not your fault. You don't have to feel sorry. I'm not here to blame you. In fact, your brother saved our lives. Barong was no longer that nervous upon hearing the reassurance. He then recalled what Griff had said and asked in curiosity, Why do you want to join the hunters of Frostwood Village? Zhou Jing's face darkened when he heard that. I won't hide it from you. I stayed because I wanted to accompany my brother, and because I wanted revenge. Will saved all of you, so I'm very proud of him. But those subterraneans killed my brother. If I don't kill them all, I can't be considered his brother. That's right! Barong felt a sense of camaraderie straight away from Zhou Jing's declaration. These words had reached his heart. He truly appreciated these kinds of people the most. He has the same temper as me. It seems he is someone who is used to solving problems with violence. Unable to control his excitement, Barong slapped his thigh. Will was the most talented person I've ever seen. He's definitely suitable to be a mutant beast hunter. It's such a pity that he died. You're right. It won't be over until we kill all those subterraneans. Speaking of this, Griff could not help but interrupt. Captain, Jason is stronger than Will. I've already tested him out. Stronger than Will? Baron was taken aback as he sized up Zhou Jing. Is this for real? Will was already a one-in-a-million talent, but his brother was stronger? Seeing that Barong did not believe Griff, Zhou Jing was not too surprised. He thought for a moment, then picked up Griff by the back of his collar with one hand. Griff, whose feet were off the ground, grew confused. Barong's eyes widened. He took 2 steps forward and grabbed Zhou Jing's arm, kneading his muscles as though he was feeling something. The more he touched his muscles, the brighter his eyes became. What a strong body! What did these 2 brothers eat growing up? Will left, and Jason came. Did the heavens hear my wish and send down a fierce and strong man? Barong took 2 steps back and looked at Zhou Jing in surprise, as if he was looking at a rare treasure. How is it? Zhou Jing raised his eyebrows as he put Griff down. I believe you. Barong couldn't help but be curious. You and your brother are both so strong. Do you have any other siblings? Are they all like this? I know how to answer this question. Griff immediately raised his hand and answered. The Wood family seems to be born with divine strength. Barong clicked his tongue in wonder and muttered to himself. How astonishing. It's a surname I've never heard of before. Could it be a blood relative of some small tribe? After muttering to himself for a while, he suddenly made up his mind. He looked at Zhou Jing and spoke in a perturbed yet expectant tone. Are you willing to be a mutant beast hunter? Zhou Jing smiled. This was his purpose in staying in the village. Of course! The mutant blood potions were highly lethal, so even though they knew that this was an extraordinary path, not everyone had the courage to do so. When he heard that Zhou Jing was willing to take the potion, Barong was overjoyed and laughed happily. His thick and fluffy beard trembled, and the corners of his mouth almost reached the back of his ears. Ha 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 ha! Then from tomorrow onwards, I'll personally train you. I'll give you all my experience. The training might be tough, but I'm sure you'll be fine. Barong waved his hand in a grand manner. Okay. Zhou Jing nodded calmly in return. It would certainly be more convenient to have a guide than to fumble around on his own. They agreed to meet at the training ground of the village the next day. Zhou Jing bid farewell to Barong before continuing to stroll around the village with Griff. Frostwood Village was small, but they had everything. There were small taverns, blacksmiths, leather shops, mills, and so on. According to Griff, the black-clothed forest that they were boarding was extremely vast. Stretching from the Schubert Mountains, only a portion of the forest was within the borders of the Empire. The rest was outside the borders of the Empire, in unknown and yet unexplored areas. The Terra Empire never had any plans for expansion, so the whole area was extremely desolate. Frostwood Village was located in the northern part of the Terra Empire. Because it was close to the black-clothed forest, it was very remote, and there were usually no merchants or travelers. Only a few mutant beast hunters who intended to enter the black-clothed forest would occasionally pass by the village. There was a flourishing town a short distance to the south of the village. Frostwood Village was one of the villages owned by the lord of that town. Zhou Jing walked around but did not see any facilities like a medical center or pharmacy. He could not help but ask in doubt, why don't I see the witch doctor in the village? He doesn't live in the village. We built him a house outside the village, some distance away, Griff explained. Zhou Jing was a little puzzled. Why does he want to live outside the village? Isn't it inconvenient if someone urgently needs a doctor? Indeed, but he said that concocting medicine requires a quiet environment, and that he makes mistakes when he's distracted. Griff couldn't help but complain as he brought up this matter. But even so, he always failed in making medicines. Our hunter team often picked herbs for him, but he didn't manage to make many medicines each time. If it weren't for the lack of potions, Will might have survived. Zhou Jing thought of the death playback and narrowed his eyes. He pretended not to know and asked, He didn't give Will any medicine? He said all the medicines were used up, and he could only do some simple treatment for the wounds and pray for good luck. Griff shook his head. Something feels wrong about this. Zhou Jing suppressed his doubts, thought for a moment, and asked curiously, Why do you guys keep going to that kind of pharmacist? Griff shook his head. He's quite good at treating minor illnesses, and he often treats the hunter's injuries. After staying in the village for several years, everyone is familiar with him. Before him, our village didn't even have a proper pharmacist, so he's the only one we have. I understand. Zhou Jing nodded and noted it down. It seemed that he had to find a time to get in touch with this witch doctor. However, he still needed to focus on his development. He didn't need to keep this in the front of his mind. As an outsider, it was not convenient for him to do anything before he fully integrated into the village. Before long, Griff brought Zhou Jing to an empty room. This was the house the village had given Zhou Jing. It used to house a family, but they had since moved to the town, leaving the house empty. It was used to store miscellaneous items, and now it would be Zhou Jing's to temporarily live in. The house had been cleaned, and there was a basket filled with vegetables and rice bags by the door. They were food supplies given by the village chief. They arranged their items and settled in, and soon it was evening. Griff took his leave and went home to accompany his wife and children. Zhou Jing closed the door, leaving Ross and himself in the room, staring at each other. Can you cook? Ross silently picked up the knife and held it in his hand. He looked at the vegetables in the basket as if he was facing a great enemy. Stop, forget it, I won't dare eat the food you made. Zhou Jing was helpless. Those who didn't know better would think that you were going to kill someone. The living facilities in this era were more primitive, but Zhou Jing was not clueless. When he was traveling last time, he had discovered that the development phase of the mutant world was similar to the Middle Ages era of the Mother Planet. Therefore, during the cool-down period of his travel, he specially checked some relevant information on living habits and made some preparations. Although he was not used to their kinds of living tools, he could still use them. It didn't matter if he didn't know about the unique vegetables in the mutant world. He would just make a pot of stew and eat it if he felt that it was edible. While Zhou Jing was thinking of ways to cook, Ross stood by the side and watched silently as if he was learning. Zhou Jing glanced at him, hoping that he really understood. This way, Ross could at least play the role of a chef in the future and be a more reliable toolman. That would beat him standing at the side like a boss, waiting to eat. How is this a follower? It's just a baby I have to take care of. Zhou Jing had mixed feelings. That night, moonlight streamed in through the window. It was serene yet lonely. Although it was not deep into the night, the villagers had all returned home. Frostwood Village was quiet, except for the occasional dog barking and intermittent stifled moans. In an era without entertainment, the night was long. There wasn't much to do besides make babies. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Zhou Jing sat at the table and mumbled to himself as he observed the weather outside the window. There were 2 moons, one big and one small, hung in the night sky, one white and one green. The distant stars were shining brightly. The system mentioned that the so-called astral realm exists in a complete universe. Maybe the mutant world that I'm on is just a planet here, Zhou Jing thought. He didn't have enough information, so he only thought and noted down his conjectures. Zhou Jing already had a plan for the apostles in this astral realm, to develop themselves. First, he would think of a way to obtain the mutant blood potion. Then, he would try to survive longer and gather enough astral points. When he grew to a certain extent, he would attempt to clear the mission. He would still receive the ability inheritance slots when an apostle died. Even if the apostle died, he would be able to pass the training results to the next one. Hence, there were a lot of benefits to training. The hard work would not be wasted and would be accumulated in his future selves. Although his goal was to clear the level within 2 months in the main world, Zhou Jing knew very well that it was not something that would definitely happen. Therefore, he needed a novice village that provided a stable environment for development. And Frostwood Village's conditions were obviously very suitable. The first night in Frostwood Village was considered a preliminary integration. Everything went smoother than I expected. My last apostle's influence was indeed very helpful. Will's sacrifice was very meaningful. Zhou Jing heaved a sigh of relief, his mood light and cheerful despite the lonely night. It was his first time here, so he had to play it safe tonight. He got into bed and covered himself with the blanket. He suddenly thought of something and said to Ross, who was standing in the corner, reflecting against the walls. Oh yeah, go to the other bed and sleep. Don't just stand there like a fool. Remember to wake me up tomorrow morning. Hearing this, Rose strode over to the other bed and lay down directly on it. His hands were folded across his chest like he was sleeping, but his head was turned in Zhou Jing's direction, staring straight at him. Zhou Jing's face twitched when he saw this. Don't stare at me and don't hide your pupils in your eyes. Ross understood and looked at the ceiling instead, lying there akin to a corpse. Close your eyes! Cover yourself with the blanket! Ross pulled up the blanket and closed his eyes, pretending to sleep. But he still left a gap between his eyes and stole a glance at Zhou Jing. Zhou Jing took a deep breath as he felt his nerves jump. He couldn't take it anymore. Without another word, he turned around and faced the inside of the bed. If you can't see it, then it doesn't exist. The next morning, Zhou Jing was woken up by the human-shaped alarm clock, Ross. He came to the training grounds under the light of dawn and found Barong waiting there. Seeing Zhou Jing arrive, Barong got straight to the point. From today onwards, I will teach you how to become a mutant beast hunter. Do you know the history of the hunters? I know a little about it. Zhou Jing nodded. He had already inquired about it during his last trip. That's good. Anyway, us mutant beast hunters were born in the wilderness. We have a long history and are an ancient and glorious profession that protects humans from the threat of mutant beasts. Barong looked proud as he spoke. After a short pause, he continued. The prerequisite for becoming a mutant beast hunter is to use the blood potion and obtain extraordinary power. But the blood potion has a fatal element to it. If you rashly use it, you might die. After generations of experimentation, people finally found a pattern to reduce the danger. What is it? Zhou Jing asked curiously. By undergoing many rounds of tempering. If you get close to the limits of the human body, the success rate will increase. In other words, the stronger the body is before using potions, the easier it is to survive the strengthening from the foreign blood, and the better the strengthening effect. Zhou Jing's eyes lit up. The higher the basic physical attributes, the higher the enhancement. This was too advantageous for him. It was already difficult for many people to reach the stats of having 10 points in physical fitness at the start of the game. Even Barong's physical fitness was probably not as high as his when he used the blood potion. At this moment, Barong suddenly took off his shirt, revealing his strong body that was covered in scars. Under Zhou Jing's surprised gaze, he said in a deep voice, "Your body's talent is astonishing, but there's still room for improvement. So the training goal I've arranged for you is to temper your body and try to become stronger. As for the conventional training method, it will probably have limited effects on you. Therefore, I will teach you a technique that only circulates in the hunter circle." Barong's eyes bulged as he spoke, and he suddenly took a deep breath. Hunter's breath forging! His breathing suddenly changed to a strange frequency. The muscles on his upper body began to ripple like water. Baron picked up a stone plate from the ground and quickly raised it with one hand. However, muscle activity was different from ordinary exercise. The muscles used were vibrating at a high frequency. Zhou Jing looked at it for a while and was confused about the principle, but he roughly understood its effect. It seemed like it could improve the efficiency of muscle training. Barong raised it a few dozen times before throwing the stone plate away. With his physical fitness, this should have been a very relaxing exercise. He could easily lift it a few hundred more times. However, at this moment, he was sweating all over and panting heavily, as if he had gone through an intense exercise. He wiped his sweat and calmed his breathing before explaining, "Huff. This technique can greatly increase the effectiveness of training, but it consumes a lot of stamina. Normally, only the mutant blood warriors can use it. Ordinary people will collapse from exhaustion after a few moves, but your stamina far exceeds that of ordinary people. This is the perfect method to quickly squeeze out your stamina." Zhou Jing was curious as he listened to Barong's explanation. "You invented this technique?" "No, I learned it from my teacher." Barong paused for a moment, as if recalling some unpleasant memories of the past, turned slightly distracted. But he quickly restrained his expression and looked at Zhou Jing with a solemn expression. The older generations of mutant beast hunters gradually developed a secret technique called hunter's breath techniques during their battles with mutant beasts. It was passed down and improved by generations of mutant beast hunters, giving rise to even more variations with different uses. Unfortunately, some breathing techniques were passed down, while others were lost along with the deaths of hunters. My teacher only knew 2, so I only learned 2 breathing techniques. One of them was what I displayed just now. It's usually used to train your body. I'll teach you that first. The other is to increase your strength in a battle against mutant beasts. You're not strong enough to learn it, so you don't have to think about it for now. After hearing Barong's lecture, Zhou Jing's eyes flickered. Hunter's breath techniques? It sounds like a supernatural skill. I hope it's at least more reliable than simply pumping iron.